With locks like spun silver and eyes echoing deep blue sapphires, this child radiated pure grace. She is currently the Empire's most cherished treasure, yet a dark secret lingers from her previous existence. Back then, she was a discarded princess, enduring endless mockery and cold-hearted cruelty. Her biological father executed her, but only after searing her vision away with white-hot iron. Known as Elisa, she stood in the shadow of her radiant sister Mariana, possessing raven-black hair instead. Despite her royal blood, she faced constant ridicule while being cruelly measured against Mariana's perfection. Elisa offered genuine sisterly love, but chaos erupted when Mariana suddenly coughed up blood during tea. Mariana's piercing gaze locked onto Elisa as she shrieked one final, accusing word, "Sister!" Suddenly, Elisa found herself bound in heavy chains, being dragged forcefully toward the Emperor's cold throne. Looking up, she met the judging glares of the Emperor, her mother, and her royal siblings. In that suffocating hall, the man she once called father finally delivered his brutal, cold-blooded sentence. For trying to kill Princess Mariana Elisa, your life is forfeit. But wait, who's that snickering? Mariana lurked in the corner. Her topaz eyes were now glowing a bloodthirsty red. The warmth was gone, replaced by a murderous glow. Elisa stood paralyzed by the ultimate betrayal. Mariana's jealousy had birthed this deadly trap. Elisa's frail frame shook as the horrific truth set in. She desperately pleaded her innocence, yet she was drowned out by a mountain of fabricated, damning lies. Her defense was useless. Her siblings merely watched her with expressions of absolute, chilling disgust. Scorn, ridicule, and sheer hatred hammered against her soul as her world crumbled into a dark abyss. Reaching for her eldest brother, she sobbed, "You know the truth, right? Please, just trust me." His only answer was a violent strike across her face. A wave of bone-deep shame followed. Crushing despair and agony mingled with the salty tears cascading down her bruised and trembling cheeks. The first prince's cruel words struck her soul, sharper and deadlier than any cold steel blade. "Father, why waste more breath? Let's just gouge out this shameless criminal's eyes before she dies." Elisa turned to Mariana for mercy, but the girl's performative sobbing signaled the absolute end. Those manipulative cries were the final nail in Elisa's coffin, ensuring her brutal and tragic execution. The curtain fell on the tragic princess. They tore out her hair as the executioner began his work. Searing iron plunged toward her green eyes. That blinding heat was her final memory of that world. A scream, then eternal darkness. But miraculously, she opened her eyes as a newborn in a distant land. A young boy lay calmly on the Empress's lap, waiting for a miracle to happen. "I can't wait to meet my baby sister. Come quickly, little one. We'll love you forever." This silver-haired infant was once a princess, betrayed and slaughtered by her own flesh and blood. Cheating death, she awakened as Isa, the first princess of the mighty and rival Emil Empire. Meet Crown Prince Isis, her new brother. He's nothing like the monsters from her previous life. He dotes on Asa constantly, vowing to be her eternal knight and protect Emil's most radiant star. With sapphire eyes and cloud-soft hair, 10-month-old Asa already had the entire palace under her thumb. She's showered with adoration, a startling contrast to the neglect and pain she endured in her past. Inside the palace, Isis gently tucked a rose into Asa's hair, beaming, "Only the best for my sister." Simply stunning. The prince's warm, affectionate smile was enough to melt even the coldest of hearts. Asa, however, found him a bit too energetic and casually looked away from her doting brother. "A bit shy, aren't we?" Isis chuckled, leaning in close. "Hey, Isa, want to hear a little secret? I've always wanted a sister, but 2 years ago, we lost our mother to a terrible illness. Grief consumed me back then, but everything changed when Empress Alice entered our lives and brought light. Then you arrived. Now, my world is complete. And I'm finally happy because of you, Asa." Asa's eyes widened in realization. Her existence was actually a source of joy to others. Suddenly, click! The heavy doors creaked open as Empress Alice entered, followed closely by the formidable Emperor Trevin, a wise, fearless sovereign who ruled the Emil Empire with an iron but fair hand. When Asa was born, his joy exploded, showering the citizens with unexpected riches. He granted mass pardons and fed every hungry soul in the realm. "Had a good day, Asa?" The golden-haired emperor's gaze was pure warmth. His love could melt glaciers. Only the palace staff knew this stoic ruler's secret side. He turned soft only for his family. Asa hid her face, feeling their overwhelming love. Yet, she feared this beauty. Shadows of her past life still haunted her soul. Those memories were pure agony. A gentle emperor father and a radiant, kind mother. An older brother whose eyes screamed devotion. To them, Isa was their entire world. She was their treasure, yet the trauma of her previous life continued to torment her. She remembered the cold dungeon walls she was trapped in before her rebirth. Surviving on scraps and water, she had slowly lost her very will to exist. Then, her sister Mariana visited. Asa never expected the demon hiding behind that smile. "Haha, this is priceless." Her sister's true, wicked face finally emerged. You're a joke. The Empire's most beautiful princess was actually a total monster. I just came to enjoy your pathetic state before you finally kick the bucket. Honestly, watching you suffer is way more entertaining than I ever imagined. Mariana gripped the bars. Sister, do you feel wronged? Do you want to escape? Too bad. Everyone in this family worships me, while you're just rotting away. The white-haired princess's eyes were cold enough to freeze the very air. Her own flesh and blood had framed her. After mocking her, Mariana simply smirked. She dusted off her skirt. See you at your execution, my dearest big sister. Her siblings, her brother, even her own mother, everyone had turned their backs on her. As Asa drowned in these dark memories, a warm, sun-like voice suddenly broke through. Asa, wake up! But she kept fighting, trapped in the nightmare of her betrayal. After being backstabbed like that, trusting anyone again felt like an impossible task. I'll bury my feelings. If I'm invisible, nobody can hurt me ever again. But the golden light grew blinding, forcing the shadows to retreat into the void. It was Isis. He reached out gently. Asa, little sister, you mean everything to me. Don't be scared. We all love you, and I'll be your shield forever. Fast forward, little Princess Asa was officially 1-year-old now. She was a perfect angel during hairstyling, yet she hadn't uttered a single word. Seeing their worried faces, Asa knew she could speak if she really wanted to, but the courage wasn't there. In this life, Asa was born a rare spirit summoner. Divine spirits guarded her since birth. She reached out to pet the invisible creatures. Thanks for being here. The spirits urged her to let go and finally speak, but the horrific flashbacks of her past family made her shut her eyes in terror. She couldn't risk falling back into that misery where no one believed her lies. Suddenly, soft hands lifted her up. Empress Alice pulled Asa into a warm embrace. It's okay. I'll wait forever for your first words. Asa's heart stirred at her kindness. Alice smiled. Your birthday is coming up soon, my little precious treasure. I wonder what grand gifts the Emperor and the Prince have planned for you. Asa thought of Isis, only 9, yet he was already out hunting wild bears. Emperor Trevin entered, his large hand gently stroking Asa's head with pure affection. You've truly grown, my daughter. Alice's lips curved into a smile as she watched the mighty Emperor hesitate. His hands trembled slightly as he reached out. He wavered, pulling his hands back in panic. What if she's too fragile? What if he drops her? A soft chuckle escaped Alice's lips. She reassured him that their daughter was growing stronger by the second. She's nearly 1-year-old and tougher than she looks. Exhaling a deep breath, Trevin reached out once more. His large hand slid beneath Isa's tiny arms, lifting the princess up. He could hardly believe his eyes. This celestial angel was truly his flesh and blood. Holding her felt like cradling the stars in his palms. For the first time, Isa felt her father's pure love. Still, being in the Emperor's grasp made her heart race. The Emperor declared a grand plan, a birthday festival for Isa. Her health was a blessing for the realm. When asked how long, Trevin didn't hesitate. 1 full month. The news left Empress Alice completely stunned. Kate. Even the nearby maid stood frozen, coffee overflowing her cup in shock. All this just for little Isa's day. Trevin was dead serious about a 30-day festival. Alice felt a wave of vertigo at the news. Surely he was kidding? A month-long celebration would drain the imperial budget dry. In truth, Alice was still finding her footing in the palace, her power still incredibly fragile. The previous empress, a high-ranking duke's daughter, had left a legacy that still haunted these halls. Lacking a male heir, Alice lived under a heavy cloud of unspoken judgment every single day. Yet, Trevin's bold decree shattered that tension. It was a loud declaration of his devotion to Isa. He was announcing to the world that this princess was the crown jewel of the imperial palace. That included her mother. Trevin even promised to invite Alice's parents to join the celebration. Joy flooded Alice's heart. Her family, the House of Lucelle, had been stationed at the frozen northern border. Bound by their duty to the frontier, her parents rarely had the chance to visit the capital. If the festivities lasted a month, Alice could finally spend precious time with her beloved family. Isa watched them, her heart aching. Trevin and Alice were nothing like the parents from her past life. Before, her mother was cold, and her father's eyes were only fixed on the male heir. Only her sister Mariana had stayed close, but that bond ended with a bitter betrayal. These dark memories made Isa squeeze her eyes shut, trying to banish the ghosts of the past. Sensing her daughter's sudden distress, Alice quickly pulled her into a protective, soothing embrace. Opening her eyes, Isa met Alice's violet gaze, which was brimming with pure, unconditional adoration. The tension melted away as warm fingers brushed her cheek. She wasn't alone anymore. The whole world is celebrating you, Alice whispered. Isa finally drifted off against her mother's chest. Lulled by love, the infant slept while Alice leaned her head against Trevin's shoulder. Even the creatures in the royal gardens were tucking themselves in for a quiet night. But Isa's gift for seeing the unseen drew a powerful, otherworldly visitor to her side. The Spirit King had arrived. As night descended, a heavy silence draped itself over the castle. A velvet shroud of darkness enveloped the world, and Isa stirred from her shallow slumber. Trembling in the shadows, she reached out with her mind, calling for her ethereal guardians. Tiny sparks of starlight began to dance as spirits swarmed around the princess in a glowing haze. They were frantic today, spinning in a joyous whirlwind as if welcoming a god-tier presence. A chilling breeze tugged at the heavy curtains, making Isa's heart skip a beat. Her eyes shot to the balcony. The glass doors had swung wide open, moved by an invisible hand. Amidst the gathering spirits, a flash of brilliant golden hair caught the silver moonlight. A figure in a shimmering gold cloak stepped forward, surrounded by a swarm of ancient spirits. His features were flawless, like marble carved by gods, radiating an aura of mystery and elegance. It was the sovereign of spirits himself, and he was walking straight toward Isa's crib. Bathed in the glow of the full moon, he moved with the poise of a true king. Behold, the master of the elements, the legendary Spirit King, has finally descended. The Spirit King loomed over the tiny princess, his gaze piercing. So, you truly possess the sight. Isa's heart hammered against her ribs. How did he know? Should she scream for help? Or remain silent to survive? Amidst her racing thoughts and mounting panic, the Spirit King pressed a finger to his lips. Shh. Reading her mind, he whispered, "You're a fascinating little one." Suddenly, the spirits revealed their true ethereal forms and bowed deeply to their sovereign. Isa gasped, clutching her blanket with trembling hands. This man was speaking directly into her mind. Was he a dangerous threat? Seeing the white-haired child shiver, the Spirit King sighed. "I've arrived far too early." He gently brushed Isa's forehead. "Sleep now, and let this day fade." As magic surged, exhaustion washed over Asa. The golden-haired figure of the mysterious man began to blur before her eyes, leaving the tiny, white-haired princess lost in a profound slumber. The king's sleep spell had taken hold. Waking the next day, her memory was a total blank. She rubbed her groggy eyes, remembering only a full moon. Now, a daunting new challenge awaited her, the struggle of learning to walk. Asa pushed her small body up, trembling. Her legs felt like jelly, forcing her to crawl. Empress Alice watched with bated breath, beckoning her daughter forward with a radiant smile. Supported by her maids, she finally stood. Every step in those tiny shoes seemed to drain her entire mana pool. Inheriting Alice's petite frame, Asa was exceptionally small. Without sufficient leg strength, walking felt impossible. At most, she could only manage 3 shaky steps alone. Still, her mother and maids never stopped cheering. The Empress knelt, her eyes glowing with pride. "Asa, Mommy's right here!" Seeing Alice's patient, open arms, a sudden flash from Asa's past life pierced through. Her biological mother, the former Empress of Denbel, never once embraced her. She was always a cold, distant silhouette, hidden within the palace shadows. Any affection she showed was merely a hollow performance for the public. Even so, past Isa craved that warmth. Back in reality, the little princess was drenched in sweat. After 3 steps, her knees buckled. A worried maid rushed forward. "Your Highness, are you all right?" But Asa gritted her teeth and pushed forward again. The room erupted in cheers. "Go, princess! You're almost there!" Asa beamed with joy. Just 1 more step. Then suddenly, her foot slipped. Thump! She tumbled to the floor. Panic seized the maids as Isa sat there, frozen. It sent a chill through everyone. But a second later, she slammed her hands down. She hauled herself up, on wobbly legs, throwing her arms out wide to maintain her balance. "She's standing again! Princess, you're an absolute legend!" Asa wobbled toward her mother, fueled by Alice's unwavering encouragement and love. Her face turned beet red from the effort, but she refused to back down. Her mother was waiting, and this unconditional love was everything. Then, her grandparents arrived. Alice practically flew into her mother's arms, overwhelmed with happiness after so long. Isa's eyes went wide as she scanned the newcomers with pure, innocent curiosity. So these were the Empress's parents. Her grandmother immediately reached for her, smiling warmly. Her face was a picture of adoration. Grandpa playfully poked her chubby cheek, reminiscing about Alice's own childhood. As they moved into the castle, the atmosphere shifted. Despite the recent peace treaty with the Denbel Empire, troubling news had surfaced. They were sending envoys to Asa's upcoming birthday banquet. Resting in Alice's arms, Asa froze. That name. Her body began to tremble with terror. The Denbel Empire, the cursed place from her past life. A land where she endured nothing but endless humiliation. She had been murdered in cold blood there before waking up in the Emily Empire. Honestly, it was absolutely terrifying. Anyone but the Denbel royals. In a moment of pure chaos, she thought she heard their names, and she just couldn't take it anymore. The poor girl burst into tears. Her grandfather jumped up instantly, panic written all over his face as he tried to comfort her. Asterisk, whack. Asterisk, Grandma smacked him for being so loud. It's your fault for shouting. You know how sensitive babies are to noise. Once Issa finally calmed down, her tiny fists gripped the Empress's gown for dear life. It's okay, Issa. You're safe now. Mommy's right here, and I'll give Grandpa a piece of my mind for you. Grandpa could only manage a guilty, awkward grin. My bad, Issa. It's all those Edinbell jerks' fault, right? Issa buried her face in his shoulder, still sobbing softly. She gave a tiny nod. Alice froze. It was clear as day. It seemed even little Issa despised those people. The little princess let out a shaky breath. She loathed them with every fiber of her being. Alice held her tight, pacing through the palace. Issa, sweetie, are you feeling blue? The princess just huffed, turning her head away in a classic toddler pout. Let's see what'll bring that smile back. Alice sat down, lifting Issa high into the air to catch her attention. How about some cookies, my little star? That warm, maternal love seemed to physically brighten the entire room. Seeing Alice's face glowing with pure happiness, Issa felt a sudden pang of guilt. She shouldn't have lost it over the mention of Edinbell. Her mother didn't deserve that. Suddenly, the heavy doors creaked open. Trevin and Isis stepped inside, the Emperor's booming laugh filling the air. I'm here to see my two favorite girls. 9-year-old Crown Prince Isis stood tall, channeling his inner little gentleman for the occasion. I came to see you and Issa, of course. Father and son blinked, realizing they'd spoken in perfect sync. This sent Alice into fits of laughter. Isis, you really are the best big brother. He scooped Issa up and leaned in close. I'm prepping a massive birthday surprise for you, but it's top secret until the big day, he whispered into her ear. Isis affectionately nuzzled his golden hair against his sister's head. Trust me, you're gonna absolutely love it. Finally, the day arrived, the princess's first birthday bash. Nobles from every corner of the map flooded into the palace. Everyone was dying to see her. They wondered if she'd take after the fierce emperor or the radiant empress. Issa and Alice looked stunning in their elegant gowns, leaving the maids completely speechless with their beauty. All the excitement was starting to feel overwhelming. Sensing her nerves, Alice pulled Issa close for a sweet, reassuring kiss. Dressed to the nines, the Empress stepped onto the balcony with Issa. The grand spectacle outside left the princess jaw-dropped. The entire city was dripping in lights and jewels. The whole nation was out in the streets, celebrating her birth. The Empress held her high for the crowds to see. Look, Issa, everyone here loves you so much. Happy first birthday, Issa. Right then, a familiar voice called out from behind them. Crown Prince Isis had returned. The little knight started circling Issa, beaming. Seriously, how are you this cute and sweet? Definitely my sister, he joked, patting her head gently. Happy birthday, kiddo. Just stay by my side forever. Hand in hand, they headed toward the grand entrance. Inside the ballroom, the music was booming, and the crowd was roaring. Issa felt her heart racing as she clung to her brother's chest, the nerves finally kicking in. Her tiny hands were white-knuckling his collar. Noticing her anxiety, Isis gave her a soft, comforting look. Just smile, Issa. If we smile together, those nerves will just melt away. See? Seeing how gentle and calm her brother was, Issa finally let go of her frown and relaxed. The doors swung wide as the herald's voice thundered through the hall, announcing Her Majesty Empress Alice, His Highness Prince Isis, and Her Highness Princess Issa. As they made their grand entrance, Emperor Trevin descended the stairs with regal grace. Looks like everyone has finally made it. Thank you all for joining us to celebrate my precious daughter, Issa. For my little girl, this party isn't ending for an entire month, so please, enjoy yourselves to the fullest. The guests were stunned. It was clear that Issa was the Emperor's entire world. The room exploded in applause as everyone cheered for the young princess. Everyone was desperate for a glimpse of her, except for one man in a dark hood standing silently in the corner. He watched the joy with cold, icy eyes. After all, this princess was once murdered in a twisted conspiracy in her own land. Reborn in an enemy nation, she became the Empire's ultimate darling. But then, shadows of her past appeared, the royal birthday bash. For the tiny princess was legendary. Big brother Isis carried his sister, strutting through the hall with peak main character energy. Issa beamed, but the endless socializing quickly drained her battery. Suddenly, a man blocked their path, reaching out a massive hand. It was Emperor Trevin, demanding his turn to hold the princess. After the holy baptism, the ceremony flowed with divine grace. Nobles presented treasures, but Issa's dazzling beauty stole the show. They nearly fainted. How could such a girl exist? Issa fanned her sleepy eyes, but the next gift-bearer sent shocks through her. Not Edenbell's royals, she thought. Those murderers? Please, not them! The envoy unmasked, revealing deep blue hair and piercing azure eyes. The Edenbell youth tossed back his hood under the palace lights, revealing a stunning face. Issa gasped, her lips tracing one name, Arson. The boy froze. Your Highness? In that fleeting second, tears flooded Issa's eyes. This was her only true childhood friend. While Emil was for knights, Edenbell was the realm of mages. Young Arsene, a duke's heir, was the Empire's youngest high-level mage. Isa never dreamed he would be the one representing Edenbell. She died at 14. He was 17. Now, 2 years later, he was 19. Seeing her tears, her parents panicked with worry. Stunned, Arsene quickly recovered, dropping to one knee in respect. To honor Her Highness, the Edenbell Empire offers this gift: a high-tier magic stone, infused with the essence of water, to protect its master. Seeing Arsene safe finally brought Asa peace. Her heart calmed as the final presenter stepped into the light. Crown Prince Isis entered, looking sharp, holding a jeweled case. How much can a brother love his sister? Isis was the answer. Isa spotted a tiny gem-encrusted sword and felt totally confused. Isis took her chubby hand, bowing with perfect knightly poise, and kissed it. "My precious sister, happy first birthday." Trevin spoke up. "Isis, you intend to form a knight's pact?" A knight's pact? The gravity of those words shook Isa. This wasn't a normal contract. Isis would be her lifelong guardian, her eternal protector. But scarred by past betrayals, Asa feared trusting. She burst into tears as Isis reached out both hands, cradling her tiny palms. "Asa, I've told you before. I'll protect you anywhere, anytime. You're my miracle and my luck. I'll grow stronger for you. Just give me this one chance." Silence fell. Finally, Asa squeezed his hand, feeling his pure sincerity. Trevin placed the jeweled blade on Isis's shoulder, starting the rite. The oath breathed courage, strength, and a brother's unwavering devotion. He swore to shield her forever. As the ritual ended, Isis became Isa's official guardian knight. The nobles erupted in cheers. Bathed in thunderous applause, the hero of the hour beamed at the crowd while Asa watched silently. Her parents, the emperor and empress, adored her completely. Alongside her doting older brother, Isis. Surrounded by their loving smiles, it felt as though every ounce of her past misery had finally vanished. Once the grand celebration finally concluded, the royal couple took a well-deserved moment to rest. An excited Isis volunteered to look after Isa, whisking her away to the balcony for the fireworks. A crimson streak pierced the sky, exploding into a dazzling display that set the night ablaze. The shimmering light revealed their faces. "Look, Asa! They're setting off fireworks just for you!" Isis beamed while revealing his special surprise, yet Asa remained captivated by the sparkling heavens above. Lost in her thoughts, a sudden feeling washed over her. The words were finally ready to come out. As another firework erupted, Asa softly whispered her brother's name into the cool night air. She squeezed her tiny hands, trembling with nerves. Did he hear? She wished she'd spoken sooner. Isa tried to play it cool while gauging his reaction, but the moment Isis turned around, everything changed. A single tear escaped the young knight's eye. "Asa, did you actually just say my name?" Tears of pure joy welled up in the princess's eyes. Her new family lived for her every milestone. Brilliant lights continued to shatter across the sky, as emotional tears streamed down Isis's face. "Isa, you really said it, right?" The tiny princess gave a resigned nod. "You dummy. It's just a name. Why are you so hyped?" Just then, the emperor and empress rushed over. Seeing Isis so shaken, Alice grew worried until a sudden, soft mother left her completely paralyzed. Sobbing with overwhelming happiness, Trevin lunged forward and pulled the little princess into a tight hug. He desperately wanted his turn too. "What about me?" Then, Asa whispered father, stopping his heart. Trevin froze before hoisting her high into the air. "My precious daughter!" "Yes, I'm your daddy." Seeing her new family's absolute devotion, the icy walls around Asa's heart finally melted away. She couldn't help but wonder, why am I so loved? Her birth was finally something beautiful. Real people were finally cheering for her growth. But why was her past family so incredibly cruel? Below them, Arsene watched the happy scene, his mind drifting back to his dark days in Edenbell. A voice called out from behind. He turned to find his white-haired master standing in the shadows. "Edenbell's royalty is pure chaos right now," the elder noted. "Unlike the unbreakable bonds here." How pathetic. At the mention of his homeland's disgrace, Arsene's expression turned stone cold. He clenched his fists, haunted by the fact that the innocent Eliza was ever executed. If only he'd known, he would have saved her. By the time he found out, she was gone. Every morning, he still expected to see Elisa's silhouette lingering just outside his window. Elisa's smile was always so genuine. That black-haired girl was far too pure for this world. Why was she murdered? Every time he thought of the injustice, Arsene gritted his teeth in rage. Tears spilled from his eyes. I'll never forgive them. His master could only offer a heavy sigh. "Steady yourself, Arsene. Don't let hate win." The young prodigy quickly wiped his bitter tears. When he finally looked up, his gaze was frigid. "I'm going to uncover the absolute truth. I will clear Elisa's name." The old man nodded. "Then do it. I'll be by your side." Arson bowed in thanks before looking back up. That princess? She's called Asa, right? She helped me make this choice. Pulling up his hood, he followed his master into the night. They vanished into the deep blue twilight. 6 long years passed by in the blink of an eye. Isis had grown into a total heartthrob, while Asa was now a brilliant 7-year-old girl. Noticing her buried in a massive book, Isis leaned in. Wait, is that an ancient language? Can a 7-year-old even read this? I mean, I know you're a genius, but this is wild. I guess nothing is impossible for you, Isis chuckled, affectionately ruffling his little sister's hair. Ever since Asa opened her heart after her rebirth, her entire life had taken a legendary turn. She decided to slowly reveal her skills to her new family, unlocking her reading ability at age 3. In reality, she was already a pro, just playing the part. Her brother and mother were absolutely thrilled. Flexing her academic gains, Isis proudly showed off Asa's impressive learning progress to Empress Alice. My sister is a straight-up genius. She's already writing my name, Isis cheered, pulling something out. He produced a note from his pocket reading Father and Mother. Alice's heart completely melted right then. She was so overwhelmed she nearly fainted. Just like that, Asa mastered Emil's language with god-tier speed. Next came fairy tales and deep study sessions. Since she wasn't the crown heir, she stayed low-key. She feared her brilliance would spark envy, but Isis was her biggest fan, never a rival. He was truly the world's best brother. Asa, want me to read you a storybook? Isis chatted while opening the book. Looking closely, he'd changed so much over these 6 years. He'd shot up, his voice had dropped, and his visuals were on a whole different level now. Isa flashed her brother a smile. I've already finished every book here. Isis felt his heart deflate. His sister was just too brilliant. Asa smirked internally. Teasing her brother was top-tier entertainment. She was locked in on spirit language, but Emil's empire was a total dead zone for it. Spirit summoners hadn't been seen for ages. Her only shot? Raiding the Royal Library archives for intel. She went digging for answers. In reality, her obsession with spirit language had one dark, singular goal: revenge against the Invincible Empire. In her past life, those monsters literally tore her eyes out. They framed her and left her for dead, a trauma she'd never escape. Now, dark rumors were surfacing. Whispers claimed Mariana was named a saint, and that cold-blooded brother who blinded her, he was officially the crown prince. It seemed her brutal death didn't affect their lives at all. Right then, spirits in the air rallied around Asa, their whispers pulling her back from the abyss. They lifted her gloom. Besides, when the time for reckoning came, spirit power would be her edge. It was her secret weapon, but one mystery remained. Why did Mariana's eyes turn red back then? Why that crimson glow? Isis's voice snapped the little princess back to reality instantly. He brought the princess back to the present. The crown prince watched her with deep emotion. Sometimes, you seem way more mature than me. Asa froze, scanning her brother's face for suspicion. It's just your imagination. You're a genius too. Asa felt a cold sweat breaking as she deflected. A cold droplet ran down her neck while Isis spoke tenderly. Asa, no matter what happens, if you're ever in trouble, come to me. I'll always be your sworn knight and protector. Empress Alice finally summoned Aisa after a long stretch without seeing her precious daughter. Aisa ran to greet her, beaming. By the way, remember Professor Emin from your previous lessons? She recalled the bespectacled tutor. Had she acted too bored or disinterested during his lectures? To her surprise, Alice revealed the professor was obsessed, calling her a once-in-a-century genius. Isa gave a shaky smile. If she'd known, she would have bombed that exam on purpose to hide. Alice gazed warmly at her, then turned serious. Asa, what's your real dream for the future? You've always been brilliant. I'll do whatever it takes to make your wishes come true. The little princess was speechless. Since her rebirth, she'd thought of nothing but cold-blooded revenge. A real future? She hadn't considered it. Alice smiled. I'm rushing you. Take your time. Think it over. At the spring festival, try making some new friends your own age. At sunset, she retreated to her room, hugging her pillow. Vengeance definitely wasn't a solo mission. Mastering spirit magic was non-negotiable now. It was time for Asa's revenge plot to finally begin. Her target, the Invincible Empire, her spirit summoning would be the ultimate hidden trump card. Isa knew deep down that soloing this vendetta was a complete suicide mission, but she refused to drag her new family into the crossfire, so she moved with caution. Protecting her family was priority 1, so she'd have to strike from the shadows. Aisha delved into the mystic spirit arts alone, until Exonjin finally claimed her on the sofa. The next morning, she stormed the royal archives, hunting for every scrap of spirit lore. But the complex text was a total nightmare. She barely understood a single word written there. Luckily, her late-night grind through ancient linguistics gave her a massive advantage today. Since she mastered linguistic structures, she started piecing the cryptic puzzles together effortlessly. She decoded meanings by word shapes. Yet rare tomes were scarce, even in this massive library. This place housed the Empire's knowledge, but ancient scripts were still incredibly hard to find. She sifted through them one by one, just as her hope began to fade. Bingo! She unearthed a spirit history book, her excitement peaking as she devoured every page. Finally, she could understand her friends. Even the spirits seemed to glow with pure joy. Suddenly, a spirit whispered, "Aisha, check this out." It was a legendary tome of magic. Mastering this magic could be the ultimate weapon for her secret, long-awaited revenge plot. With a determined nod, she committed to the path of magic and headed out. She didn't expect to run into her brother. His sharp, curious gaze locked onto her. Panic flared as she desperately tucked the forbidden book away, hiding it from his view. But he caught a glimpse. She couldn't let him discover her dark path to vengeance. She panicked, lying that it was just an advanced ancient language study guide. She claimed she needed extra practice, her heart hammering against her ribs in pure terror. She flashed a nervous smile, praying he would buy the act and let her go. Suddenly, his voice boomed her name, nearly making the little princess jump out of her skin. Patting her head, he smiled. "I know everything. Your teacher gave you top marks. Don't stress over the Empress's expectations. Just follow your heart and do what you want. We have got your back." With that, he turned and strolled away into the hall. Suspicion gnawed at her. Did he know she was hiding something even more absurd? There was no way he knew about her reincarnation or secret spirit powers. Right? Certain secrets must remain buried forever. Back in her room, she resumed her mysterious reading. Aisha devoured the spirit lore, finding every legendary tale more gripping than the last. Legend said spirit summoners vanished after being consumed by the brutal Great Sword War. Yet, the archives never mentioned anyone born with the innate ability to see spirits. Aisha blinked in confusion. Then what am I? She had zero experts to consult. What now? Amidst her spiraling thoughts, a hidden detail in the book caught her eye. It was a guide on spirit summoning, pure gold for a girl in her position. This was exactly what she craved. Upon closer inspection, she spotted the crucial key. To summon, she needed a contract circle, the first step in her legendary journey. This was the foundation of her vengeance. She scanned the text with surgical precision. Summoning required a complex magic circle, but the author was annoyingly vague about the details. The diagram was missing. Instead, the book featured a blatant, infuriating advertisement. "Buy our summoning service now." The princess was absolutely livid at such a scam. She slammed the book down in disgust, huffing with pure, unadulterated frustration. Slumping onto the desk, she groaned. She thought she had finally cracked the code. That author is a total sellout. As she vented her fury, something shifted. The spirits fluttered around, urging her to chill. Aisha realized she was totally overreacting. Wait, the other book! She frantically flipped through the magic tome the spirit suggested. Success! Tucked inside was a low-level spirit contract circle. It was her big moment. Without wasting a single second, she began the ancient summoning ritual. With the ancient book as her guide, Aiza prepared her tools. The magic circle was finally drawn. She placed her palm atop it. She chanted the spell, "Spirits of creation, become my divine strength." Golden rays suddenly erupted around Aiza, blazing with undeniable brilliance. The light condensed into a tiny, adorable golden spirit right before her. "Aiza, you succeeded!" The spirit's voice left the young girl completely stunned. This familiar soul was Lur, her constant companion through everything. The low-level light spirit she knew since childhood finally took physical form. Aiza never imagined that forming a spiritual contract could be this effortless. Lur warned that high-ranking spirits wouldn't be nearly as easy to summon. Since her mana was limited, she'd have to wait and grow stronger. 4 higher tiers existed, peaking with the legendary Spirit King himself. That king was Luminos, a figure Aiza had met once before. Surprisingly, the Emil Empire's most sacred deity was actually this Spirit King. He represented victory and life. The Empire's upcoming festival was dedicated to him. During the festivities, Lur shared the forgotten lore of the Spirit King. Long ago, the creator fashioned day and night, birthing the Spirit Kings. As ages passed, the titles of these Spirit Kings constantly shifted. Luminos, the former Lord of Day, was now hailed as the God of Light. Humans often confuse them, but gods and spirits are separate cosmic guardians. Luminos is purely a spirit. Curious, Aiza asked about his true appearance. Lur gushed about his platinum hair and his mesmerizing, captivating eyes. Aiza froze. It was possible she had already encountered this divine being. She hadn't realized that mysterious man was the king. It felt like a dream. Could I ever summon the Spirit King myself? Aiza asked nervously. Lur dropped her snack, looking dead serious. No human has ever succeeded. Summoning him requires an amount of mana that no mortal could possess. Disappointment washed over Aiza. Such a godlike power wouldn't be easily reached. Suddenly, her thoughts drifted to her brother. I wonder how he is. She pressed her nurse for details on the prince's training-induced illness. Is my brother all right? Is his condition truly that serious? Realizing her slip-up, the nurse went quiet. Isa immediately begged for answers. With pleading, teary eyes, Isa desperately asked for the full story. The crown prince had hidden his fever, fearing he might infect Isa. Isa hated these secrets. She immediately decided to write him a letter. She poured her heart onto paper so he wouldn't worry anymore. Meanwhile, the severe cold had drained every ounce of Isis's strength. Congestion forced him to gasp for air, his voice sounding completely hoarse. Duin, a knight and close friend, came by to check on him. Duin questioned his intense training. Isis replied it was absolutely necessary. He needed to master his blade to handle any sudden threats. Ever since Isis swore his knightly oath to protect Isa, he knew that only through constant growth and power could he safeguard his beloved sister. Suddenly, a servant arrived. Isa's maid was outside. Hearing this, Isis bolted upright instantly. A message from Asa? Isis gripped the envelope, his heart stopping for a beat. This was the last thing he expected to see. He tore it open, but just 2 lines in, a sharp cough racked his body. He stumbled, his strength suddenly failing him. Duin rushed to the prince's side in a panic. Your Highness, stay calm. Any excitement will only make this fever more dangerous. Man, you're so annoying, Duin, Isis grumbled. Turn around. The letter was sweet. Isa confessed she really missed her big brother. Reading her words of pure worry, a wave of guilt crashed over Isis. He didn't deserve a sister, this precious and kind. He knew she was hiding something back at the library, but Asa surely had her own reasons for keeping those secrets. As her brother, he had to trust her. This realization fueled his fire to become stronger and protect her forever. Watching him, Duin couldn't grasp this deep sibling bond. Being an only child, this whole sister obsession was totally foreign to him. He just didn't get it. But, honestly, it was only thanks to Isa that the crown prince was finally smiling again. Back when Empress Thetis passed, Isis was like a feral beast, consumed by a wild, uncontrollable rage and deep sorrow. Without the current Empress and Asa, he'd still be lost in darkness. Seeing him actually smile felt like a genuine miracle. Then came the day Isa discovered her magic. During the spring festival's peak, the massive crowds were all praying to Luminos. Everyone begged the light god for miracles. Soon, the high priests began the sacred ceremony, healing the sick and the broken. Nasty scars vanished instantly under the glow of magic. Watching from the balcony, Isa felt a surge of intense curiosity. If the Spirit King isn't a god, then where does priest magic come from? Asa wondered. Thankfully, Lur had the answers. It's not actually divine power, Lur explained. It's simply the natural healing energy harnessed from the spirits of light themselves. These priests gained a fragment of that power by following Lord Luminos and spreading his holy word across the vast empire. The realization hit Asa like a lightning bolt. If light spirits heal naturally, then I should be able to do it too. The spirit grinned back. Absolutely. You can use this power perfectly to mend the sick and take away their pain. Isa beamed with joy, though her current level was modest, roughly equal to the priest she was watching down below. To reach god-tier healing, she'd need to summon higher-ranked spirits. Isa was truly built different compared to everyone else there. She was a literal one-of-one existence, born with the sight. If the world knew her true potential, the chaos would be insane. Jealousy would be an understatement. For now, she had to keep her status as a legendary summoner, a total secret. Just thinking about the insane scaling of her healing power sent a massive shiver down Asa's spine. This was a game changer. The Empress, totally clueless, thought she was just cold. Once the festival ceremony wrapped up, it was time for social duties. To help her socialize, the Empress threw a tea party. There was zero chance for Asa to escape this royal chore. She hadn't chatted with her brother lately. Since the morning mood was so intense, she hadn't found the right moment yet. She could only steal glances from across the room. He was sitting so far away, even accidentally walking by would look suspicious. Seeing him looking healthy and strong again made Asa's heart swell with happiness. That was all that really mattered to her. Standing by his side was young Duin. The guy was a total prodigy, a monster with a sword and a genius with magic. As the ducal heir, he was elite. Suddenly, a girl nearby piped up, catching Asa completely off guard with a question. You're joining the embroidery club, right? Asa froze. Embroidery? That was definitely not her vibe. But the girl was hyped. She started yapping endlessly. It's hard at first, but practice makes perfect. Trust me, you'll get the hang of it eventually. It'll become second nature. I remember last time, Asa, feeling the cringe intensify, had to cut her off right then. I'll pass, Asa blurted out. She was so done with this scene, and this girl had been talking for 30 minutes straight. She just wouldn't stop. The other girls were either lower rank or just totally intimidated because no one dared to interrupt her. They all just nodded along to her nonsense. Someone save me, Asa screamed internally, praying for a literal miracle to happen. She was desperate for an exit. Right on cue, Duin materialized out of nowhere, standing right in front of the princess. Princess Aisa. The Crown Prince requires your presence. I was sent to bring you to him immediately. No time to lose. My brother wants me? Then I have to go, Isa chirped. Behind her, the other girls were shooting daggers of jealousy. Whether it was their lower status or just her royal aura, they simply couldn't stop agreeing with everything she did. Please, someone get me out of here, Isa begged for a savior. And like magic, a hero finally appeared. It was Duin. Princess Aisa, the Crown Prince, has requested an audience with you right away, he announced firmly. I'm here to escort you. He wants me? Say less, Aisa replied, ready to sprint away from that boring party. As envious glares followed her, Aisa felt a massive wave of relief. 30 minutes of tea party torture was finally over. Duin's intervention was a total lifesaver. If he hadn't stepped in, that boring social circle would have drained her soul. Aisa was running on empty, and Duin didn't hold back his sarcasm, mocking how deathly dull the party was. Then came the plot twist. Duin admitted the Crown Prince never actually gave the order to fetch her. Aisa froze in shock. If her brother didn't call for her, then why did he stage this rescue? Duin locked eyes with her, revealing he'd been watching from afar and saw she was totally drowning in that conversation. He decided to act on impulse. Plus, he figured the prince was low-key dying to see her anyway. Aisa was floored. Even from a distance, this guy had perfectly read her save me vibes without her saying a word. He's definitely a pro at reading the room, and surprisingly blunt. Aisa couldn't help but give him a genuine smile. Even with the little white lie, she was beyond grateful. Honestly, she couldn't stand another second. Trapped in small talk with those noble girls. Suddenly, a familiar flower and brooch on Duin's chest caught her eye. Yeah, these floral vibes were my idea, to welcome spring and give props to the spirits, she chirped. Turning flowers into high-fashion accessories was all her. Turns out, Aisa was the mastermind behind the spring festival planning. She spent weeks locked in the palace, drafting the blueprint, eventually earning a major shout-out from her royal parents. Duin was shook. Could a mere 7-year-old really pull this off? Then, he spotted something deeper in her notes. Aisa's main goal was to put the spotlight back on the existence of the spirits, the world's forgotten guardians. It makes sense normal people tend to lose touch with the spiritual world as time passes. For Aisa, seeing spirits was just another Tuesday. But for everyone else, they were nothing but distant, ghostly myths. To the masses, spirits were mysterious legends. Looking at her, Duin felt a deep wave of genuine respect for her. You're every bit as wise as the rumors say, princess. Though, if your brother were here right now, I'd never get a word in edgewise. Having this solo chat with you is a total flex for me. Aisa was low-key confused. Why would her brother block their conversation? Duin was about to spill the tea, but the Crown Prince suddenly swooped in from nowhere. He was radiating pure big brother energy as he crashed their talk. He straight up shoved Duin aside. Suddenly, the light bulb went off for Aisa. Duin literally couldn't get a single word in. Left in the dust, the poor guy was fuming with silent frustration. He had to eat his feelings in silence. Aisa's life seemed perfect now, but nobody knew her dark secret. That she was betrayed and murdered in her past life, only to reincarnate as the enemy empire's princess. Now she's the ultimate fan favorite. As the siblings were vibing, the rest of the royal fam finally joined the party. Turns out, Her Majesty the Empress had some queen business to handle. So, she tasked Aisa with giving her grandparents the grand tour of the palace grounds. Aisa was hyped. This was a rare chance to bank some quality time with her long-distance grandparents. But plot twist, Duin was tagging along too. See, Grandpa is a legendary commander on the border, leading a top-tier knight order. Naturally, young Duin was low-key fangirling, hoping to reach Grandpa's elite level of sword mastery. The squad eventually hit the back garden, finding a stunning floral archway straight out of a movie. As a soft breeze swept through, pink petals began to rain down like cinematic snow. Catching a petal in her hand, Aisa felt pure, unadulterated bliss. Suddenly, Grandpa shouted, "Wait! Don't move!" Aisa was totally lost. But then Grandpa pulled out a glowing, mysterious orb from his coat. It was a high-tech image sphere, fresh from the mages, powered by a rare mana stone. This magic gadget could record both visuals and audio. Aisa was stunned, as Grandpa gave it a quick shake. Just like that, her aesthetic petal-catching moment was caught on 4K magic. Aisa was instantly blushing with embarrassment. Her grandparents were literally melting from her cuteness. Even the Crown Prince was obsessed with the magic tech. He started begging Grandpa for his own copy. Talk about a major sister complex. He wanted to replay Aisa's cute moments 24/7, but since the grandparents lived on the border, they'd bought this specifically to keep her close. There was no way they were handing it over. The Crown Prince actually started throwing a mini tantrum, making Aisa and Duin burst out laughing at the chaos. Suddenly, tragedy strikes. Both royals cough up blood and collapse. Who is the shadow behind this poison? The spring festival's climax arrived. Everyone wore snowy white, including Aisa, in her pristine dress. Entering Isis's palace, the prince and Bwin chatted. Suddenly, a haunting portrait caught Ace's gaze. It was Empress Thetis, Isis's mother. The prince stared at it, his expression unreadably calm. If mother were alive, would she be proud? He shrugged, dismissing the thought as foolish. Isis offered a bittersweet smile. Sensing his hidden pain, Isa reached out to comfort him. Big brother, stay strong, Isa beamed. Isis chuckled, shaking his head. Don't fret, I'm okay. I've never been happier. He ruffled Isa's hair, his gentle touch melting her worries away instantly. Isa felt the same joy. Moving to the garden, a servant arrived to prepare tea. This server was a pro, every motion clinical. He meticulously laid out the delicate teacups. He served the royal siblings, but Bwin declined. Isa's brow furrowed in slight confusion. Was he always in my brother's service? She wondered, unable to recall his face. Short-staffed for the festival? Shrugging it off, Isa took a long, refreshing sip of tea. Suddenly, her spirit screeched. Master, stop! Don't drink that! Isa froze, her heart skipping. The plant spirits are screaming that cup is laced with lethal poison, the spirit wailed. Before she could react, blood began trickling from Isa's nose. Her world shattered instantly. The ground swayed as dizziness hit. Looking up, she saw Isis's face draining of color. Gasping for air, she croaked. One final warning. Isis, don't drink anymore. Isa sprayed crimson across the table. In a horrifying heartbeat, both royal siblings collapsed. Blood pooled as they slumped over. Bwin kicked back his chair, his panicked roar echoing. Get the imperial doctors, summon the priests, he screamed. The scene shifts to chaos. Panic rippled through the nobility. The entire empire buzzed about the prince and princess's poisoning. Thanks to Bwin's fast testimony, the traitorous servant was hunted down and captured immediately. While the court hailed Bwin a hero, guilt was eating him alive from inside. I was right there. Yet I was useless. He cursed his own pathetic, powerless hands. He'd trained daily, believing that taking the initiative was the ultimate way to protect. Yet, at the crucial moment, he froze. Luckily, the Empress rushed in for emergency aid. She moved with frantic precision, fighting to keep the royal bloodline from fading away. Her Majesty's face was grave. The imperial doctor finally emerged, trembling as he spoke. The princess took a smaller dose, but her tiny body is struggling against the toxin. The reaction was violent and unpredictable. At this rate, the doctor's voice trailed off. Stuttering over his words, the healer finally delivered the crushing blow that silenced everyone. His Highness ingested a massive amount. I fear the prince is at death's door. Fear gripped the nobles. Is there no way? The Empress demanded, her voice dangerous. We must identify the venom for an antidote, the doctor explained, his hands shaking. Divine healing was their only shot, but the high priest was currently miles away. He had departed on a holy pilgrimage with the senior clergy for the spring festival. Returning from that ancient tradition would take at least 3 or 4 long days. The Empress bit her lip, her mind racing as she identified the shadow assassin. Pilgrimages were sacred traditions. Bringing the priests back would take far too long. Her Majesty looked utterly powerless. Are my children really going to die? She whispered. Could the author really end it here? She refused to give up, fighting fate. She ordered everything possible to save them. Suddenly, a count muttered a dark thought. Poisoning on a holy festival day? Is this a sign of divine wrath? A curse! The gods are angry. The prince has no right to rule. The prince is unworthy! A voice hissed. What exactly do you mean? The Empress asked. You think my son is a curse? The count scrambled to bow, trembling before his Majesty. I misspoke. It's just a dark omen. The Emperor's fury reached a boiling point. Murderous intent flared in his eyes. Since today is sacred, I'll spare your life, for now. The Count bowed in terror. His Majesty's voice dropped. But if you ever dare disrespect the royal bloodline again in my presence, I will personally feed your severed tongue to the crows. Shaking, the Count begged. My life is forfeit. I spoke without thinking. The Emperor turned away, done with him. Little did he know, the Count smirked. Little Princess Isa lay comatose from poison. The shadow behind this attack remained hidden. Isa was stable for now, but she desperately needed divine power to purge the toxins. However, the high priest and his clergy were still days away from returning. The Empress was sick with worry. Trapped in a loop of nightmares, we dive deep into Isa's subconscious. Endless darkness swallowed Isa. She searched the void, her heart racing with fear. Desperate for an exit, she realized her feet were shackled by a massive iron weight. The dream shifted. Suddenly, she was her past self locked in a cold, damp dungeon. Despair crushed her. How could my own family do this? Why me? They only trust Mariana. No one listens. Isa curled into a ball, weeping. Just as she lost all hope, a mysterious voice echoed in her mind. Do you really want to quit? Is there nothing left to do, Isa? She craved answers about their betrayal, but seeking them felt utterly pointless now. Hated by everyone, she'd given up. But the voice whispered words of comfort. The ones who truly cherish you aren't here. They're waiting for you out there. Memories flashed by. Her family's genuine love and belief in her started to glow. Wiping her tears, she found her resolve. I am no longer Elisa. I'm the Emil Empire's sole princess! Her heavy shackles began to crumble and fade. Breaking free from the nightmare, Isa sprinted forward. But the path seemed endless. The light felt unreachable. Suddenly, thud, she collapsed onto a soft, grassy field. I can't stop yet. Closing her eyes, she bathed in the warm sunlight. Family is my light. No, a real family is light itself. But I have my own light, too. The love I've received. It warms my soul. Suddenly, blinding golden rays erupted from her chest. Remembering her true power, Isa called out the light spirit's name. She stepped boldly into the gold. Back in reality, the comatose princess finally opened her eyes, but her brother's life still hung by a thread. To save him, Isa's spirit power must awaken. Mother? She whispered faintly. Overwhelmed with joy, the Empress broke down in tears, embracing her daughter. She held Isa so tight the poor girl could barely breathe. The Empress summoned the doctor. Thankfully, Her Highness has returned to us. She's awake, but she needs absolute rest to recover her strength. Gently stroking Isa's cheek, the Empress whispered, "Don't worry, darling. Just take your medicine and rest. You'll be yourself in no time." Isa immediately asked about her brother. The Empress's face went pale and silent. Prince Isis swallowed a lethal dose of toxin, the doctor admitted grimly. He's in critical condition. Only the High Priest can save him now. He must intervene, but he's currently away on a healing pilgrimage. The earliest he'll arrive is tomorrow afternoon. Panic gripped Asa. How could this be? Even though my own poisoning wasn't considered severe. Waking up felt like an eternal struggle. The light spirit saved me, but my brother wasn't as lucky. The realization shattered her, and tears began to fall. Without warning, Asa bolted straight out of bed. The Empress tried to restrain her, but Asa's resolve was unyielding. She was forced to lead her to her brother's side. Her arrival left the Emperor stunned. "Asa, how are you even here? Are you feeling better?" Aisa completely ignored her father's voice. She brushed past His Majesty, heading straight to her brother. The Empress sighed, unable to stop Isa's desperate charge to reach Isis. Isa was a total wreck, stumbling with every heavy step she took. Isis was at death's door, and even top-tier priests were powerless. Fearing the worst, Isa's voice cracked as she summoned her light spirit. Lur appeared sobbing, but Isa's eyes suddenly turned cold and serious. She was ready to risk it all, to pull an intermediate rank spirit. But her body was still cooked from poison. This was a gamble. Her mana was bottomed out, and a forced summon could end her. One slip meant death, unless a magic stone could save her. Low spirits match high priests. She needed a literal miracle for Isis. A mid-tier contract was the only play left to save him. This meant exposing her secret identity as a summoner to everyone. She grabbed Arsen's gift. Would this sapphire really be enough? It was her most prized possession, never leaving her neck since day one. Lur checked the gem, but its magical glow was completely gone. The unexpected truth was, the stone's entire core had burned out while she was out cold. Isa was shook. The spirit explained that the stone had basically tanked the poison. It shielded her until it broke. Now, it was just a rock. Her parents just watched, thinking Isa had finally lost the plot. The Empress panicked, thinking Isa was about to collapse again. She begged her to rest, but Isa was on a mission. She tuned everything out, her mind racing to find a new catalyst. She locked eyes with Duin. "Give me your magic stone, now." Duin was floored. How did she know his secret swordsman identity? He hesitated, remembering the ancient lore they'd studied together. He watched as she began drawing a massive, forbidden-looking circle. He feared this ritual would be the literal death of her. Isa forced the summon, a massive array lighting up the room. She placed the stone, her hand trembling from sheer exhaustion. She roared the incantation, "Spirits of all things become my strength." The stone ignited, surging with the power of the summoning circle. Crimson light and lightning arcs turned the room into a war zone. Suddenly, Isa felt her life force being ripped straight out. Her energy didn't just leak, it poured out like a broken faucet. Mid-tier summoning was a whole different beast than she expected. She was gasping for air, sweat drenching her pale face. "Don't quit." She hyped herself up. "I'm the only one who can save him." Biting her lip, she watched as a majestic silhouette finally appeared. This wasn't Lur. This was a mature, regal light spirit. The spirit bowed gracefully. "I am Limiee. Nice to meet you, Isa." Isa finally exhaled, forcing her shaky legs to stand up straight. "I'm Isa," she whispered, her voice filled with relief. But her body felt like 1,000 tons. The price was paid. Whether it was her youth or a birth defect, the harsh reality was, Asa had 0 stamina and no mana. Reaching out, Aisa locked eyes with Linmei, her gaze burning with resolve. "Let's strike a deal. Lin-mei drifted down and kissed her palm, the silent signal that the ancient pact was sealed. Slowly, the spirit's form manifested before them. Standing nearby, the Empress froze, her eyes wide with shock. Asa, what is this? A fairy? Asa struggled to speak. Not a fairy. A spirit. Seeing her mother's confusion, Asa's heart sank. She couldn't say more. Given time, she'd explain why she'd hidden this secret power. But time was a luxury she didn't have. Her magic was flickering like a dying candle. Just summoning Lin-mei drained her. Now, she had to save her brother with that power. Using the spirit's essence, Asa began the desperate ritual to heal Isis. She had to master this power instantly. Lin-mei whispered, "The spirit and the summoner become one soul once the pact is signed. Distance no longer matters. You can channel my power anywhere, though proximity makes the healing much more potent." However, the lethal toxins were still ravaging Isis's fragile body, and Isa was breaking from forcing a mid-tier summon. Lin-mei realized the danger. To save her, the spirit chose to possess Asa and share its strength. Turning into a golden blur, Lin-mei entered Asa's mind. Suddenly, Asa's eyes glowed like topaz. Isis looked deathly pale, his life fading. Asa clenched her fists with grit. "I can do this." She hovered her hands over his chest. Newfound energy surged through her, erupting in a blinding golden radiance across the room. But the strain of healing was far more brutal than she expected. Isis let out a soft groan as the spirit's light fought the poison. Isa smiled weakly, but despair quickly crept back in as her mana hit 0. Is a mid-tier spirit not enough? She felt her consciousness slipping away. Flashbacks of her brother flashed by. She couldn't give up. She wouldn't lose him. Without even noticing, sweat and silent tears drenched her face. "Brother, don't die. Open your eyes, please. I need to see you smile again." The heat of her tears felt like fire. Panic set in. Isis was truly at death's door, even with blurred vision. Aisa didn't stop until her magic vanished, and she collapsed into the darkness. Thankfully, Biwen caught her. Her parents watched in terror as Isa wept again. "Was my power really not enough? Just hold on until the high priest arrives." Just then, a faint voice rasped from the bed. "Is this heaven?" "Yes, your highness! Isis was awake!" Asa lunged onto the bed, hugging him. Her secret as a summoner was out, but she kept her past life a mystery. The priest was floored by her talent. That spirit book she'd hidden earlier? It was because Aisa's very existence was a literal anomaly in this world. This power was a double-edged sword, but saving Isis was a true miracle. The priest stood there in disbelief, his mind racing for answers. "All our clerics failed to wake the prince. Yet the princess has such divine light. Are you a saintess?" Asa shook her head, clarifying the truth. "I'm just a spirit summoner." With a snap, she called forth a tiny wisp Lur. Lur popped into existence and noticed the crowd. She politely bowed, lifting her skirt. "Hello, I'm Lur, a low-level light spirit." Everyone gasped at the adorable sight. To force everyone's belief, Isa had to show her hand. The high priest watched her, completely mesmerized by her aura. "Her highness possesses such legendary power. From this moment, I vow my absolute loyalty and support to the princess." The priest's reaction was wilder than Isa expected. He didn't just bow, he officially proclaimed her the Empire's saintess. Isa had low-key feared this power would be a burden, but seeing the priest's total devotion changed her mind. His reverence for spirit summoners finally calmed Asa's nerves. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind the royal assassination attempt faced the ultimate judgment. His Majesty ordered the most brutal, maximum penalty for the snakes who targeted his children. Thanks to her terrifyingly good healing skills, the priest granted Asa the highest title. It was exactly as she planned. Aisa saw it coming, but she had zero intention of becoming a temple puppet just for a fancy saintess title. She wasn't about to ditch her life for the church. Her god-tier healing was for her own survival and family. She chose the palace over the temple, using her legendary powers to save the masses while staying near her kin. Biwen informed the emperor that with the royals finally stable, his part in this drama was officially over. The emperor agreed, but demanded total secrecy. Suddenly, Isis interrupted, his eyes cold and full of dark intent. The prince stopped his father, declaring this couldn't end quietly. The ones who drew blood had to pay in blood. Isa and I were targets. They must pay the ultimate price. Isis's face was a mask of cold, savage hatred. Aisa was shocked. She'd never seen her brother so ruthless. The emperor turned, his footsteps heavy with royal authority. "I'll use every resource to find the rat behind this. I'll make sure they never draw breath again. When I catch him, I'll rip out his tongue. I'll sever his limbs one by one," the emperor promised. "I'll execute his entire bloodline, then hang his head from the gates for the crows to feast upon." He placed a hand on Isis's head, a dark comfort for a vengeful son. The atmosphere was absolutely chilling. "Rest now, my son. I'll handle the slaughter. Those brutal words finally allowed Isis to close his eyes and relax. The prince even added a savage twist. Father, poison their favorite person right before their eyes. Let them feel it. An eye for an eye, it's only fair. Even Isa and Biwen felt a shiver. This family was truly terrifying when provoked. The emperor just smiled. Consider it done, my son. Their shared ruthlessness was honestly on a whole different level. Because Asa burned her life force to save Isis, she was bedridden for 3 whole weeks. Recovery was brutal. Her nanny treated Asa like her own daughter, hovering over her every second. She wouldn't even let her move. She insisted on spoon-feeding her every bite. Asa was dying of embarrassment. She wasn't some helpless little toddler. I'm just tired. Nanny, not paralyzed. I can eat myself. But the nanny just shushed her with a stern look. Not a chance. You need total rest. You aren't lifting a finger until you're back to 100%. You were so weak you were literally coughing up blood. Just stay still and let me spoil you, my princess. Isa gave in to the pampering with a sigh. Meanwhile, her spirit companion was busy ignoring everyone and eating snacks. The day Isis woke, the high priest returned and dumped massive divine mana into them, preventing any major complications. Despite the holy healing, the royal doctor stayed on high alert, checking their pulses every single evening after dinner. He brewed the most expensive, rarest herbal medicines just for Asa. The effort was top tier, but the taste? Horrendous. The medicine tasted like straight-up trash. Every bitter gulp made Asa hate the person who poisoned them even more. But the hunt was already over. The emperor mobilized his entire network and caught the rat who started it all. The culprit was that trash-talking count from the north, a devout believer who turned out to be a total snake. During his interrogation, he confessed everything. He poisoned them because he couldn't stand the thought of Isis taking the throne. That was his whole petty motive. A simple power grab that nearly cost the royals everything. Asa felt disgusted. She sighed, thinking the whole thing was a bad joke. But as she analyzed the details, things didn't add up. Her gut told her this was way too simple. The poison used on her and Isis this time was identical to the one from the frame-up in her past life. That couldn't just be a random coincidence. Was that Count actually a sleeper agent for an enemy nation? The plot was way thicker than it looked. Since the Count's arrest, his entire house had been wiped from existence. But the Emperor still wasn't satisfied. A simple execution of the family felt like nothing compared to the crime. His rage was still burning hot. Attempting to murder the imperial bloodline was a death sentence that a mere execution couldn't even begin to pay for. Poisoning him just over some petty beef with Isis? Asa wasn't buying it. Targeting royalty was a death sentence, so the risk didn't match the motive. It made 0 sense. Plus, why would the assassin come for her too? Even if the killer's twisted goal was to wipe out the entire Emil bloodline, that would actually be more believable than this. Asa sat frozen on her bed, her expression grim. An icy dread began to claw at her heart, because the venom she'd been given was the exact same toxin that took Mariana's life. She carried this secret alone. Revealing her reincarnation now would only trigger absolute chaos. The nobility would lose their minds. Realizing the stakes, Asa's knuckles turned white as she clenched her fists. Cold sweat drenched her face. Was this a sick coincidence? What was really going on? Her spoon clattered to the floor, startling her nanny. Why are you clutching your chest like that? Is it your heart? Should I fetch the doctor? The nanny's panicked questions blurred together, until Isa finally snapped. I'm seriously fine, her voice echoed through the room. The nanny finally calmed down, but Asa knew the real puppet master was still lurking out there. After 3 agonizing weeks of bed rest, she was finally cleared to step outside. Whether it was the bird's melody or the sweet floral scent riding the breeze, everything felt breathtaking. Who'd want to be trapped in a stuffy room for over 20 days anyway? Even though she only got 30 minutes of sun after lunch, compared to her confinement, it felt like a dream. Suddenly, a stunning butterfly caught Asa's eye, fluttering through the garden. Its delicate white wings were nearly translucent, shimmering like the finest silk gauze. Isa knelt down, whispering, "So beautiful." This moment of peace was a rare gift, thanks to the imperial doctor, who told her mother that 30 minutes of daily sunlight was vital for her recovery. As she silently thanked the medic, the sound of footsteps approached from behind. It was Isis. The moment they locked eyes, they both blurted out the same question, worried for each other. "Are you feeling better?" They shared a laugh under the tree's shade, venting about their miserable isolation. One missed his sword practice, while the other was tired of being force-fed. But Isis actually had a hidden motive for finding her. He dropped a bombshell. The captured Count wasn't the real culprit. The true mastermind was still free. Asa didn't even flinch. She had already pieced that puzzle together in her head. Isis blinked in surprise. "You don't seem shocked at all." Asa just looked at him calmly. "Brother, why wait until now to tell me?" Isis let out a heavy sigh as he explained. "You act so mature, but you're only 7. We wanted to shield you from any trauma." Even father agreed. "We wanted to protect your heart." Asa kept her gaze fixed on him. Since you're bringing it up now, are you going to tell me who's really pulling the strings? In her past life, the Denbel Empire framed and killed her, and now history was repeating itself. Isis hesitated. In his eyes, his little sister was still just a fragile 7-year-old child. To him, royal or not, she was just a little girl, and he was determined to protect her. He wanted to keep her safe from the world's cruelty. She was everyone's most precious treasure. But Asa shook her head firmly. I need the truth, brother. Her sapphire eyes were filled with iron resolve. I want to protect you too, you know. I'm not just a kid. Remember how I healed you? I have an extraordinary power. Knowing the truth won't break me. It'll only push me to become even stronger. Isa felt a surge of pride as she stood her ground in that moment. I can look after you too. Don't forget how my powers saved you back then. I'm capable of more than you think. The truth is fuel for me to grow. I'll keep getting stronger. Isa's heart swelled with confidence as she spoke those final words. Wielding the power of spirits made Isa feel like the luckiest girl alive. Isis double-checked her resolve, but Isa didn't flinch. She wasn't changing her mind. Slowly, Isis began to unveil the dark truth uncovered by their father's secret investigation. The masterminds? None other than the high royalty of the Denbel Empire. Color drained from Isa's face. She had suspected a conspiracy, but this was a nightmare. Dazed and trembling, she whispered in pure disbelief, "Is it really them? Are they behind this?" Isis nodded solemnly. "It's them, though the specific puppet master remains in the shadows." Currently, the Denbel Empire is fracturing from within, rotting under a massive scandal. Prince Lachias's reputation is completely ruined, splitting the nobility into several warring factions. The scandal? His own sister, Elisa, was executed for the attempted murder of a royal. That name hit Asa like a physical blow. She shuddered and collapsed right before her brother. She looked like a hollow shell, her entire body seized by uncontrollable, violent tremors. Terrified, Isis summoned the imperial doctor, but Asa gripped his sleeves with a death stare. "What does her execution have to do with the poisoning?" she demanded, her voice shaking. Suddenly overwhelmed, she screamed, "Just tell me, why do they want us dead?" Isis swallowed hard, looking away. "We don't have the full motive yet. Maybe Prince Lachias wanted to push their internal chaos outward by sparking a conflict with our nation. That count was a sleeper agent for Denbel. They ordered him to eliminate me. I never meant to drag you into this," Isis confessed, as Isa felt her stomach churn. Her brother's words merged with the ghosts of her past. Killing her once wasn't enough. Now they were hunting her new family. Pure, volcanic hatred began to boil in her soul. She gnashed her teeth, desperately trying to swallow the rage erupting in her chest. Isis tried to comfort her, but Asa's emotions were spinning wildly out of control. The trauma of Denbel was a scar that refused to heal. Its shadow never left her. The sheer terror of her first death was unspeakable. Everyone around her watched in pure dread. "I shouldn't have told you," Isis muttered, regretting everything. "Let's head back inside now." He tried to lead her away, but Asa turned to her maid, Reina, with icy focus. "Tell the nanny I am staying. I have unfinished business with my brother." She gripped Isis's arm, her eyes looking hollow and lost. "Brother, I have a story for you. Do you want to hear the truth?" Asa was finally ready to confess her reincarnation. But doubt gnawed at her. Would he believe such a crazy, impossible secret? Isis was completely baffled. "Asa, what could possibly have you so worked up?" She cut him off immediately. "I have remembered every single detail since the day I was born." Isis froze. "Not just that. I can't forget anything that happened in my past life. I was the 4th princess of Denbel. They framed me for poisoning my own sister, Mariana. They planted the toxin in my room and branded me a monster. I was innocent. I never got a chance to explain. They just judged me and sent me to the blade." Her voice turned hollow. "I am still trapped in that damp, pitch-black dungeon in my mind. I can still taste the rotten water they forced me to drink." Her voice began to fade. Would Isis believe this fairy tale, or would he choose the Empire's safety over her truth? Asa had laid her soul bare. She had finally confessed the secret of her second life. But this painful history sounded so absurd. Her own family had murdered her for nothing. Asa let out a jagged, heartbreaking scream. "I never thought about killing Mariana. I never hurt anyone." Burning tears fell without restraint as she looked at her brother with fierce, desperate determination. She clenched her fists, her voice echoing with raw pain. "I am innocent! Please, you have to believe me," Asa pleaded, her heart heavy with secrets. Finally, she revealed everything to her brother. Tension hung in the air. Would he trust her? "I believe you," came his firm, unwavering response. His words struck her like lightning. Those piercing emerald eyes locked onto hers. "You were Denbel's lost princess. And I know you never intended to harm your sister." Isa stood there, completely stunned by his faith. "But isn't reincarnation insane?" she whispered. "My brother is too kind. It feels impossible for him to kill." Isis's smile was a warm hearth in the cold. He pulled her tiny, trembling form into a fierce embrace. "I believe you," he whispered again. At those words, Asa's emotional walls finally crumbled. Tears flooded her face as she sobbed into his chest. Ever since her rebirth, she'd been a ghost. Trapped in the shadows of her past life, she felt frozen at age 14, a prisoner of time. But Isis's trust was the key. Suddenly, the frozen sands of her hourglass began to flow once more. With the truth finally out, the crushing weight of Isis's injustice finally found a voice. Proclaiming her innocence to the world, the 7-year nightmare buried in her soul was finally dragged into light. The girl standing there was no longer the tragic Asa of the past. She had evolved. She would raise the flag of vengeance against Invincible. Asa's knuckles turned white as she fueled her rage. Her heart burned with a new purpose. "Brother, I want revenge. I'll prove my innocence to the world. The girl from that past life is me." Her eyes flared with a lethal, newfound determination. Isis gently wiped her tear-stained cheeks with a silk handkerchief. He looked at her with pure devotion. "Your wish is my command. I'll help you wash away every stain of your injustice. I'll make the world remember you. I'll make Invincible crawl and beg for your forgiveness." They rested beneath the sprawling oak. Above, the azure sky peeked through a canopy of emerald leaves. Golden sunlight danced around them. Fighting the urge to drift off, Asa whispered softly to him, "This life feels like a beautiful dream. Even if it is, I don't want to wake up." Isis gently squeezed her hand. "This is no illusion, Asa. This is our reality. We are here. You're just so happy that you're terrified it'll vanish. It is not a dream. But if it were a dream, I'd be right there beside you, dreaming the same thing. Rest now, my dear sister." His voice was a soothing lullaby that chased away the darkness. Suddenly, we enter Asa's subconscious, an abyss of shadows where the young girl felt utterly lost. But Isis was there, reaching through the void. Grabbing her hand, they stepped toward the blinding light. They shared a smile, walking together toward a brighter future. Meanwhile, a shadow lurks in the distance. Prince Lachias of Invincible, the snake who orchestrated the poisoning of both Isis and Asa. Her former brother was now her greatest enemy. He was spiraling after his latest scheme failed. The attempt on the Emil Crown Prince's life weeks ago had just blown up in his face. To make matters worse, he'd lost his most valuable asset, the Count, serving as his top spy. For Lachias, this wasn't just a strategic hit. It was a humiliating and painful blow to his ego. If his ties to the plot were exposed, peace would vanish, replaced by the fires of war. He had hoped to drown the Emil Empire in chaos by removing Isis from the board. With the empire in shambles, he planned to seize power and slowly rewrite his own dark history. He wanted his past sins forgotten as he ascended to the throne of a conquered land. No obstacle would stand in his way. He thought annexing them would be an easy victory. Lachias clicked his tongue in frustration. The stakes were getting dangerously high for him. Word on the street was that Emil's emperor wasn't a man to be trifled with. If they found proof of his treachery soon, both empires would be locked in a death struggle. Invincible had the steel and the soldiers, but Emil was a sleeping giant now fully awakened. He didn't fear them, but the failed assassination of Isis had left him exposed and vulnerable. Now, the Emil Empire was blindly mobilizing, and the storm was finally closing in. Lachias steeled his heart, vowing to never let history repeat its cruel tragedies. He had to remain cold and calculated to navigate this nightmare. His boots clicked against the stone as he ventured deeper into the temple. The massive prayer hall of Selena loomed ahead, swallowed by an eerie silence. Usually buzzing with devotees, the vast space was now occupied by a lone figure. Draped in a white veil, her folded hands suggested a soul deep in prayer. But Lachias's gaze was cold. "Still seeking forgiveness through prayer, sister?" Mariana turned, her voice honey-sweet as her silver hair caught the light. Her golden eyes, the Empire's most sacred treasure, shimmered with a haunting charm. This was Mariana, Lachias's half-sister. But how did Asa manage to return? Which ancient deity did Asa serve in her previous life? In this world, every nation bows to a god. Emil worships Luminos, the god of light and spirit king. He represents ultimate victory and glory. Known as the god of life, his divine power can mend any wound. However, the faith of the Invincible Empire is built on a darker foundation. They worship Selena, the goddess of the moon and the goddess of vengeance. She is a deity of ice and logic, the most impartial of the heavens. To the people of Invincible, her judgment is the absolute final word. With sapphire hair and golden eyes, she watches for every act of injustice. The wronged flock to her temple, screaming for the goddess to bring balance. Yet, ironically, this empire of justice completely abandoned Asa in her darkest hour. A local proverb warns, "Wait at Selena's gates, and your enemy's corpse will appear." It means those who commit evil cannot escape her cold, moonlit retribution. Perhaps that is why Mariana haunts these sacred halls in total solitude. When Asa lost her sight, she begged Selena, Will I ever have my revenge? If not, let death take me now to wash away this shame. And in my next life, let me be an unloved insect instead of human. Is Mariana really here out of devotion, or is it just her saintess persona? Lachius wondered why she shunned the palace prayer hall for this distant temple. Mariana gazed at the statue, her voice dripping with a strange, dark longing. The goddess feels so much more present within these ancient walls. She flashed a perfect smile. Did you come all this way just for me? He nodded, but seeing her smile sent a jolt of agony through him. A sharp, stabbing pain fractured his mind as Elisa's image flickered before him. In his fractured memories, her voice was always so gentle and full of life. He remembered her raven hair dancing in the wind and those vivid green eyes. She was a light that everyone once adored, with all their hearts. Lachius winced, his head throbbing as the phantom pain intensified without warning. Confusion swirled. Why did the mere thought of her cause such physical torment? Mariana leaned in, her eyes wide with fake concern. Brother, are you unwell? That girl's voice still echoed in his soul. I'm fine, he forced out. I'm here to report on the situation regarding the Emil Empire's poison. He detailed the failed assassination of Isis, but Mariana's reaction was chillingly wrong. The saintess actually looked disappointed the poison failed. Was this a curse? Lachius's mind drifted back, trapped in the shadows of those forgotten years. News of Elisa's execution for attempting to poison Mariana spread across the empire like wildfire. Even though she was the reigning empress, she had to scrub any stains from her own reputation, so she personally marched Elisa to the gallows. But for Lachius, Elisa's own flesh and blood, suspicions of being her secret accomplice still loomed over him. Since the dawn of time, the path to becoming a supreme emperor requires a record that is absolutely flawless. Luckily, his other siblings backed his claim, but the greedy nobles weren't so easily convinced. They'd likely use this scandal to push a different royal candidate and snatch his crown. The power struggle between the aristocracy and the throne was brutal, making him a prime target. To silence the critics, he needed a legendary achievement, like crushing the Emil Empire once and for all. Elisa didn't just target Mariana. She dragged him into the mud too. How irritating. Staring at his palm, Lachius couldn't help but recall their childhood. They used to be so close back then. Suddenly, a sharp headache struck him. Wait, were they actually ever that close? His face twisted as if he were cursed. Whatever. Dwelling on the dead is just a waste of time. Shaking off the thought, he reached out to Mariana. If your prayers are finished, let's head back. Mariana slowly rose from the wooden bench in the silent chapel and grasped his hand. The moment they touched, a sudden, sharp chill shot through his fingers. Her touch was ice cold, matching her frozen expression. Strangely, he remembered Elisa's hand being so warm. As Lachius walked away, Mariana trailed behind him with a wicked, bone-chilling smirk. But he didn't see it. When he turned back, she was smiling brightly again, like a beautiful but deadly, poisonous butterfly. Do you know why Isis lost his mother? His mother had been frail since birth, and her health took a nosedive after he was born. Little Isis spent every day by her side, trying to cheer her up. When she finally passed, the weight of guilt crushed him, leaving him in a dark depression. Meanwhile, his grandfather, determined to secure the boy's future, began making his moves on the political chessboard. Amidst the fierce power struggles, Isis faced endless assassination attempts. The young prince couldn't fathom why his grandfather was so obsessed with that cold, lonely throne. Realistically, even as the legitimate firstborn, his life was on the line without his mother's protection. Though the emperor promised him the title of crown prince, in this palace, promises are cheap. Who knew if his grandfather's family would survive the purge? Or, what would happen to Isis once the new empress gave birth to a rival heir? This paranoia turned Isis into a lone wolf, fighting a silent war for his own survival. Lately, the tension had reached a breaking point. Ever since Alice became the new empress, his grandfather constantly warned him to watch his back whenever she was near. But to Isis, Alice seemed genuinely kind. Her voice was soft and her expressions gentle. He didn't want to get swallowed by the adult's dirty politics, so he kept his distance from her. Since losing his mother, he'd built a wall around his heart. The new empress, Alice, tried to bridge that gap many times, but every time their paths crossed, Isis would coldly brush her off. She deeply worried about the young prince's future, but she refused to give up. She sent heartfelt letters and tried to start conversations, yet Isis only gave shallow replies and tossed aside every gift she sent his way. But deep down, this coldness wasn't his true self. Isis yearned for someone to see the boy behind the title. If he found that soul, he'd give them everything. Time flew by like a dream, and a full year had passed since Alice's coronation. But inside the high walls of the palace, an unexpected storm was about to break. Empress Alice was sharing the joy of her pregnancy with the emperor. The entire palace was buzzing with excitement. As they debated whether the heir would be a prince or princess, Alice planned to prepare the new nursery. Little did they know, Isis was lurking in the shadows, catching every word of their private conversation. That hidden hill by the new palace was his sanctuary. Now, it felt like a paradise lost forever. Dejected, Isis turned back, vowing to visit one last time tomorrow. Faint footsteps echoed outside the door, alerting the Empress. The next dawn broke brilliantly, yet a heavy shadow loomed over Isis's lonely heart. Just as he bid his final farewell to the hill, Alice's voice shattered the silence right behind him. Heart racing, Isis froze. What brings you here? Since you've arrived unexpectedly, I'll take my leave. He marched away with long strides, but fate had a cruel twist in store. He snagged his foot and tumbled. He rolled down the slope. Alice gasped, her heart stopping as she watched him fall. Ignoring her own delicate condition, the Empress sprinted toward him, fueled by pure maternal instinct. Don't run! Isis tried to warn her, but the word danger tore from his throat first. Alice cupped his face with trembling hands, desperately searching for any sign of a serious injury. Seeing his bloodied knee, she spiraled into a panic. Oh no, what do I do? How could you be so reckless? Her eyes brimmed with tears as her voice wavered. But Isis remained ice cold. He brushed her hands away, masking his pain with chilling indifference. How can I not worry? You're bleeding so much, Alice sobbed, unable to finish her sentence. It's just a scratch, Isis snapped, cutting her off. Stop making such a scene over nothing. It's fine. Your concern is suffocating. Think about the baby. You shouldn't be running like a madwoman. Despite his harsh tone, his heart hammered. He nervously wondered, is she going to explode? I spewed those insults on purpose, knowing she'd be furious. Why didn't I do this sooner? I shouldn't have run. I should have broken her heart and left. He forced himself up. I'm leaving. Save your breath and mind your own business. Without looking back, Isis began to limp away, while Alice's desperate cries echoed, her voice pleading for him to just stop and listen. Isis squeezed his eyes shut. I've finally done it. I've wounded her with my own cruelty. No more letters, no more interfering, no more of that warm, annoying smile ever again. He ground his teeth, fighting back the tears that threatened to spill over. Then, suddenly, Alice called his name again. Isis was named successor as the Empress's belly grew larger each day. He expected her to ignore him after his venomous outburst, but she did the unthinkable. Alice scooped him up in a firm embrace, commanding him not to move a single muscle. She set him on a boulder, then without hesitation ripped a strip of silk from her royal gown to bandage his wound. Meanwhile, Isis was reeling, completely blindsided by her sudden warmth. Alice spoke up softly. Why do you neglect yourself? Seeing you bleed, it breaks my heart. Isis froze. Is she sad for me? Is it truly for me? Alice continued. Don't you realize how precious you are? I cherish you like a treasure. Why push me away? Is it because I didn't give birth to you? Guilt washed over Isis like a tidal wave. After that day, a heavy silence fell. Weeks passed without a word from Alice. Soon, the day of his royal investiture arrived. He knew the true motive behind this haste was to secure his throne before the Empress's own biological child could claim it. His grandfather would surely be ecstatic to see the family's power solidified. But who else would truly celebrate? Without her, this entire grand ceremony felt utterly meaningless and hollow. He was just a pawn on his grandfather's chessboard. The realization left a bitter taste in his mouth. He felt trapped with no exit in sight. Isis gazed out the window, longing for wings to escape his gilded cage. Suddenly, he clutched the handkerchief from Empress Alice, her gentle voice echoing in his mind. Stop hiding your suffering from now on, she had whispered. Value yourself. Speak your truth. Isis stared at the silken cloth. Time blurred. Within months, little Aisha would arrive at the Empress's palace. Baby items filled every corner. That afternoon, Empress Alice invited Isis for tea, but she quickly turned serious. I need a favor. Isis went rigid. His heart sank into his stomach. His grandfather's warnings were coming true after all. Now that he was nearly crown prince, she finally wanted something from him. However, the words that left Alice's lips next completely shattered his icy defenses. When my baby arrives, I hope you can be a wonderful big brother. Isis was stunned. I want you two to be close. This was the very first time someone saw him as a sibling, not just a royal tool. Seeing his stunned silence, Alice grew anxious. Is that too much to ask? After a heartbeat, Isis nodded. I'll try. From then on, Isis became a regular at the palace. He used to feel homeless. But reality was changing. The Empress's chambers were filled with warmth. Every day, Isis would lean close to the Empress's belly to hear his sister's tiny movements. The unborn baby would stretch, kick, and wiggle. Each stir filled Isis with pure joy. For once, the thought of being a brother felt like a true blessing. Soon, the Empire began a month-long festival for his coronation. But Isis hated the throne. He only wanted to survive the power struggles. Trapped by his grandfather's ambition, he finally let it all out. I can't do this anymore. I'm just so exhausted. Tears threatened to fall. He balled his fists until they turned white. Would his grandfather understand? He had to take the risk and speak. He wasn't born to be a pawn, and he didn't regret expressing his pain. Closing his eyes, Isis gathered the courage to reveal his heart, but his grandfather knelt down and whispered, "I've known for a long time, son." Isis was floored. Then why? The old man sighed heavily. "Your mother died so young. You're the only piece of her left." He gripped Isis's shoulders. "I wanted to protect you, but I grew selfish. Your eyes, they are exactly like Empress Thetis's. Looking at you, I reminded myself to defend my daughter's child at any cost." Memories of his mother's final moments flooded back into his mind. But Isis spoke up. "You were wrong about Alice. She's a good person." His grandfather bowed his head. "I misjudged her completely. She's at the palace, likely perfecting your ceremony right now. Go find her." Isis beamed with joy. "I'm going." Do you remember Aisha's first words? Right after the birthday celebration, Alice sent a special invite to Isis. It said, "If you have some free time, an outing is set for tomorrow." After reading the note, Isa immediately dispatched a messenger, confirming her prompt arrival at the palace. The spring sun beamed as Empress Alice entered the garden, cradling Isa. Suddenly, before Isa's very eyes, Emil's majestic garden unfolded. Servants had prepared a royal feast. Decadent chocolate cake, sweet fruits, and fragrant tea awaited. Though they met daily, this formal meal sparked pure joy. Embracing her new life, Asa flourished in the gentle breeze. Chilled and drowsy, she drifted off. Meanwhile, Isis played on, but Isa's tiny body was totally spent. Isis suddenly asked, "How are babies born?" Hearing this, Asa snapped awake. The garden air instantly froze. With curious green eyes, Isis admitted his research failed. No book explained it. He demanded the real truth. Isis babbled about his failed hunt for answers. Alice looked stunned, while Isa quickly faked a nap. Isa knew everything, but 9-year-old Isis was clueless. Alice stepped in. "Before you arrived, Asa, my belly was round. Babies grow like little seeds. After 10 months, they emerge." Asa wondered, will he buy this? It was a desperate motherly lie. Alice stayed poker-faced. Isis looked puzzled for a second, then nodded. "Like dandelion seeds." Then, 7 years vanished. Asa was 14 now. 7 years since her big secret. The nanny barged in, but Asa refused to leave bed. "Today is massive," the nanny urged. Half awake, Isa remembered her birthday. The nanny beamed with love, hugging her tightly. "Happy 14th! Time had truly flown." Isa was nearly as tall as an adult now. Her silver hair reached her waist. Adulthood felt so close. In the reception hall, her smiling parents waited expectantly. Asa greeted them, but the emperor sensed her exhaustion. Her room was literally overflowing with birthday gifts, keeping her busy. Tributes poured in from every nation. The emperor suggested trashing the ones she didn't like. Alice laughed. She used to worry about Asa's future. Seeing her daughter so valued finally brought her peace. Isa was crowned the empire's saintess at 7. Emil hadn't seen a saintess in many decades. Her sudden appearance drove the entire public wild. Asa was famous, but she found the gifts overwhelming. "This is too much," she sighed. Then the emperor spoke. "My turn," he said, revealing a mysterious map. Just a map? Asa thought, but she soon realized he'd gifted her an entire island made of diamonds. Asa's 14th birthday was finally here, and her father and brother had prepared something legendary. They gifted her Diamond Island, a literal treasure trove, while her mother offered a southern villa getaway. But here's the kicker. Diamond Island was the Ryodan Duchy's entire economic backbone. Handing it over to the Emil Empire should have been an absolute political impossibility. Yet, thanks to Isis's elite diplomatic maneuvering, the impossible became a reality. Suddenly, knock, knock. A light tapping echoed from outside the door, interrupting the celebration. It was Isis, running slightly behind schedule after his intense morning training session. At 22, Isis had officially entered adulthood and now formally addressed Asa's mom as mother. His glow-up was so insane that Asa could barely look him in the eye anymore. He was the perfect package, kind, god-tier visuals, and exceptionally talented in both arts and combat. Like a fairy tale prince come to life, he had ladies lining up for miles to meet him. He was the Empire's most eligible bachelor, yet he rejected every proposal, remaining suspiciously single. Thankfully, he had no fiancé otherwise. He'd never have time to spoil our girl, Asa. But Asa couldn't stop wondering, how did they actually convince Ryodan to surrender that precious island? Isis's gaze softened with deep affection. "The vote passed, Isa. I just hope you love it." Asa was still reeling. How did they get the country's high-ranking ministers to sign off? If a whole island is the gift for age 14, she thought, what comes next? Her mind raced with wild, high-stakes possibilities before she quickly shook the thoughts away. Empress Alice set down her teacup with a smirk. Don't forget about my gift, everyone. Aisa's curiosity piqued. What could the Empress possibly have in store for her precious daughter? Alice smiled warmly, revealing a private villa in the south and an all-expenses-paid trip. It was the perfect sanctuary, gorgeous scenery, and warm weather, ideal for a much-needed reset. Up until now, her family's overprotectiveness meant Aisa was practically a prisoner in the palace. She rarely saw the outside world, which was her biggest source of frustration and boredom. While Isis traveled freely as the imperial heir, Aisa remained trapped behind high golden walls. But Empress Alice, ever the mind reader, saw the longing hidden deep in Aisa's eyes. Night fell, and the birthday gala shifted into its most anticipated, high-stakes phase. Every noble held their breath, waiting for Aisa to unleash her saintess powers to heal. Tributes poured in from across the globe, but the pressure was starting to feel suffocating. The entire world, not just the Emil citizens, had their eyes glued to the young saintess. Aisa's heart hammered against her ribs. In this spotlight, even a tiny mistake was forbidden. She wasn't just representing her royal bloodline, she was the living symbol of Luminos. The imperial temple allowed her a secular life, but it came with a heavy price. Every single birthday, she was required to perform a massive public healing ritual for the citizens. Truthfully, Aisa never asked for this title, or the overwhelming fame that followed it. Yet, she carried the divine spirit of Lord Luminos within her, a power she couldn't ignore. As the Empire's princess, it was her burden and her duty to share this grace. Everyone gives me so much love, Aisa whispered. I have to give something back. If her people were suffering and she could end their pain, how could she refuse? Ever since the poisoning incident, rumors of her divine light had spread like wildfire. The news of her miraculous powers shocked the entire continent, causing an absolute media frenzy. Since the age of 8, she had been training relentlessly to master her spirit energy. As the years passed and her soul matured, her connection to the light deepened. Her spiritual reserves grew exponentially, turning her into a literal beacon of hope. Under her radiant aura, Aisa's healing abilities reached a level that was truly legendary. Aisa's name echoed across every kingdom, legendary for her divine ability to heal using spirit arts. It was the queen's gentle reassurance that finally allowed Aisa to find peace within her soul. Suddenly, the heavy click of a door shattered the silence. Aisa spun around, finding a boy watching her. His fiery crimson hair blazed under the light. Bwin had arrived, Isis's most loyal and childhood friend. Now the vice-captain of the Imperial Guard, he stood tall. That day, to save Isis's life, Aisa had borrowed the Scarlet Magic Stone, which originally belonged inside her own velvet jewelry box. She intended to return it, but he just smiled, wishing the gem would bring her eternal luck. Aisa had no choice but to accept. Now she held 2 magical stones, one from young Bwin, and another gifted by her past life friend, Arson. After a brief greeting, Bwin delivered the news. The ceremony is beginning. Everyone is looking for you. Aisa replied with a bright, cheerful smile. Then let's go. As she walked away, Bwin watched her back, sensing the princess had something heavy on her mind. If you ever need help, please tell me at any time. We are always by your side and will surely protect you. Aisa turned and replied, I won't forget that, Sir Bwin. Thank you. Finally, the sacred ceremony commenced. Aisa took a deep breath and summoned the mid-level spirit, Limie. With a clear, commanding voice, a golden radiance flooded the air as a girl with shimmering blonde hair slowly materialized. The nobles were left speechless by the magic. Is that a spirit? Unlike when she was 7, Aisa could now manifest mid-rank spirits with ease. This was likely due to her constant daily training. Through tireless attempts every single day, Aisa's internal mana reserves surged constantly, and as she matured, her spiritual vessel naturally expanded its limits. Because of this, Aisa's healing touch grew stronger every year. She turned to Limie and asked, Can you mend his illness? Limie approached the patient as golden light bathed the room once more. Simultaneously, Aisa could feel the massive magical energy flowing through her entire body. It was incredibly abundant. Consequently, Aisa no longer needed to sacrifice her own G-life force as the steep price for healing. As the bandages unraveled, the patient's eyes were fully restored. At that moment, the entire banquet hall exploded into a deafening roar of applause and cheers. Long live the Saintess! After the healing was complete, Limie returned to Aisa's side. Thank you, Limie. Aisa gently patted her hand. The patient, healed by her touch, was in utter shock. I thought I'd live in darkness forever. Thank you. The princess's kindness moved the crowd, filling the hall with screams of long live. The Saintess! Aisa watched them happily. Since the incident of her poisoning, the Edinbell Empire hadn't made a single suspicious move in 7 long years. But Isis wasn't sitting idle while helping Aisa plan her revenge. He practiced swordsmanship even harder. Aisa had also immersed herself in the forbidden study of spirit arts to sharpen her skills. They both strove to never be caught defenseless again. Due to the strain of her powers, Asa's body was racked with pain yesterday, but a few days of rest would heal her. She lay in bed, lost in thought, but boredom took over, so she called for her nurse. Asa flashed a mischievous grin. Yes, the place she planned to visit was hidden in her birthday gifts. One map was of Diamond Island, the other was a map of the southern villa. But which destination should she choose first? Rumor had it that Diamond Island was ceded by the Riadan Duchy to form an alliance. The Riadan Duchy had gained independence from the Emil Empire a century ago, but their national power was weak. Their roots were still tied to Emil, so they sought development. Meanwhile, Emil's arch-nemesis, the Edembel Empire, was stationed right on the northern border. The Riadan Duchy was desperate for an alliance. Meanwhile, Asa grew restless with every new imperial update. Fortunately, Empress Alice gifted her a private villa, offering a much-needed escape from the heavy palace tension. This southern sanctuary boasted balmy weather and breathtaking landscapes that looked straight out of a painting. Every summer, high society flocked here, turning the region into a vibrant hub for noble networking. This was Aisa's destination and her very first journey. She had never stepped foot outside before. Even in her past life, travel was a luxury she never tasted. After bittersweet goodbyes, she departed. Leaving the capital behind, Aisa headed south. This trip marked her first encounter with a teleportation gate. The emperor prioritized transportation after a poisoning scandal, where the high priest's delay nearly cost lives. Realizing how vital speed was, His Majesty poured massive funding into perfecting these magical transit circles. Because of his obsession with efficiency, Aisa finally got to experience this cutting-edge technology herself. She was among the lucky few to step through the Empire's newly inaugurated teleportation portal. The jump south took minutes, though the villa was still a 3-hour carriage ride from the exit. The bumpy, unpaved road only heightened the rustic charm. Before long, Aisa's eyelids grew heavy. She drifted into a peaceful slumber under the golden sun until the carriage came to a gentle halt. "Your Highness, we've arrived." The driver's voice pulled Aisa from her dreams as she rubbed her eyes. A picturesque estate materialized before her, looking like a scene stolen from a fairy tale book. At its heart stood a jade-colored villa, shimmering under the summer breeze and soft, radiant sunlight. The entire structure was crafted from pure marble. Even for a princess, the sight was absolutely staggering. "It's stunning," she gasped. The sheer beauty of the place left her completely breathless and awestruck. This wasn't the cold luxury of the palace. It felt warm, vibrant, and entirely unique. She knew instantly that she'd fall head over heels for this hidden southern gem. What's it like for a princess to live in paradise? Fragrant white roses filled the lush gardens. Inside, attentive staff and gourmet feasts awaited. Plus, a powerful magic barrier shielded the entire estate. Mages held elite status in the Empire, making such high-level protection an incredibly expensive investment. Maintaining a magical web of this scale required a fortune, reflecting the villa's true prestige. Suddenly, a maid approached Aisa with unexpected news. A formal invitation had already arrived. Aisa blinked in disbelief. She hadn't even unpacked her bags yet. "Already? I just got here. How could the local nobles move so fast?" The maid presented a daunting stack of envelopes. The sheer volume of social pressure was terrifying. "This one is from the Blair family," the maid noted, highlighting a very prominent name. They were Southern Titans, and the Marquis had a daughter exactly Aisa's age. Her name was Rose Blair, a 13-year-old socialite who was already the talk of the town. Despite her family's massive clout, Rose hadn't officially debuted yet, making her a mysterious figure. To Aisa, vacation friends felt like a dream. "I've decided I'm visiting the Blairs." That evening, Aisa and Reina relaxed on the balcony, soaking in the tranquil night air. Trapped in the palace before, Aisa never had the chance to forge real, lasting bonds. Though the Empress pushed her into social circles, the old Aisa only cared about family time. Reflecting on her past, her thoughts drifted back to Arsen, the only true friend she'd ever known. Gazing at the moon, she hoped to connect with Rose. Life without friends was simply too lonely. "Reina, you're my friend, right?" Aisa asked, her eyes searching for a genuine connection. Reina fluttered closer. "Of course! In the spirit realm, I was invisible until your voice finally reached me. I spent eons waiting for someone who truly needed me. I was so incredibly happy. Finding you made me whole," she whispered. Meanwhile, a legendary figure began to stir. The long-lost Spirit King gradually flickered into view for the audience, though hidden from the girls. His ethereal presence loomed, existing just beyond the veil of reality. Aisa drifted into a deep sleep. Inside the dream, she saw herself lying solitary atop a towering cliffside. Massive blossoms erupted around her, their petals dancing in the wind. Where was she? Dazed, Aisa sat up and scanned the horizon. Suddenly, she spotted a golden-haired youth standing at the world's edge. Her heart raced. Who was he? Before she could move, a golden bird spiraled down into the stranger's palm. They shared a tender moment, foreheads touching. It was pure, unspoken devotion. Asa remained frozen, captivated by him. Then, without warning, the golden-haired boy turned, locking his gaze directly onto hers. The shock snapped Aisa awake. Her chest heaved as her pulse hammered uncontrollably. She took shaky breaths until the panic finally subsided. Yet, the vision left her reeling. Soon, the scene shifted to her traveling carriage. To brave the sweltering southern heat, Asa chose a breezy blue-striped dress. Her maid detailed the day's journey, first through the Andre Plain, and then toward the canyon, a place of jagged peaks and breathtaking vistas. Known across the continent for its lethal terrain, travelers rarely dared visit. The word cliff triggered a vivid flash of her dream. As time passed, the party finally arrived at the formidable Casca Canyon, a massive branch of the continent's highest peaks. Aisa stared in awe. Her gasp of wonder quickly turned into a look of pure terror, because those very flowers from the cliffside were identical to the ones in her dream. This place was an exact replica. Her maid whispered a legend. Few ever return from these heights, because mysterious, ancient species claim this territory as their own. Aisa stood frozen as strange visions clouded her mind. The golden-haired boy haunted her thoughts. "Humans are banned here," the maid warned. "It's a sign of respect, Your Highness. We should head back now." But Asa was deep in thought. Then, in an instant, Asa clutched her fists. "I must find that boy from my dreams." The cliff was deadly, so the maid instantly killed the idea. Asa had no choice but to order Reina to investigate. Returning as the glorious princess, she stepped from her carriage. Suddenly, she was called a fake. An imposter had arrived first. The fraud was flaunting magic. "Is Mariana behind this?" Asa wondered. A girl suddenly blocked her path. "Are you the real Princess Aisa?" "I am the princess," Aisa stated firmly. The girl's eyes widened. Without a doubt, Lady Rose bowed low in deep respect. "Greetings, Your Highness. I'm Rose Blair, and this is Chloe." Asa greeted them, but quickly asked about the spirit summoner. "Is someone really posing as me in the Blair ballroom?" Rose stammered, unable to speak. Chloe stepped up to explain. "Yes, Princess. The girl claiming your title is inside right now." Before Chloe could finish, Rose cut her off mid-sentence. "But it's fine now because the real princess has arrived." Asa's eyes narrowed. The real one? Rose trembled in fear. Sensing a mess, Asa decided to investigate the scene herself. She entered the hall, stunned by the Blair family's luxury. But she couldn't stop wondering, what did real princess mean? She suspected Mariana was using spirit magic to steal her life. Being the only other summoner, Mariana was the prime suspect. The fake had already proven her power, fooling the entire crowd. If Asa caused a scene, she'd just ruin the Blair's party. She didn't want to be the villain of the night. "Hide my identity for now," she whispered. "Call me Aim." The noble girls were terrified. "We wouldn't dare," they cried. But Asa insisted, and they finally gave in to her. Since no one knew her face, she could catch Mariana. The girls followed Asa inside, their hearts pounding with nerves. The doors opened, but the girl on stage wasn't Mariana. After Asa's initial shock, Rose finally revealed the truth. "That's Ashley Rowland. Since your debut, everyone is obsessed with spirits." Noble ladies were now hosting spirit meetings to find power. They were all desperate to see if they were special. A wizard called Ashley a prodigy. Suddenly, she succeeded today. Asa was stunned by the explanation. This was a mess. Her Saint Maiden fame had started a massive social trend. Nobles were actually hiring wizards to chase this new hype. At least it wasn't Mariana. But something felt very wrong. If she really summoned a spirit, how did she do it? Would she really risk a death sentence just to play pretend princess? According to Rose's intel, this girl's mana affinity had skyrocketed in record time, and she'd summoned naiads, a low-tier water spirit. Pulling that off was theoretically impossible, fueling Isa's suspicions. Sensing a hidden agenda, she questioned the two ladies about Ashley's recent strange vibes. They both swore up and down that Ashley hadn't been acting sus at all. "We're besties. We would have definitely caught any weird behavior," they claimed confidently. Hearing they were close, Isa recalled how Rose was stuttering and acting hesitant earlier. She was clearly terrified her friend would face execution for impersonating the imperial family. That bizarre mana felt totally wrong. Desperate for answers, Isa secretly summoned Lur. "Lur, check out that miracle summoner. She actually pulled out naiads. Something's off here." Lur immediately scanned the girl, analyzing her every move. Bingo. Suspicions confirmed. She was hiding a dangerous magic bracelet. These artifacts act like a battery, temporarily banking and amplifying massive amounts of mana. However, they feast on negative emotions and demand the user's life as payment. One slip-up is lethal, and losing control is a total death sentence. "It's a forbidden relic! How did she get it?" Isa's eyes scanned the crowd. Searching for a culprit, Isa suddenly spotted a mysterious blonde youth. "Wait, Why does he look exactly like the boy from my dreams? Then, he vanished. Ashley made her move. Spirits need rest too. I'm heading out to recharge. Isa tailed her, noticing the bracelet pulse with waves of sinister dark energy. This was pure chaos waiting to happen, but as Isa moved, Rose blocked her path. Leaving already? Are you feeling sick? Rose asked, stopping her cold. Isa kept the bracelet secret. Suddenly, Rose's parents approached with a question. Why is everyone calling that Roland girl Her Highness? They wondered. Rose panicked. Isa offered a polite greeting before Chloe dropped a bombshell. Actually, this is the Princess of Emile. The parents immediately bowed in shock. Isa urgently requested a break room location. Meanwhile, Ashley was hitting a wall. She finally realized the truth. That must be the real Princess Isa. Without that divine spirit aura, she never would have clocked Isa's true identity. It felt like her naiad summon, but the power was on a whole other level. Ashley spiraled. If the princess punished her, her mother would suffer the consequences. The water spirit sensed her fear. Master, remove the bracelet now. You're in danger. Ashley forced a smile. I'm fine. If I take it off, you'll disappear. My mana is weak. Let's just stay together for a little longer. To earn her mother's love, she'd gambled her life on this royal lie. She craved the spotlight. This was her grand debut using summoning magic publicly. She'd pushed herself to the limit, performing over and over for the crowd. But the true princess's arrival terrified her, forcing her into a desperate retreat. She didn't know Isa was actually worried that the forbidden artifact would kill her. The ballroom was massive. Even with the princess's knights searching, she was gone. Chloe suddenly remembered a hidden spot at the perfect moment. She told Isa about a secluded area where Ashley likely escaped. The bracelet's imminent mana meltdown had Isa on high alert. Just as the trio hurried out, the tension in the hall reached its breaking point. Isa feared a catastrophic explosion of dark energy as they rushed to intervene. Out of nowhere, a blonde youth blocked her path, searching for that white-haired girl, aren't you? Isa gasped, her eyes wide with shock. You've seen her? He just gave a cold, indifferent smirk. She exhausted her soul to summon that spirit. She's likely broken now. Asa felt a chill of suspicion. If this stranger knew the magic bracelet was about to go berserk and lose control, why did he just stand there watching? Isa couldn't stop herself from interrogating the mysterious blonde. Did you give that cursed thing to Ashley? He sneered. Think I'd carry something as dangerous as that? Isa hadn't even mentioned a bracelet yet. Who exactly are you? How do you know about it? Since the ballroom, he felt off. While everyone gawked at the spirits, he remained totally unimpressed. It was like he'd seen them a million times. Actually, I'm very well acquainted with spirits, he stated. His confession hit Asa like a lightning bolt. This guy was definitely not some ordinary noble. Just like the figure haunting her dreams, this man oozed an aura of dark, ancient mystery. She demanded an answer. If you know spirits so well, why didn't you stop Ashley's rampage? Why should I care enough to intervene? Using that bracelet was her own foolish choice, he replied. Asa started to snap back, but a massive surge of dark energy erupted from outside, silencing her. She knew Ashley could only summon low-rank spirits, meaning her mana was bottoming out and her body was failing. Her physical condition had to be critical by now. So, what was this terrifying power looming outside? Had the magic bracelet finally reached its breaking point? Suddenly, a shadow commanded Ashley to kill the princess. Kill Asa and become the true princess. But Ashley broke down, admitting everything was just a horrible misunderstanding. She wept, realizing she should have just told the truth from the start. Regret washed over her in waves. For a moment, she'd lost her mind to the crowd's cheers. Now, Ashley could only sob in pure agony. She wasn't a legendary summoner or a royal. She was a fraud, but the mysterious figure's face darkened. He glared at her with a demonic expression. Then why don't you just make it the reality? Ashley froze in horror. He wanted her to impersonate a divine summoner forever? No way. She shook her head. It was over. Even if she tried to lie, nothing would truly change. A fake will always be a fake. Those words triggered a violent rage within the mysterious man. Shut up, he barked, leaving her hollow. I thought you had potential, but you're just a pathetic disappointment. My expectations were clearly wasted on you. He pointed directly at the magic bracelet on her trembling wrist. Since you've made your choice, return my artifact immediately. Ashley hesitated, clutching the bracelet to her chest. She didn't want the water spirit to leave her alone. The mysterious man let out a mocking laugh. Incredible! You actually developed a bond with that spirit in such a short time? How pathetic! In a heartbeat, his killing intent spiked. He was going to end Ashley with his own hands. Greed without the power to back it up has a price. A violet-black surge of energy blasted forward. Ashley closed her eyes and gave up, waiting for the cold embrace of death to take her. But at the final microsecond, Asa arrived. She leaped into the fray just in time. She unleashed her spirit power to shatter the attack. I'm so glad I found you, Ashley. Ashley was completely overwhelmed. Even though she'd committed an unforgivable crime by stealing Ace's identity, the princess didn't hesitate to save her. Meanwhile, her own mother had treated her like garbage. She remembered the day she excitedly told her mother about summoning a low-level water spirit. Ashley expected a hug or praise, but instead, she was met with a brutal, stinging slap. "Everyone thinks you're Her Highness, you brat," her mother hissed, her eyes burning with greed. "You bring zero honor to the Roland name, only disaster." The tiny water spirit trembled behind Ashley. Ashley had begged for forgiveness, her heart breaking. But her mother's heart was made of stone. "Since you can summon spirits, use that to manipulate Asa and climb the social ladder." Back in reality, Asa didn't hesitate. She summoned the powerful mid-tier spirit, Lene, for protection. Lene's divine light flared, shielding Ashley from the mysterious man's devastating and dark magical assault. Realizing Asa was a fellow spirit summoner, the masked assailant knew she was a dangerous target. Pivoting instantly, the villains shifted their lethal focus toward the defenseless noble girls nearby. Asa screamed a desperate warning, but the shadows were already closing in on them. The attacker brandished their magic staff again, totally unaware of the blonde boy's hidden power. Plot twist. He was a summoner too. Seeing the tides turn, the mystery figure vanished. Rose rushed over to Ashley, her voice a mix of frantic worry and sharp frustration. "Why would you touch that cursed bracelet? You could have been seriously hurt, or worse." "All for a low-level spirit?" Ashley cut her off, her eyes brimming with raw resentment. "Don't you dare judge me. None of you have any idea what I'm going through. You get love handed to you on a silver platter. But me?" Ashley sobbed uncontrollably. "Do you know the blood and sweat I've shed for my family's approval?" Asa felt a pang of guilt. She saw a mirror of her past self in Ashley, a girl starving for a mother's affection. Back then, even a tiny mistake meant a cold shoulder or a violent outburst. Asa tried to remove the cursed jewelry to heal her, but Ashley pushed her away. "You're born with elite powers. You'll never understand the struggle of the weak. I'd do anything, literally anything, just to have a spirit of my own." Choking on her words, Ashley turned and bolted into the dark, tangled forest. Aisa prepared to give chase, but the blonde youth stepped in to block her path. Rumor said the Spirit King allowed Asa's reincarnation, yet he still doubted her true nature. He wondered if granting her a second life was a mistake or a stroke of genius. To test her, the Spirit King barred her way, his gaze piercing and judgmental. "Why stick your nose in her business? She chose this, and then she insulted you. Is she really worth the effort? What do you actually get out of saving her?" Staring him down, Asa countered his cold logic with a question that hit different. "Does kindness actually need a motive?" Her response was instant and unwavering. "Someone is suffering, and I have the power to help. Isn't that reason enough?" The Spirit King stood stunned, his skepticism melting into a look of genuine admiration. Asa smirked. "You just used your magic to shield Rose and Chloe, didn't you? By your own logic, they're strangers. So why did you bother stepping in at all?" The boy was silenced. "It's because you could help them, right? No cap. I'm the same way. This is my choice. There's no secret grand plan here. I'm not trying to be a saint." With that, Asa turned toward the deep woods. Ashley was long gone. The forest was massive. Searching on foot felt like a lost cause. As she hesitated, wondering where to turn, the mysterious blonde boy spoke up again. Asa was ready to snap, but then, a blinding light erupted right before her eyes. A legendary golden eagle soared overhead, a massive spirit summoned by the boy's will. "Take her," he offered. "Use her to find your girl." Asa nodded her thanks. She mounted the majestic bird and took to the skies, scanning the trees for Ashley. High above, Asa thought back to her words. Helping others didn't need a reason. But the truth was, saving Ashley felt personal, like she was saving her old self. As the Princess of Edinbell, she was totally alone. No one heard her silent screams. She used to crave someone's ear, but her new family finally healed those deep scars. She knew Ashley's heartbreak. Even if she couldn't change everything, she had to try. She wanted to be the family. Ashley lacked the one person who finally listens to her story. At the end of the day, she just wanted to help her find peace. "I truly desire to reach out." Meanwhile, Ashley bolted from the ballroom in a total frenzy. Paralyzed by the weight of her crimes, she'd not only stolen a title, but had screamed at the rightful heir. Brutal retribution was coming. Would her mother cast her aside forever? She was just a troublesome failure in her mother's eyes. Ashley collapsed to her knees, wailing toward the heavens. "Am I truly unworthy of being loved?" Her public breakdown drew every eye. "Is that Her Highness? Why is she so bruised? Fetch the servants immediately." Another aristocrat scoffed. "Her Highness? Ridiculous. That's clearly the daughter of the Roland family." Ashley trembled as the whispers stung like needles. This was her final chance to speak, yet she froze. Terror gripped her soul, sealing her lips shut. "I'm terrified. Please, someone save me." Defenseless, Ashley squeezed her eyes shut. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, making her look up. Princess Aisa stood there like a beacon of hope at dawn. You're safe now. I'm here to help. Asa appeared as a celestial guardian to the broken Ashley. Guided by the Spirit King's divine grace, Asa had tracked Ashley down in record time. Nobles wondered if Isa's companion was a spirit, but when that golden eagle vanished into thin air, the truth hit them. This girl was the Empire's one true princess. Asa didn't deny their whispers, and the humbled nobles bowed deeply, feeling honored to be present. Since the real royalty arrived, what about the girl? Everyone's cold stares shifted back to Ashley. Just as Ashley braced for the mob's judgment, Asa's brilliant mind worked a miracle. Wearing a gentle smile, she helped Ashley up and spoke with perfect poise. The magic I bestowed upon you felt unstable, so I came to check. You overwork yourself, Lady Ashley. Practicing magic alone in the woods even today? You must learn to rest. The crowd gasped as Asa's fabricated story spread. The murmurs began once more. Wait, magic granted by the princess? Aisa nodded smoothly. Spirit circles are quite trendy among ladies, and I happen to find this young lady has raw, exceptional talent. It would be a waste. To strengthen the Empire's summoners, I personally shared my magical essence with Ashley. As she summoned an intermediate spirit to prove her point, Aisa teased, "My lateness caused this mess, didn't it?" Ashley was stunned. The princess wasn't condemning her, she was actively shielding her from ruin. Aisa even used healing magic on her. Realizing her grave mistakes, Ashley offered a tearful, sincere apology. Asa responded with pure compassion. "I know it hurts to say goodbye to your spirit, doesn't it? It wasn't just for status, she was your most precious friend and companion. Next time, you'll summon her using your own hidden strength. Now, call her. Summon the spirit that truly belongs to you." With Asa's encouragement, Ashley vowed to her water spirit. "I'll train until we meet again. I'll be stronger and wiser next time. Nighties, can you wait just a little longer for me?" "Of course, I'm always with you." Ashley bid a heartbreaking farewell. Though their time was short, "Thank you for everything." Ashley slowly slid off the enchanted bracelet, and the water spirit faded into mist before her eyes. Right at that very second, Rose and Chloe rushed over. Luckily, Ashley wasn't alone in this world. The drama of the fake princess finally concluded. Later, Asa sighed to Lure. "So much chaos today. Why do villains always prey on the desperate? I wish this world only knew light." Suddenly, the discarded bracelet began to glow. It pulsed with a sinister, dark energy. Shouldn't that have vanished by now? It remained, even after Ashley let go. A mysterious voice echoed from the shadows. "That's because her negative aura has manifested into a physical curse." Aisa flinched as a golden-haired youth appeared out of nowhere. She scrambled back, heart racing. This man didn't seem even slightly surprised by the spirits. He seemed totally in his element. Plus, summoning a high-tier spirit like the Golden Eagle was a massive flex. Most importantly, that blinding aura of light was undeniable. She was absolutely certain now. This was the legendary Spirit King of Light, Luminos. She never expected. The Great Spirit King would stop hiding his presence and reveal himself right before her eyes. Aisa and Lure were completely shook, immediately dropping into a deep, respectful bow. Lure didn't hesitate, flying straight to the king's face for a desperate hug. "Spirit King, I missed you so much." Asa watched him, her heart racing. He looked way younger than she imagined, and that aura, it was pure, overwhelming power. How did she not clock his identity sooner? Anxiety began to swirl in her mind. Aisa was low-key terrified the Spirit King was going to punish her. She quickly apologized for her casual behavior. "I was just so worried about Ashley. I never meant any disrespect." The Spirit King simply gave a nonchalant shrug. "I hid my energy on purpose. Besides, I'm hard to recognize in this form." Suddenly, he looked at Asa with concern. "By the way, are you feeling all right?" Asa blinked, confused. Why would a literal deity care about her health? The king took a step closer, reaching out to touch her cheek. "You drained your energy healing, Ashley. Your aura is flickering." Seeing the handsome king so close made her jumpy. She nervously backed away. "I'm fine, thank you. But what did you mean about that bracelet's negative aura?" His expression darkened instantly. "Those magical bracelets don't just boost your combat stats. They actually exist to harvest the user's darkest and most toxic emotions. Spirits are just a cover for their twisted agenda." Asa listened, her jaw dropping. "That's messed up. How could they exploit spirits like that?" She clutched her fists in rage. The Spirit King watched her intently. "Have you always been this obsessed with spirits?" Asa tilted her head. "When you saved that girl, you seemed more worried about her spirit." Asa didn't hesitate. "I've been with spirits since birth, through every high and low. They're always by my side. I couldn't stand seeing Ashley's darkness hurting a spirit. To me, spirits are my most precious friends." The Spirit King looked visibly stunned. Usually, it's just a master and servant contract, but she saw them as equals. Aisa was curious about why the king had descended to the human realm. Did he come all this way specifically for Ashley's sake? The king didn't deny it, partly. I found out someone was using spirits for evil, but honestly, I also came here to see you. Asa's eyes went wide. You're special. You actually stand up for spirits. Most people couldn't care less. You're interesting. Glad I came. The king dropped his act, looking truly noble. He boldly handed Asa a flower. It was the first time she'd received one from a guy. I've made mistakes too. I still need to learn about you. She accepted it, blushing. Thank you. Wait, isn't this that rare flower from the high cliffs? It all felt like a fever dream. Meeting the handsome spirit king by pure luck. She felt like she'd used up all her summoner luck just for this one encounter. Are you leaving already? Will we meet again? She asked sadly. The king nodded. Fate might bring us together. Isa waved goodbye, feeling a bittersweet peace. 3 days had already vanished. Tomorrow, she had to head back to the palace. She'd hoped to make friends, but the drama never stopped. She sighed in frustration. Suddenly, her maid announced that Rose, Chloe, and Ashley were all asking to see her. I leave tomorrow, maybe next time, but Lur quickly stopped her. Amma refused to let Isa leave, insisting she visit her friends first. Applications in. We'll meet once the date's set. Asa smiled awkwardly. But tomorrow, I return to the palace. The trio exchanged worried glances. Want to join our trip downtown? Asa accepted, without a second thought. As the Empire's sole magic prodigy, her spirit lore was unmatched. Since her squad craved summoning secrets, Asa naturally became their mentor. They led Asa to their childhood hideout, a weathered, unassuming exterior. Inside, memories filled every corner. Asa felt honored by the secret invite. Overwhelmed with joy, Asa didn't forget her own spirit companion. She asked Rose to summon Lur. Anticipation filled the dusty room. Lur bowed elegantly. Thanks for the invite. The girl's eyes sparkled. Suddenly, Ashley felt a crushing wave of guilt hit her. She apologized again for the ball drama. I'm truly, deeply sorry. Ashley gripped her hand, confessing she only wanted her mother's approval. I was disrespectful, yet you saved me from that suffocating darkness. Asa thought, she's just 13. Everyone makes mistakes while growing up. Asa comforted her. It's okay. Seeking validation while lonely is brutal. Anyone would feel broken when their efforts go totally unnoticed. I get it. Besides, you weren't the only one at fault. That cursed bracelet fueled your malice. Just keep your promise to Naiades. Stand tall. Your will is your own. Your spirit stays by you. Ashley gasped. Naiades is actually here? Her heart skipped a beat. Lur confirmed it. Ashley wept tears of joy during their perfect day. Thanks for everything. Next time, come visit me at the palace. Count on it. Rose beamed. We're definitely coming over soon. We're friends, after all. Asa froze. That word felt so foreign. Then, she burst out laughing. Yeah, we really are friends. Their crests marked the base. Even the Spirit King wanted Asa's friendship. Friendship is the first step to love. Asa expected only 3 friends. But leaving, she found the Spirit King chilling inside her carriage. Asa's jaw dropped. The clueless maid blinked, seeing absolutely nothing unusual. It turned out only Asa could perceive the great Spirit King. What gives? Asa hissed. Why are you crashing my ride? He smirked coolly. Didn't I say? You're way too interesting, princess. Having 0 family or allies, he watched her bond with spirits. Seeing her treat spirits as equals made him crave that same connection. Aisa broke into a cold sweat. Wait, you're coming to the palace? You're going there. I'm just tagging along. We're besties now, right? Asa panicked. This literal god clearly didn't understand human boundaries. I can't tell them he's the legendary Lord Luminos in disguise. If I bring a stranger home, my brother will literally lose his mind. My father would call for his head. Asa tried talking him out. Actually, friends don't need to be glued together 24/7. Everyone needs their own private life. The Spirit King looked baffled. Private life? He sighed. Humans really do make things so complicated. Aisa was on the verge of tears. Even the Spirit King was at a complete loss. I want to stay by your side. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. How about visiting me occasionally? I am a princess, after all. She needed a solid cover story. The Spirit King nodded. No other choice then. Jealousy flared between Isis and the Spirit King. The situation was spiraling fast. After exiting the capital's portal, Asa found her brother waiting for her arrival. Asa was overjoyed. Her busy brother actually made time just to see her. He came all this way for me? I need to go see him now. Beside her, the Spirit King looked baffled. Is he really that important to you? Stunned, Asa quickly replied, Of course. My brother is irreplaceable to me. Without another word, Asa leaped from the carriage and raced toward her brother. Isis embraced her, noting how much she had blossomed during her time down south. The South is amazing. You should visit. After a brief chat, they prepared to leave. Isis suggested riding together back to the palace, which sent Asa into a panic. Lord Luminos was still inside. What if my brother sees him? She worried. He led her to the carriage, but the inevitable disaster happened. Isis froze mid-step. Asa immediately caught the icy shift in her brother's sharp gaze. Tension filled the air. Isa, who exactly is this gentleman? Isis demanded. Can he see the Spirit King too? But how? The maids couldn't before. Faking ignorance, she stammered. Gentleman? Brother, what are you even talking about? Ignoring her, Isis glared at Luminos. Forget it. Let the man answer for himself. Their deadly glares intensified. Suddenly, Asa stepped in to block her brother's view. I'll explain. This is Mr. Lu. Isis squinted, sensing his sister's suspicious stutter. His name is Mr. Luen. We met on the road and shared a ride. He's a good person, don't worry. Isa desperately scrambled to weave a lie. Please don't let him find out. She couldn't reveal Luminos's true, divine identity. Luminos just wanted to befriend humans, but Isis's face grew dangerously dark. Did you fall for him at first sight? He asked, with heavy gravity. Was it a fated meeting? A secret engagement? And now, coming to the palace to demand marriage? Isis's eyes began to well with tears. Isa was flabbergasted. Brother, what are you saying? But Isis wasn't listening. Will you elope if I refuse? No, you're way too young for marriage. Luminos watched the drama and smiled. I am Luminos. Both siblings froze. Isis turned dead serious. You claim to be Luminos? Is this a joke? Luminos chuckled softly. Think of me as a devoted follower of Luminos, then. So, a priest of light? Luminos calmly replied. You could say that. You don't look like any ordinary priest, Asa thought, because he owns the temple. Isis questioned their connection, so Asa cooked up another desperate excuse. He needed a lift to the temple, so I offered him a seat. He's my guest. I must treat him with honor. Still, Isis looked miserable. He turned to Luminos. Do you plan on sitting there all day? Luminos didn't back down. What if I do? I'll get you a separate carriage. Unnecessary. I'd rather chat with the Saintess. The sparks between them flew. Isa was trapped between a priest ignoring royalty and a prince ignoring a god. Her brother was treating the god of light with zero respect. Total chaos. Isa was nearly in tears. Luen, will we safely reach the temple? Luen, however, looked ecstatic. This feels like a stroll. After Asa left the Spirit King at the temple, Isis began lecturing her quite harshly. Even if he's clergy, sharing a carriage with a stranger is risky. As the only princess and spirit summoner, many will try to take advantage of you. Avoid men especially. Asa offered a polite, graceful smile. Brother, for real? But Isis replied with total gravity. I'm dead serious. That priest isn't ordinary. Bumping into him like that is beyond suspicious. Asa suddenly realized her brother truly loved her. Sorry for worrying you. Back at the palace, the emperor and her mother were left speechless. The mountain of gifts Isa brought back cost her entire allowance. Even her brother was stunned. Asa, isn't this overkill? The emperor spotted a teacup. This is so like the empress. She had handpicked it for her mother. There were also custom gifts for her brother and father. The whole family was overjoyed. They didn't expect Asa to think of them. She mentioned her new friends, one bubbly, one thoughtful, and one who needed a wingwoman. Asa spoke with sincerity. Her mother felt so proud. If they're your friends, they must be wonderful girls. We heard about the ball's drama. Handling that crisis proves you've matured. You're real friends now, right? Isa felt relieved, wondering why she felt so driven to help her. As a princess, I should have used the law. The emperor shook his head. Don't worry about that. Your actions are the palace protocol. Her brother quickly reassured her too. You're smart and kind. If you trust her, I'll accept her as well. Your safety is everything. Her mother leaned in to comfort her. Sometimes, those who are gentle and kind also possess the strength to overcome anything. Understand? This trip was a major success. I'm thrilled, Isis added. Congrats on finishing your first journey successfully, Asa. The Summer Solstice Festival of the Emil Empire approached. Asa invited the priests and the Spirit King. Before it began, the Spirit King paid Asa a secret surprise visit. Asa gasped, but we're on the 3rd floor. Even worse, appearing like that could get him killed as an assassin. She checked on the maids. Thankfully, they didn't notice. Asa quickly ordered them to leave. I need to think alone. Once they left, Asa opened the window, stunned. Lord Luminos, why are you here? And why the priest robes? Are you the new high priest? Luminos just smirked. Asa felt she'd been rude. Sorry, please come in. It's fine. I'm the one who startled you. He asked, so is the news out that I'm the new high priest? Turns out when the Spirit King reached the temple, he only flexed a bit of holy power. He didn't expect the followers to go wild and beg him to lead them. He had to say yes. Isa saw Luen's name on the roster, never dreaming he was the Spirit King. He sat down and asked, you said humans have private lives. So, will your visits ruin my life? Asa needed to know the truth. Luckily, her desperate negotiation from last time had finally paid off. It worked, but teaching him human boundaries was a total nightmare. She decided to settle for this small victory for now. Fine, visit away, she said, before mentioning her brother's behavior. My brother was rude earlier. But why did you manifest then? The Spirit King smirked. Pure curiosity. You said he's important. He wanted to see her favorite person, making Asa feel uneasy. His obsession with her was now targeting her precious family too. Suddenly, Lur woke up, saw the king, and totally panicked. The little spirit fluttered over. Why the priest robes, master? Lur's endless questions terrified Asa. The king just laughed it off. He lifted Lur, mocking Asa. He's just like his master. Spirits really do mirror their owners. Asa quickly made excuses. She remembered her very first dream about this mysterious spirit king. He was identical to her vision. Did you create that dream? He denied it. I visit Casca Canyon, but that's news to me. Maybe our auras synced, creating a premonition of our shared fate. Asa was floored. Could their souls really be that connected? Is that even possible? She whispered, eyes wide with shock. He countered, isn't seeing spirits with your bare eyes just as crazy? His face darkened. I heard a legend once. Asa leaned in. What legend? But he was gatekeeping the secret on purpose. Gotta bounce, he teased. Asa groaned in pure, relatable frustration. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, why is everyone here? It was her brother. The king stood. Should I leave, Asa? Asa panicked. He wasn't some weak spirit she could easily hide. Even invisible, his divine aura was heavy and absolutely massive. Her brother couldn't see him, but the pressure was overwhelming. Dealing with both men at once was her literal nightmare scenario. She bowed quickly. I'm so sorry, but please just leave now. He vanished instantly. Isis pounded on the door, sounding worried. Are you okay? Why the isolation? Asa lied about banquet stress, but Isis spotted the extra teacup. Was someone here, Asa? I was drinking with Lur, she squeaked. Lur nodded desperately. Cold sweat ran down her neck until Isis finally relaxed. You scared me. You're almost never alone like this lately. Asa exhaled in relief. What brings you here? Anyway, brother. Family dinner. I finished sword practice early to pick you up. She was confused. During the solstice banquet prep, they're busy. Is there news? Isa smirked. Something big is coming, Isa. A surprise you'll absolutely love. Her curiosity was officially piqued. A surprise? Her brother knew everything but kept it secret. Asa pouted. Don't be a gatekeeper. Tell me what it is. Isis froze, hit by her extreme cuteness, and stepped back. Stop those puppy eyes. I won't give in that easily. Then, he gently patted Asa's head to soothe her. The truth will be out shortly. Right before dinner, her father pulled Asa aside to share some news. We're hosting your debutante ball at this banquet. Asa gasped, completely stunned by her parents' sudden announcement. Wait, my own debutante ball? In her past life, Asa never experienced such a grand event. A formal debut was something she had never even dreamed of achieving before. Entering the debutante scene meant officially joining the high-stakes world of imperial society. Beyond just attending parties, it signaled her transformation into a true adult ready for the world. This ceremony was a massive deal. Fearing Asa might feel overwhelmed, her mother offered a way out. She suggested delaying the ball, but Asa's mind was already racing with excitement and possibilities. Launching a debutante ball during the summer solstice banquet was an absolutely unprecedented move. The pressure was definitely there, but this was a once-in-a-lifetime shot at her big glow-up. She was beaming. She had always been low-key curious about when her big moment would finally arrive. I never expected it to be now. I'm so hyped. Her father sighed in relief and added, at your debut, the candidate for the next high priest will personally grant you a divine blessing. That individual possesses the soul of a true high priest, her mother explained with a proud smile. His power is elite, making his blessing just as potent as a seasoned high priest's touch. Asa felt a surge of pride. That future high priest was none other than the Spirit King. Having the king himself bless a spirit summoner at her debut was the ultimate flex for her family. Her radiant expression left them speechless. Soon, the three began whispering and plotting their next moves. Maybe we should keep this low-key. What if every noble in the empire falls for Asa's charms? Her parents nodded, agreeing with her brother. Asa pouted, you guys better not be backing out now. The trio played deaf, ignoring her protests. Since Isa was down, it was time to start the grind. Isis stepped up immediately, saying, I'm helping too. I've got the best eye for these things. After all, I know Asa best. Asa felt soft seeing her family bonding so warmly over her. Lur hopped over, desperate for attention. Master, don't forget me. I'm the real expert on you. Isa burst into laughter thanks to Lur. However, the mystery of Ashley's magical bracelet wasn't over yet. To unmask the real villain, Isa handed the suspicious bracelet to Isis for a deep dive investigation. She urged him to search for any shady links connecting the artifact back to the Edembel Empire. After Isis's thorough investigation, the truth was out. That magical bracelet was definitely Edembel's craft. Even the professor teaching them spirit summoning had secret, deep-rooted ties to the Edembel territory. There was no direct proof against the Edembel royals yet, but all signs pointed straight to them. Isis suggested Ashley might confirm their suspicions. Hearing this, Isa tightened her grip in sheer determination. After weighing the risks, she decided to invite Ashley to the upcoming summer solstice banquet. Through Ashley, she hoped to confirm if an Edembel operative was the one pulling the strings. She already planned on inviting friends, but she worried about dragging Ashley into this dangerous game. She swore her brother to secrecy to protect her friend. Isis immediately caught her drift and nodded. Keeping it quiet protected Ashley, while making Edembel lower their guard and think they were safe. Ever since the poisoning drama, the peace treaty between the two empires was basically just a facade. The Emil Empire only kept the treaty alive to shield their citizens from an all-out war. They were simply biding their time, waiting for Edembel to finally show their true, villainous hand. Isa knew that to expose their dark conspiracy, they had to move with absolute stealth and caution. Her resolve made her brother feel incredibly proud. "You're acting way more mature than me lately." Once I realized it wasn't just my imagination, I felt more understanding than shock about everything. "You're 14 now, and you've grown into a person I can truly count on. Whatever Edembel is cooking up next, we'll be ready to shut them down for good. I'll protect my sister for her 15th birthday, actually. Scratch that. I'll be your shield for a lifetime. No matter the cost, I'll definitely guard you." Isa was deeply moved by Isis's fierce vow. Her brother's devotion was truly boundless. In that moment, Asa felt a total heart-fluttering rush of love. Since the Spirit King made a habit of sneaking into Asa's room, every clandestine visit meant one thing. Isa would dismiss her maids, claiming she needed me time, just to steal a few secret moments with him. Their lively chats soon sparked a deep romance. Now, she spent her days gazing out the window, heart racing. She was purely waiting for her royal spirit to appear. But to the oblivious maids, this behavior was sus. The gossip mill started churning. Princess Isa must be hitting puberty. That's why she's acting so distant. Isa suddenly manifested, killing the tea-spilling session instantly. The maids scrambled to act totally natural. Their sketchiness didn't go unnoticed. "What are you two whispering about?" Asa asked, prompting a panicked excuse. "Oh, nothing. Just debating which stunning gown you should rock for your big debutante ball." Once they hit the study, the maid poked again. "So, do you need more alone time today, princess?" The blunt question caught Asa off guard. I'm not sure yet," she stammered, her heart hammering. After all, the Spirit King had a knack for showing up whenever he pleased, without a single warning. "Clueless," the maid continued. "It's normal at your age. We all go through that rebellious phase, right?" Even the head maid nodded in agreement, leaving a completely bewildered Isa wondering, "Wait, what phase? What special period?" "You know, wanting solitude, being perpetually distracted, lost in your own thoughts. Classic signs of puberty." Asa froze in shock. They couldn't be serious. What were they even saying? She never dreamed her cover story for the Spirit King would lead to such a massive misunderstanding. "You've got it all wrong," Asa blurted out. "This has absolutely zero to do with teenage angst." But the maids weren't buying it. To them, she was just being a typical, dramatic teen. Then, the whole family burst in. "Asa, are you officially in your rebel era?" She tried to deny it again. "No, I'm not hitting puberty," she cried. Hearing this, Isis looked like he was about to sob. "Okay, I believe you," he choked out, while Mom sighed. "Our little Asa is growing up so fast." No matter what she said, nobody believed her. Even Reina, her most loyal aide, was giving her the look. Isa felt like she was losing it. This was all Luminos's fault, that pesky Spirit King. With her custom debutante ball looming, the maids were stressing over the ultimate question, the dress. Option 1 was a trendy, light green gown that was currently the talk of high society. Option 2, a luxurious, elegant pink dress. The head maid was firmly team green. Princess Isa would look like a literal summer sprite in the green one. "It's too cute." But Reina countered, "Pink is a classic. Every girl dreams of wearing pink for their big moment." Both sides were locked in a fierce fashion war, and neither was willing to back down. As the bickering escalated, Asa just sat there and let out a long, exhausted sigh. Picking a dress was harder than a boss battle. It felt like a high-stakes elimination tournament. Amidst the chaos, a maid brought news. "Letters from your friends in the south have arrived, princess." The dress drama vanished from her mind instantly. She tore into the envelopes, heart full of hope. First up was Lady Rose's letter, filled with sweet greetings and gratitude for the ball invite. Asa beamed. Rose's bubbly, rounded handwriting was just as adorable as she was. Cho also sent thanks, telling Isa to stay cool and not let pre-ball nerves win. Finally, Ashley's letter. Replying to you makes me so happy. I still think about your words after that last dance. Even though my mother still scares me, I'm not the anxious mess I used to be. Knowing the water spirit is by my side changes everything. Asa felt a wave of relief for her. Ashley had always starved for maternal love, but now, the water spirit was healing that void. But then, the tone shifted. Ashley mentioned the magic bracelet. Something about it felt off. She had some dark suspicions, and hoped to dish the full details once they reunited at the ball. Anticipation for this banquet was peaking. Family, spirits, and friends were all buzzing. Everyone prayed for success. Even Lord Luminous was set to grace them with a blessing. This gala held massive weight. Isa wanted the world to finally realize through this event that Luen was the true spirit king. Suddenly, a maid barged in, shattering the peace. "Done resting, Highness? Dress fittings, start now." Isa felt her entire soul leave her body. Maids are literal demons. Picking the dress? That's where the real banquet nightmare begins. Aisa's coming-of-age ceremony officially kicked off. The Spirit King himself stepped up to bless her. The moment he entered, Luminos's god-tier aura immediately caught His Majesty's attention. "The next High Priest candidate, I presume? Weren't you once a member of the nobility?" The Spirit King responded with perfect formal etiquette while addressing the mighty king. Isa and Isis were sweating bullets. They both knew the Spirit King's usual zero-respect policy, especially his previous rudeness toward the prince. Surprisingly, he showed some class today. Despite the world's worship, he remained humble. "You're mistaken. I possess no noble blood." Watching the Spirit King play nice allowed Asa and the others to finally breathe again. At that moment, His Majesty realized he had been quite out of line with his prying. "My apologies. I shouldn't dig into the past of one who has transcended the mundane world." Unbothered, the Spirit King dropped a line clearly intended solely for Asa's ears. "When you're into someone, you naturally want to know everything." Asa froze. "Why look at me?" Swallowing her nerves, Asa played along, pretending they were meeting for the very first time. "Receiving your blessing for my debut is an honor. Please guide me well in the future." The Spirit King matched her energy perfectly. "The honor is all mine." Just then, Aisa realized the Spirit King could actually be incredibly respectful toward mere humans. He acted so natural here, yet remained shockingly informal whenever he spoke to her brother. Before Asa could overthink, the High Priest began hyping Luminos up to the crowd. "For your Highness's debutante blessing, absolutely no one is more qualified than this man. Neither I nor the other priests can even compare." With that high-level endorsement, the crowd's trust skyrocketed. Even Asa's mother couldn't help but join the applause. "Excellent. Let's finalize the banquet preparations." And so, the formal planning began in earnest. Later that night, the Spirit King snuck into Asa's private chambers once again. Two people, late at night, alone in a bedroom? Yeah, talk about awkward vibes. Asa had been grinding through the meeting documents all by herself in the dark. But exhaustion was winning. She desperately fought to finish the mountain of paperwork. Her eyes drifted shut as she slipped into sleep. That's when the Spirit King materialized right behind her. Still awake? Asa nearly jumped out of her skin. She stammered an excuse about work, then asked why he had come so late. "Why visit at this hour? Don't you ever plan on getting some sleep?" Leaning back casually, the Spirit King replied, "Spirits don't actually have a need for sleep. I just stopped by. After all, I didn't get any alone time with you earlier." Suddenly, it clicked for Asa. How did he learn to use such polite human honorifics? Since arriving, he noticed humans were obsessed with their complex social hierarchies and positions. He mastered their etiquette just to understand Asa's world better. Talk about pure dedication. But the Spirit King was curious too. "Are those people from today truly important to you?" Asa flashed back to the post-meeting chaos. The Spirit King and her brother were bickering. They clearly despised each other. His blatant disrespect toward the Crown Prince remained unchanged. Isis was fuming but powerless. He just sighed, while the nearby priest felt strangely nostalgic. Time truly flies. It feels like just yesterday since the young princess was only a small child. I witnessed Aisa unleash her holy power for the first time. Now, you lead as the Empire's saintess. My heart swells with pride for both you and the Emil Empire. I truly wish I could watch you flourish forever, but my sunset years are fast approaching. In the near future, I'll only watch from the shadows." How bittersweet. The High Priest's raw honesty struck a chord within Asa. Knowing someone quietly supports me brings such profound peace. Please, keep guiding me. Little did they know, the Spirit King was watching this exchange. He lingered in the silence. When he finally questioned her, Asa didn't hold back her true feelings. "Whether it's family or the priest, they act as my son whenever darkness tries to consume me. They pulled me from the abyss." However, the Spirit King sensed something was wrong. He spotted the flaw instantly, cutting her off before she could even finish. "But Asa, I believe the shadows still linger deep within your soul. His words pierced right through her. Asa was left speechless. Sensing the shift, the Spirit King noticed her unease. You seem drained. I shall take my leave for now. The Spirit King gently tapped Asa's forehead, channeling a wave of pure, soothing magic. Rest. Your fatigue will vanish by dawn. A dazed Asa whispered her thanks. Once he vanished, Asa lay down, her mind racing. Anxiety clouded her sleep as she drifted off. Next morning, Asa awoke glowing, her spirit feeling completely recharged and vibrant. Truly a gift from the light god, Luminos. One simple blessing had revitalized her entire being. Recalling his words, Asa realized this was his true power, an insight that peered directly into the soul. Surely he couldn't know about her past life, right? Suddenly, 3 attendants arrived with lavish gowns. Your debut is almost here, Your Highness. Which of these masterpieces catches your eye? Seeing her hesitation, the boutique owner nervously asked, Do none of these please you? Asa pondered. They are stunning, truly, but they're just missing that special something. Right then, Asa's trusted nanny suggested seeking the Empress's refined opinion. Asa couldn't have agreed more. Moments later, Asa entered the palace, immediately mesmerized by a gown as white as snow. Noticing her daughter's intense gaze, Alice smiled. Curious about this one, aren't you? It's breathtaking. I wore this for my own debutante ball. Asa was stunned. Even after 20 years, it remained the pinnacle of elegance and grace. Asa was hooked. She was dying to know the tale hidden within the threads of this gorgeous vintage gown. It goes back to my 14th summer, Alice began. Though fate decided to play a prank. The north is usually dry, yet rain poured down just days before my big reveal. Monsoon season struck, and my dance partner suffered an injury that kept him away. A debut with no guests and no partner. I was convinced my entire life was over. Then, a gentle hand offered me a handkerchief. A mysterious stranger smiled and said, I can't stop the rain, but I can be your partner. He knelt before me, asking, May I have this dance? It felt like a summer night's dream when all hope seemed vanished. That disaster became my best memory, Asa teased. So that's when you fell for Dad? Alice blushed. He was the crown prince then. I never dared to imagine a future together. Yet, deep down, I knew he had my heart. Staring at the gown, she sighed softly. It's a pity such beauty only lives on in my memories now. Just then, Aisa squeezed her mother's hand, eyes sparkling. Mother, I have one special request. Asa grinned at her mother's puzzled face. Upon returning to the princess's quarters, the headmaid and nanny awaited her. The handmaidens slumped, their meticulously curated gowns tossed aside and completely forgotten. Yet, witnessing Asa's final choice, they conceded Her Majesty's fashion sense was truly unmatched. Her vision was flawless. At last, the dawn of the summer solstice gala arrived. As guests enjoyed a scenic morning cruise, Asa shouldered her royal duties alone. She hosted the high priests with grace. After bidding Lumina farewell, the transformation began. She prepped for her grand entrance. Once ready, Asa didn't just look royal. She radiated an ethereal, white spirit glow, draped in priceless, shimmering heirlooms. The sheer weight made every step a struggle. Suddenly, Duin made his appearance. Her brother's closest ally arrived, signaling that their moment of entry had finally come. Catching Duin frozen like a statue, Asa blinked, asking what was on his mind. He offered a flustered grin. Your Highness, congratulations on your debutante dance, he began. And truly, you look stunning today. Asa's cheeks flushed a soft, rosy pink. A compliment from Duin? That was a first. Nervously, she adjusted her aching shoulders. Noticing her discomfort, he leaned in. Is something wrong? These jewels? Asa sighed. They're incredibly heavy. Whispering an apology, Duin reached toward the nape of her neck. With a flick of magic, the burden vanished. The heavy necklace suddenly felt light. Beaming, she leaned closer to thank him. Asa's sudden proximity caught him off guard. Duin recoiled, his heart racing. Finally, the doors swung open. As their names were heralded, Asa and Lumina stepped into the ballroom together, greeted by a thunderous wave of applause. Trevin's eyes widened as he spotted Asa's gown. He turned to Alice. That dress, it looks familiar. Isn't that your coming-of-age dress? Alice's heart fluttered. She never imagined he'd remember it after all these years. He still remembers, Trevin chuckled warmly. How could I ever forget that teary-eyed little lady? Alice beamed with pure joy. Aisa actually begged to borrow it. At first, I hesitated and said no, but Aisa insisted it held our most precious memories. So, I decided to give it to her. It's my most treasured gown, but seeing it bring my daughter such happiness makes it all worth it. As a mother, nothing beats that feeling. Trevin then gazed at Asa with pure, fatherly devotion. So that was it, he murmured. Our little girl has truly blossomed into a radiant, healthy young lady. Isa approached her parents, bowing deeply to the sun and moon of the empire. She greeted the little son, too. Trevin leaned in with a grin, asking if she was nervous. Asa just beamed back at him. No nerves here, Dad, just pure excitement. And with that, the grand banquet officially kicked off. Trevin took the stage. Happy Debutante Day. Go out there and witness all the wonders of the world. Whatever you dream, I've got your back. Shine bright as the legendary star of Emil. I officially declare the summer solstice banquet open! The crowd erupted as the festivities finally began. Next, Luminous began the sacred blessing. Isa knelt devoutly before the majestic god of light. It was the crowning, glorious moment. Lord Luminos slowly reached out his hand toward her. Divine energy surged, glowing with intense radiance. Asa, the Empire's one and only star, he declared. May good fortune follow your every step. A wave of soothing warmth washed over Asa's entire body. The touch of a god is unmistakable. Then, Luminos whispered softly, and there is one more thing. I bless everyone here who celebrates her. Light suddenly cascaded throughout the entire crowded ballroom. The guests gasped in total awe. As the ritual ended, Luminos gazed at Asa with deep affection. Alice stepped up. Time for the first dance, but Isa was so busy she forgot a partner. Why not share the floor with Priest Luen? He is the one in charge of tonight's banquet. Isa stole a glance at Luminos, clearly feeling the awkward tension, but Isis immediately objected. No way. I'm always her dance partner. Plus, this is her big coming-of-age moment. I'm not stepping aside, Asa agreed. I want to dance with my brother. We're in perfect harmony. Alice blinked, feeling a bit confused. Are you sure? This is your big night, after all. Asa grabbed Isis's hand firmly. My first dance will always belong to my brother, she said tenderly. They glided across the floor as the music swelled. Isis whispered a heartfelt, sincere, congratulations. Welcome to high society, sis. But don't let all these new faces make you forget me, okay? Asa laughed happily. Every second with you is a treasure. You'll stay by my side forever, right? But as the final note faded, Isis remained silent. A heavy pause hung between them both. Isis turned to Duin. Go on. Take the second dance with Asa. Duin locked eyes with her. His mind went totally blank. He scratched his head, looking like a shy, nervous schoolboy. Isa saved him with a gentle smile. Sir Duin, may I have this dance? He stammers. It's an honor. The music kicked in. You know this tune, right? Isa asked, trying to break the ice. It's a classic imperial anthem, Duin said. But, well, there is just one little problem. Suddenly, Duin turned stiff as a board. Every step looked like a total disaster waiting to happen. I'm so sorry, he muttered red-faced. I'm actually a terrible dancer, Asa giggled softly. Who knew the guy who's good at everything has a weakness? Just relax and enjoy the night. Duin's face turned beet red. Okay, I'll try my best, he responded shyly. When the song ended, Asa sighed playfully. Young Duin totally crushed my toes at the end. That actually hurt, Isis smirks. No wonder you're never hyped for these balls, Duin. Duin huffs. Then why did she even ask me to dance in the first place? Suddenly, Luminos extended his hand. Your Highness, he murmured. Don't turn down His Majesty's request. Asa stood frozen. This sudden move caught her completely off guard. Shocked by his boldness, she whispered, Lord Luminos, do you even know how to dance? Dancing is a basic spirit skill, he replied, sliding his hand firmly around her waist. Closing the gap between them, he gazed at her tenderly. Call me Luen. You always do. Only when we are alone. Luen is my name in the human realm. And regardless of where I am, I cherish that name because you were the one who gave it to me, Asa. She smiled softly. Fine, Lord Luen. Once the music finally faded away, Asa scanned the room, but her brother had vanished. He was just watching her moments ago. She glanced toward Luminos, worried the high society crowd would overwhelm him. But thanks to his insane visuals, he was already swarmed by a crowd of admirers. Knowing exactly where this was going, Isa made a quick escape. Just then, her three besties arrived to celebrate. Rose beamed as they offered their congratulations. We missed you so much while you were gone, especially Ashley. Every single day, she would polish your brooch while wondering what Her Highness was up to. Chloe teased that Rose was just as bad. Asa laughed at her friend's antics. Did you really miss me that much? Before Rose could deny it, her stomach growled loudly. Isa giggled. There are plenty of gourmet desserts over there. The palace chefs outdid themselves. Let us go. Seeing the massive spread, Rose and Chloe's eyes sparkled as they started piling their plates high. Isa turned to Ashley. How is your spirit summoning practice going? If you need books, do not hesitate to ask. I can lend you some of mine. After all, resources on this topic are rare outside the palace walls. Ashley thanked her deeply. Since that day, the spirit summoner gatherings have basically stopped. Isa asked, concerned. Did you get that magic bracelet at one of those meetings? Or was it something else? Ashley hesitated before finally admitting the truth. My teacher introduced me to her master. Asa pressed for every single detail. Nervous, Ashley explained that her teacher knew her dream was to summon spirits, so she met the Grand Master. She was young and strikingly beautiful. She asked with a smile, "Do you truly want to be a summoner? I can help you." I was so happy. But her smile turned cold and mocking. "So you are serious. Why do you want this?" I told her I wanted my mother's love. The woman's tone became dead serious. "If your desire is strong enough, nothing is impossible. Take this. From today, you are a summoner of Emil." That master was actually Mariana, Asa's ultimate nemesis. She handed the bracelet to Ashley, who stared at the glowing jewel. But before Ashley could ask about its origin, the mysterious woman simply vanished. Asa cut her off. "Did you say she had white hair and crimson eyes?" Ashley nodded. "She wore a cloak, so her face was hidden. But I remember. She was young with snow-white hair and red eyes. Do you know her?" Asa went silent. She stood there, completely paralyzed. Ashley called her name until Asa snapped back. Ashley continued. "When I tried to fix things, my teacher suddenly appeared. But when I said it was all a lie, my teacher completely snapped. Her voice and her entire vibe shifted, like she was a different person. She looked at the bracelet. "There is finally enough fuel," she said. "I have no idea what that means." Isa's mind raced. She remembered the negative energy Luminos had warned her about. To confirm her dark theory, Asa invited Ashley to the library to investigate together. Isa gathered spirit summoning tomes for Ashley, whose eyes sparkled with pure hype at the Imperial Library. But the mood shifted. Ashley noticed Asa's face go pale as she frantically flipped through scrolls with dread. She struck gold, finding a passage on negative energy used for summoning demons and forbidden black magic. Isa hesitated to blame Mariana. Could white hair and crimson eyes really be enough proof? Yet, only someone with top-tier influence could get their hands on a cursed magic bracelet so easily. They'd need to burn that negative energy as fuel for dark arts. Toss in that signature white hair, and those blood-red eyes? In all of Edenbell, only Princess Mariana fit that description perfectly. Maybe Mariana the Black Mage was a better title. If she truly was a dark caster, and the puppet master behind this mess, it finally made sense. Those red eyes were demonic. What kind of twisted endgame was Mariana plotting? As the realization hit, Asa's heart began to race. Her lips trembled as a cold shiver took over her body. Noticing her distress, Ashley hesitantly stepped closer. She gently reached for Asa's hand, asking, "You're shaking. Are you okay?" But Asa remained frozen in silence. Panicked, Ashley quickly pulled back, apologizing for the touch. But then, Isa did something unexpected. She grabbed Ashley's hand and leaned onto her shoulder, asking softly, "Can I just lean on you?" Ashley gave a warm smile. This moment felt just like the time Asa first held her hand. That warmth had melted her heart completely. Since then, Ashley vowed to be a source of light. She wanted to be someone who could protect that warmth. Eventually, they both left the library's shadows. Asa felt a bit cringe showing her weak side, but honestly, the heavy weight had finally lifted. She decided to keep the fact that her hands were still ice cold a secret. Suddenly, Rose and Chloe arrived. Rose was beaming, gushing about how the palace desserts were literally top tier. Isa smiled, glad they were happy. "There's a lantern festival at midnight. Want to check it out?" The girls were totally hyped and immediately agreed. They couldn't wait to see the lights. Asa led them to a prime viewing spot. But then, a familiar voice caught her off guard. "Your Highness, is everything okay?" Ashley asked. Isa snapped out of it, quickly suggesting they move. Meanwhile, on the balcony, Isis looked grim. "I heard Edenbell is mass recruiting soldiers. It's not looking good." Duin nodded solemnly. Edenbell had been constantly poking the bear, provoking Ryodan at every turn. Following their military pact, the Emperor was preparing to deploy knights. Isis scowled at the news. War was inevitable. Just a year ago, Asa's past-life brother, Lachias, had snatched the imperial throne. Since his coronation, he's been obsessed with building a massive army across the entire land. Lachias only secured that crown because he had a very powerful ally in his corner. The Saintess Mariana was his main backer, but the picky nobility still didn't respect his authority. He was desperate for a military victory to prove he was the real deal and shut them up. But that was just the start. After crushing Ryodan, Edenbell would definitely target Isis's empire next. In their eyes, nothing boosts a kingdom's ego like total imperial conquest. Isis's blood boiled. Those scumbags. But then, a dark thought hit her. This could be an opportunity. This war might be the perfect stage to finally get revenge for everything Isis suffered. Asa's radiant smile flashed in her mind, reminding her of the shocking confession about her reincarnation. Right then, Isis made a silent vow. Asa would never suffer again. She'd keep dreaming peaceful dreams. With fierce resolve, she told Duin, "Prepare the troops. I'm heading out." Suddenly, footsteps echoed. Isis signaled Duin to stay cool as she approached the balcony doors to investigate. As the doors swung open, her heart sank. The look on her face said it all. She was busted. Asa had heard the whole thing. A suffocating silence filled the room as the three of them stood there. Asa's mind was racing. If Lachias was really launching an all-out war, then Mariana would surely be on the front lines using her devastating black magic. It would be a massacre. I have to stop my brother. Before Isis could even try to explain, Asa shut the plan down. I won't let you march to war. As the Empire's sole heir, if anything happens to you, Edembel would seize the throne. Beyond politics, you're the only brother I have. Isis pulled Asa into a tight embrace. If I hadn't eavesdropped today, you'd still be lying. You planned to carry this heavy burden solo, didn't you? Seeing him suffer shattered her heart. Guilt washed over her. She stood tall, declaring she hadn't wasted a single second studying. Mastering spirit, summoning and tempering my internal mana. It finally paid off. I'm done being the protected little girl. Don't you dare push me away again. Take my hand. Isa's burning resolve left Isis absolutely speechless. She whispered, I just want you to keep dreaming. Your smile belongs in a peaceful world. That's enough for me. My reckless emotions almost dragged us both into a bloody conflict. Let's find another path together. Promise me. No more secrets from now on, okay? Isis chuckled softly, admitting defeat. Having cleared the air, Isa finally felt a sense of peace. But this time, Bwin was assigned as her shadow. She saw right through her brother's scheme. This was his master plan all along. True change never happens overnight, after all. As a magic swordsman, Bwin might know about the forbidden arts. She asked him directly. Know anything about dark magic? Bwin hesitated, noting that even spirit lore is rare these days. Dark magic is a complete enigma. Asa let out a heavy, disappointed sigh. Seeing her spirit sink crushed Bwin. He apologized, frustrated by his own lack of knowledge. Isa quickly smoothed things over, but a cold dread began to settle in her chest. She was about to face Mariana alone, relying solely on her own raw power. Facing the unknown darkness felt suicidal. Bwin immediately sensed her spiraling anxiety. The Lantern Festival is starting. People cast their deepest wishes into the glowing night sky. Their dreams take flight with the lights. So, have you decided on your wish yet? Asa searched her heart for her most desperate desire, but the choice remained elusive. Even if you don't speak it aloud, your heart's desire will manifest, Bwin teased. The God of Light is always watching, illuminating even the darkest paths we walk. Isa finally smiled. Divine protection is closer than we think, isn't it? He hears every whisper. Before parting, she asked, Bwin, what did you wish for? With a crisp knight's salute, he replied, I just made my decision right now. Leaving Isa behind, Bwin marched to the war room to debrief the prince. Seeing Isis's grim face, Bwin joked that his frown was deeper than the ocean. Isis smirked. The Emil River is shallow, but Bwin warned him about upsetting the princess. Prepare for a lecture. Isis froze, staring at Bwin with an unreadable, piercing gaze. Isis snapped, nothing! With pure annoyance, Bwin brushed it off and got down to business. Don't sweat the Ryodan conflict. I'll be right there on the front lines with you. You know my stats are maxed, right? Isis grinned, acknowledging his elite swordsmanship. Too bad your dancing is a total fail. Meanwhile, Asa sat alone in the moonlit garden. Lord Lewin? Lumina materialized, complaining about the chaotic crowd at the royal banquet. You look way more chill here, but are you actually feeling any better? Lumina asked. Asa sighed. There's still a ghost from my past haunting me. It feels like yesterday. That old memory has evolved into a lethal threat against everyone I hold dear. My family is in the crosshairs. That shadow in your heart? This is the source. She didn't deny it. To move forward, I need to reach a whole new level. She looked up at the sea of lanterns, exhaling the weight of her destiny. I'll become the ultimate shield. It's time to wipe this dark magic off the map. Rising from the bench, she finally voiced the thoughts she'd harbored for ages. Lord Luminos, I wish to summon you. The Spirit King was visibly stunned. Summon me? No mortal has ever managed to call upon the King of Spirits. Isa knew exactly how reckless it was for a mere human to even try. But if there was a chance, she had to take it. She declared sincerely, I'll push past my limits to succeed. I'm ready to give my all. Luminos asked calmly, why do this? You already possess so much power. You could just enjoy the peace and happiness your protectors have created. Because my family's love is so precious, I want this happiness to last. Isa stood firm. Protecting those I cherish is my only true happiness. To do that, she needed more strength. Her conviction deeply moved Luminos. Just then, the Lantern Festival began. Amidst the breathtaking, glowing scenery, Mariana's identity didn't matter. As long as she was strong enough to win, every problem would be solved. That was her only mission now. Luminos watched Isa closely, whispering, serving a master like her wouldn't be bad. Floating lanterns filled the sky, lighting up the joyful faces in the crowd. Rose, Ashley, and Chloe were sharing wishes when they suddenly looked at Isa. Their intense curiosity caught her off guard. Isa gave an awkward, flustered smile. Is it hot today? Let's grab some cold juice. She took a big gulp. Suddenly, Isa felt strange. Her throat was burning. Was she actually poisoned? Terrified, she dropped the glass. Isa saw the scene and came sprinting over. He panicked, immediately fearing that someone had finally managed to poison her. He pulled Isa into a tight embrace. Stay with me. Someone find a priest. Isa looked up, her face bright red, and flashed a sweet, dazed smile. She cupped Isis's face with both hands, shocking him. Nearby, Duin sniffed the drink. This isn't juice. It's high-proof liquor. She's just completely wasted right now. Everyone sighed in relief, though speechless. She got drunk off one sip. Isa didn't care about the stares. She just kept grinning goofily at Isis. Everyone's watching, Isis said awkwardly. We should probably go somewhere else. Suddenly, Isa pointed at Isis and yelled, You were way too reckless. Don't do it again. Before she could finish, Isis quickly calmed her down. You seem really upset, Isa. Duin turned to the priest with a deadpan look. Hey, Luen. Can spirit magic, erase someone's embarrassing memories? Only for emergencies, Luen replied. Hearing Isa fainted, Alicia and Trevin rushed over. Isa pulled them into a massive hug, shouting happily, I love you guys! She eventually passed out on Alice's lap. We love you too, they whispered. The next morning, the family teased her. You were absolute comedy gold yesterday. Next time, we're definitely bringing a recording crystal to capture the show. Please, never mention this again. Isa groaned, her face turning beet red. Determined to summon the Spirit King, she began grueling training every single morning. After summoning Lur and Limia, the spirits greeted Isa with bright, encouraging smiles. Once ready, Isa initiated a possession with Limia, focusing mana into her eyes. She then had Lur transform into a bow, standing firm as she aimed. With lethal focus, she drew back and fired an arrow of condensed light. The blast tore through the air. Her newfound power was truly overwhelming. This ultimate move drained Asa's essence. A jagged scar remained on the bark. High fives all around. Their synergy was hitting new peaks since the Solstice Festival. Dawn meant spirit training for Asa. Her goal, reaching Lord Luminos soon. She needed a high-tier spirit. Prepping for war required peak spiritual cultivation. Alongside Lurelime, she honed offensive strikes. But light spirits were meant for healing. Every session pushed her to the brink. This was a heavy physical burden. Luckily, as her mastery soared, the strain on her soul began to fade. Collapsing onto the grass, Asa gasped. She was exhausted, yet her spirit remained unshaken. Quitting wasn't an option. She had a sacred mission that demanded everything. Still, she missed Lord Luminos. Suddenly, a familiar shadow cast over her. It was him! Luminos appeared! Aisa froze, her words stumbling into a mess. He smirked. Desperate to see me? Asa's brain short-circuited under his playful gaze. She flashed a shy grin. Seeing her hard work, his expression softened instantly. Rest, Asa, he urged with concern. She just scratched her head sheepishly. I want to, but I must level up. Zero time to waste anymore. He tapped her forehead, erasing her fatigue. Lurelime sensed major romantic sparks flying. For mortals, he began, life isn't just about the endless daily grind. He smiled, knowing her confusion. Rest and hobbies matter. Soon, they headed to the capital in clever disguises. Is this getup really necessary? He sighed. Asa's eyes danced with excitement. You're Mr. Luen. No guards means we need a top-tier incognito vibe. She chattered away, oblivious to the dozens of eyes already glued to them. Their mismatched high-end energy screamed noble to everyone within a mile radius. Looking back, Asa spotted a trendy boutique. A mischievous plan started brewing. New clothes for us, she declared. Later, she stepped out looking absolutely radiant. Her simple white dress was a serve. Then, Luminos emerged from the curtain. He looked unsure. I'm not used to this. Do I look normal? Way better, she chirped. But even in basic gear, girls were totally mesmerized. Their gazes were intense. Asa realized something was very, very wrong. It wasn't the hair or the fit. His main character energy was too loud. Panic set in. She grabbed his hand and bolted toward the central plaza. She jammed a hat on him. Even the wig failed. You're just too handsome. It's hot, but deal with it, she urged. But Luminos had enough. He ditched the hat immediately. Asa's heart raced, terrified they'd be swarmed. I've dampened the light, he noted. I'll blend into the background now. Instantly, the crowd's attention shifted. It was like they'd become invisible. Isa was floored. You should have used that magic 10 minutes ago. I tried, he replied dryly, until you dragged me away like a tornado. Suddenly, two kids dashed past them, yelling about not missing the main event. They pointed toward a massive stage. Something big was finally happening. Looks looks like a party, Isa beamed, her excitement levels hitting the roof. Come on, Mr. Lewin, let's check it out. She grabbed his arm. Luminos froze, completely captivated by her radiant smile. His icy heart melted. His lips curved upward in a faint, involuntary, handsome smirk. They reached the stage, only to find a play reenacting Asa's life. Luminos smirked. Seems they're literally dramatizing your life story, Asa. Asa's face turned bright crimson as she hid beneath her oversized hat. She knew the public idolized her status as a legendary spirit summoner. Yet, she never imagined becoming the star of a street performance. Hearing the crowd's cheers, Luminos teased, "Look at you, Miss Popularity." "Stop teasing," Asa pouted, just as a mouth-watering aroma filled the air. A small grill sizzled with juicy sausages. It smelled absolutely divine. Suddenly, a grape juice vendor appeared. Asa declined. Too many bad memories. Pointing at the sausages, she asked the price. 1 silver each, he replied. Asa froze. That fancy new cloak had completely drained her small change. Only 2 gold coins remained. Nearby, a hungry child watched, salivating. The owner hissed at the kid. "Back again? Beat it. I have customers." Noticing the child's hesitation, Asa interjected, "I only have high-value gold. Since you can't make change, I'll take everything. I can't finish it alone." "Hey kid, care to help me out?" The young one's eyes lit up. "Really? Thank you," Asa added. "Even with 3 of us, it's too much." "What about the rest?" The child's voice trembled with sudden hope. "Can I bring some home for my siblings?" Asa smiled. "Absolutely perfect. It's too heavy for you. Let's walk together and eat at home." After the transaction, the curious owner asked, "Who are you exactly, ma'am?" Asa gave a mysterious smile. "Just a passing traveler." They followed the child. They entered a desolate, crumbling alleyway. Asa's heart sank. This is dangerous. For a child alone. Do people actually live in these ruins? Just then, her earring slipped silently to the pavement. Meanwhile, on the bustling main street, knights were hunting for a specific target, someone currently lurking in that very alley. Passing exactly where Asa had been, a mysterious man retrieved the shimmering jewel. Led by Kalena, they reached a shack. Suddenly, a tiny girl burst out. "Big sis, you're back!" Kalena cheered, revealing the feast. "Look, leche!" Leche gasped in disbelief. "Is this for us? Can we really eat?" Seeing their pure joy, Asa's heart felt incredibly warm and full. "Kalena, who are these people?" A sharp, protective voice barked from the shadows. "You were supposed to deliver papers. Why bring strangers and food?" Eaton demanded. Kalena quickly explained. "They bought extra and shared their luck with me." Eaton snapped. "Nothing is free in this world. They look like wealthy nobles." Who knows their real motives? Asa stepped forward with a gentle smile. "Sorry for the intrusion. We met nearby, and I requested her assistance." Eaton's suspicion didn't waver. Why would a noble lady even talk to? Trash like us? We have nothing you'd want. Just leave already. Keep your charity. He turned away, his pride shielding his hunger. Suddenly, his stomach growled loudly. Everyone giggled as Eaton turned beet red. Leche glanced at him with a pout. "But brother, I'm starving too." Asa chuckled. "Eat up while it's fresh." Leche grabbed a sausage instantly. She took a massive bite. "It tastes like heaven. Life is finally good." Eaton grumbled under his breath. So undignified. "But wow, this is amazing." Leche shot back. "Dummy, you can't eat dignity. Just enjoy the food." Eaton stalked toward Leche, scoffing. "Who are you calling an idiot, Leche?" Leche instantly silenced him by shoving a sausage in his mouth. Eaton chewed, surprised by the delicious flavor. Leche rolled her eyes at his antics. After finishing, Asa scanned the room. The place was a wreck, barely providing the basics for eating and sleeping. Asa couldn't help but wonder where their parents were. Sensing her thoughts, Kalena explained that the house had been empty for years. They were all cast aside as orphans. It was Eaton who rescued Leche and her. They survived the biting cold together, relying on each other like a real family. Worried, Asa asked if they'd truly been surviving on their own this whole time. Eaton stood up, his voice cold. He suspected their sudden kindness was a trap. He accused them of being pampered nobles, mocking the lives of the poor for fun. His sudden outburst shocked Leche and Kalena, who worried about his strange behavior. Eaton continued his rant, asking if she thought the street kids were just pathetic. He claimed she bought food out of pity, never having known a day of struggle. "You were just lucky," he spat. "Don't look down on us with your charity." To him, such shallow pity only fueled misery, and he felt absolutely pathetic. Eaton's harsh words triggered a painful memory from Asa's previous life. She remembered Mariana visiting her in the dungeon, claiming Asa was too good to her. Mariana's hidden resentment finally made sense. Asa realized her kindness hadn't reached her. Looking at Eaton, Asa told him he was wrong about her background. She wasn't some spoiled princess. This wasn't pity, it was genuine care. As she left, Luminous cast a final, heavy glance toward the boy. He mused that humans always throw away their chances to fix things. Even when redemption is right there, they let it slip through their fingers. Seeing them leave, Eaton panicked and dashed out to chase them. Suddenly, the heavy ceiling lamp snapped and came crashing down. Paralyzed by pure terror, Eaton watched the danger descend upon him. At the last second, a mysterious stranger lunged and shielded Eaton. "You okay, kid?" the man asked with a gentle smile. Who was he? Horrified, Asa rushed back to check on him. Eaton was still in shock. I'm fine," he stammered. Isa and Kalina let out a massive sigh of relief. All eyes turned toward the enigmatic savior, who remained playfully mysterious. He claimed he was looking for the owner of an earring he'd found. He had followed the only path available, leading him right to their door. The man then turned his attention to Asa with a charming grin. He flirted immediately, calling her a beauty. Asa's opinion of him plummeted instantly. Before the playboy could do more, Luminous stepped in like a wall. He issued a cold warning to stay away. Asa was shocked by his protection. The stranger backed off with a smirk, offering a half-hearted apology. Shyly, Eaton finally spoke up to thank the man for saving his life. "So, you do have manners," the man teased, recalling Eaton's earlier rudeness. Lecce realized he'd been eavesdropping the whole time. He admitted the tension was so high, he didn't want to ruin the moment. "Why the rush, little guy?" he asked. Eaton turned beet red. But then, Asa noticed something off. Eaton's movements seemed strangely sluggish. Recalling his awkward fall, Asa swiftly rolled up Eaton's pant leg to investigate. A jagged scratch marked his calf. Sensing his hesitation, Asa spoke with sudden gravity. "Don't move, you'll only tear the wound further." She knew ordinary herbs would take days. Healing was vital, yet her secret identity was absolutely non-negotiable. After ushering the others away with excuses, she faced the real challenge. This man. Desperate, Isa reached out to Luminous via telepathy. "Can you create a distraction?" Luminous obliged instantly. Isa expected grand magic, but he simply pointed and said, "That cloud looks like a sausage." Surprisingly, that simple remark worked like a charm. Isa channeled her healing energy with precision. By tomorrow, the scar would vanish completely. Breaking the silence, Eaton muttered, "Forgive me, I didn't mean to be harsh, altruism doesn't exist. Even my own parents threw me away because I wasn't loved. So why would strangers show me any kindness? It makes no sense to me." After a heavy pause, Asa whispered, "I used to feel exactly like you, Eaton. Betrayal by those I loved shattered my trust." Her words left Eaton stunned and speechless. "You too? But nobles always seem so perfect." Asa shook her head, continuing on. "Pain doesn't care about your social standing or your family's prestigious bloodline. I wandered through that soul-crushing darkness for years, but things are finally different now. Someone showed me that unconditional love is real. Weren't you the one who saved them? Was it pity or compassion?" Memories of their journey together flooded Eaton's mind instantly. Tears welled up in Eaton's eyes. Before he could speak, Kalina rushed in, hugging him. "I love you, Eaton," she whispered. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the man shattered the mood. "Sorry to interrupt, but this is actually urgent. Aren't you going to grab the laundry?" They froze, remembering the clothes hanging outside. "No!" they screamed. As they prepared to flee, the skies opened in a downpour. "Summer's final rain," Asa sighed. "We should head back." Luminous watched with cool indifference. "Shall I stop the storm?" he asked. Asa hissed, "Shh, don't just say things like that." He treated miracles like buying an umbrella. But then again, for the god of light, silencing the heavens was easier than finding a shop. He was beyond human logic. This was the absolute being who commanded day and night. She'd grown too comfortable. Spending time together made her forget they were from two completely different worlds. While Asa was lost in thought, Lecce bolted outside. "This rain is perfect for the heat." Eaton followed suit, splashing into the wet street. Kalina watched them, eyes wide with shock. "They'll catch cold," she fretted. Beside her, the man smirked. "That's the beauty of kids. You never know their next move." In that instant, a realization washed over Asa. Though he was learning our mortal ways, Luminous would always remain a divine, untouchable entity. She grabbed his hand. "Before we leave, let's try one last human experience together." Dragging him into the rain, she laughed. "Refreshing, right?" Luminous's lips curved into a smile. "Very refreshing," he agreed. Inside, the man watched Isa's joy, struck by her radiant expression. "She acts like a noble girl seeing rain for the first time. My hair's gonna ruin." "Whatever." With a shrug, he scooped up Kalina and dove straight into the storm. They played until the clouds cleared. As they parted ways, Eaton stopped Asa. "I'm sorry, and thank you. I bet whoever hurt you will beg for your forgiveness." Isa smiled softly, patting his head. "I truly hope you're right about that." The man turned to her. "This is where we part. But before you go, what's your name?" Asa didn't hesitate. "I'm Saloran. And what about you?" The man paused, a smirk dancing on his lips. "Just call me Artie." he whispered. Since you tossed this earring away, I'll keep it as a souvenir. With that, he vanished, leaving Asa completely speechless. Talk about a total playboy. Meanwhile, Artie couldn't shake that bizarre, electrifying sensation from moments ago. He was absolutely certain Asa's aura was unlike any other soul he had ever encountered. Suddenly, her radiant smile under the rain flashed in his mind. Artie grinned, talking to himself. Seriously, she's a total enigma who piques curiosity from every single angle. Just then, a girl blocked his path. Brother, where were you? Why are you a complete mess? Caught red-handed, Artie joked. I was actually just on my way back to you. His sister started nagging, then froze when she saw the jewel in his hand. Her expression turned deadly serious. Big brother, we've got major business here. Don't forget the real reason we came to this country. Artie donned his royal cloak, his aura shifting instantly. All right, everyone, move out. Destination, the Emil Imperial Palace. Under a crystal-clear sky, Aisa was enjoying autumn treats with her beloved family. Her father, Trevin, suddenly dropped a bombshell. Aisa, Isis, marriage proposals have arrived for both of you. The news hit them like a lightning bolt. But for Isis, only one thing mattered. Who had the audacity to target his precious little sister? Trevin continued with a calm face. The Duchy of Ryodan is using this visit as a chance for their royals to meet you both. They even sent formal engagement letters. Seeing his father so chill, Isis fumed with pure indignation. Isa is only 14. How can you be this calm after seeing a proposal for her? Relax, Trevin smirked. I'm rejecting them. This trip is purely for building diplomatic bridges between nations. Those letters are just a show of sincerity. But if I've misread their intentions for a second, I'll march straight to Ryodan and shove those letters right back in their faces. Isis cleared his throat, feeling awkward. You should have said that first. You totally freaked me out. Their mother, Alice, chimed in. Isis, remember, you're at that age now. This is only the beginning. The proposals won't stop coming. Asa realized her brother was officially a hot commodity on the marriage market. It seemed her father was just baiting Isis to bring up the topic. Trevin then got serious. The Ryodan diplomatic team arrives in a week. They'll be our guests for 4 full days. Isis, you're on princess duty. Isa, you'll be responsible for the prince during the visit. We need these ties to be rock solid. Treat them with the utmost respect. Isa's mind started racing. Ryodan was facing external threats and internal chaos. This sudden visit was way too suspicious. This wasn't just a friendly cultural exchange. There was definitely a hidden agenda at play. Despite her doubts, Asa bowed respectfully. I'll follow your instructions to the letter, father. Back in her room, Asa pulled up the intel on the mysterious Ryodan prince. His name was Artief Ryodan. Light green hair, violet eyes, and a passion for fine art. The description felt hauntingly familiar. She thought back to that Artie guy from yesterday and froze. It can't be him, right? She tried to rationalize. Sure, the looks match, but the timing is off. A royal wouldn't sneak into a meal early. Plus, that flirtatious guy was way too casual to be royalty. Suddenly, the head maid entered. Shall I prepare the carriage for your departure, milady? Isa snapped back to reality. It was time for the social salon with the capital's noble ladies. This was her 3rd engagement of the day. Your Highness, it's such an honor to finally meet. How have you been since the spring festival? Seeing the girls acting all bashful and shy. Asa got a massive bad feeling. It felt like she'd walked into the completely wrong place. After Asa greeted them, an awkward silence fell. Everyone seemed to be bursting with secrets. They were hesitating, holding back. Finally, one girl summoned her courage to speak. Your Highness, we heard rumors about a priest visiting the palace during the solstice. Is it true? Is he really as drop-dead gorgeous as they say? Asa could only stare in shock. The noble ladies were dying to start gossiping right then and there. Asa finally realized it. Top-tier visuals are basically a global treasure. Mid-discussion, one of the ladies suddenly piped up with a loud voice. I saw him at the summer solstice banquet. Rumors don't do him justice. He was so gorgeous I just stared, totally spilling my drink like a fool. Those who hadn't seen him yet were now absolutely green with envy. Is he really that hot? Asa smiled, watching the chaotic, excited chatter. They were obsessing over Luminos, ready to marry him on the spot. Turns out, the Temple of Light didn't ban citizens from starting families. They didn't push marriage like the god of life, but weddings were allowed. Temples provided blessings, so crushing on a priest wasn't technically blasphemy. Then, a lady blurted out, you're actually connected to all the top guys. Crown Prince Isis, young Lord Bwin, and even the new priest. As the vibe shifted, Asa flashed her best fake professional smile. They're all wonderful people. Her words made the room go dead silent. After a beat, one asked, Princess, if it's okay to ask, who among those 3 is actually your ideal type? Asa blinked, startled. My ideal type? Under their expectant gazes, she gave a tiny smirk. I honestly haven't thought about it. Another girl leaned in closer. Then do you know what their ideal types are? The ladies nodded eagerly. We want to know their taste. Asa laughed awkwardly and made a promise. Got it. I'll ask for you. The nobles were vibrating with excitement. One girl blushed. I really just wanted a heart-to-heart with you, princess. Congrats on joining high society. Let's hang out more often. Isa beamed. I'm so happy too. I'll host you all next time. We can dish about their types then. But leaving the event, Asa collapsed. She was drained. High society was way more exhausting than she imagined. The girls were cute, but asking her brother or Bwin about girls? Easy. The real problem was Priest Luminos. How do you even ask him? How could I ask a literal saint about his type? Asa wondered. Staring out the window, she sighed. Does having a type even matter? Later, Asa reached the Emil Imperial Palace. The headmaid rushed over. The Ryodan delegation arrived early, and the prince is already here. After meeting their majesties, he immediately requested to see you. Aisa was confused. This was way ahead of the schedule she'd heard. Why the rush? Entering the hall, she spotted Prince Artie of Ryodan. Artie held flowers and bowed. I am Artie, first prince of Ryodan. He looked so elegant sipping tea that Isa started to doubt herself. Was that guy from the capital really him? The aura is totally different. Suddenly, Artie spoke. Princess Aisa. The sound of her name startled her. With a dazzling smile, he said, You truly inherited your parents' best traits. Now she knew. This was the same flirtatious Artie. He glanced down. He found a document. Asa picked it up. Is this a project plan? It's for a children's charity. I noticed a need for this work, so I drafted some practical steps for the occasion. After strolling through the capital and meeting Kalina and the orphans, Aisha was deep in thought. Determined to give those homeless children a future, she began drafting a grand plan. Her mission was clear. She would establish a massive charitable foundation to support their education. Artie applauded. Child welfare is highly respected, even back in the Duchy of Ryodan, he noted. It was well known that the Emil royals were legendary for their devotion to the common folk. I humbly suggest building a sanctuary for children trapped in such dire living conditions, Artie added. That was the spark Aisha needed. A brilliant revelation finally flashed through her mind. With a proper facility, their food, clothing, and housing problems would finally be solved forever. Aisha started seeing Artie in a new light. Perhaps he was decent after all, until a maid interrupted. The Crown Prince and the Princess of Ryodan are currently waiting in the garden, she announced. Artie smirked, admitting the original plan was for a group tea, but he had other ideas. Forgive my lack of etiquette. I was just so desperate to see you alone today, he confessed. I kept it a secret because I wanted to savor this private time with you a bit longer. Aisha stared at his smug, unrepentant grin. The man didn't feel guilty in the slightest. Who would ever believe him? But as she entered the garden, her jaw nearly hit the floor. She was met with a shocking scene. The Ryodan princess was hand-feeding her brother strawberries. Wait, what on earth is going on here? Aisha blurted out, her eyes wide with disbelief. The Princess of Ryodan gasped and quickly stood up, her face lighting up with pure excitement. How careless of me. You must be Her Highness the Princess. It's an absolute honor. I'm Amena Ryodan, but call me Mena. Aisha offered a graceful royal greeting in return. Welcome to Emil. Suddenly, Aisha sensed her brother's silent, desperate plea for an immediate rescue. Mena lunged toward Aisha, her eyes sparkling with an intensity that was almost overwhelming. If the prince is this handsome, I knew you'd be a goddess and you are breathtaking. Aisha maintained her perfect royal mask. Thank you for such a kind compliment, she replied. Mena was practically vibrating. The pleasure is mine. This tea party is making me so happy. Watching the Ryodan siblings' chaotic and dramatic energy, Aisha was left completely and utterly speechless. It was official. These two siblings were definitely two peas in a very dramatic pod. They sat down, but Mena suddenly stripped off her coat, complaining of the intense heat. The summer heat is really lingering into the autumn, don't you think, Your Highness? Aisha noticed Mena's shivering skin. The girl had goosebumps. This was clearly a seduction trap. The thirst trap was in full swing. Then, Artie smoothly served Aisha a cup of black tea. This is our finest blend. It's actually a major item in our upcoming tariff negotiations. Seeing Artie's blindingly radiant smile, Aisha realized he was using his charms as a tactical weapon. Was the proposal just a formality? Why did it feel like they were actually playing for keeps? Alliances and military treaties are strong, but in this world, loyalties can shift in a heartbeat. To solidify national power, a political marriage is the fastest and most effective shortcut available. If they were targeting her or her brother for a marriage contract, absolutely no way. Isis finally cut in. This tea session has been a truly unforgettable and pleasant experience. Mena beamed, but Isis was already signaling Aisha that it was time to make their move. We should return to the palace to rest before tonight's grand welcome banquet, Isis suggested. Aisha nodded quickly, and I'm sure you two also have many preparations to handle as well. Mena pouted, wanting more time, but Artie stepped in with a sharp, knowing interruption. Mena, as the prince's dance partner, you'll need much more time than usual to get ready. After a few stiff, formal greetings, the two groups finally went their separate ways. Isis looked completely drained. He had never encountered a girl so wildly energetic and chaotic before. Asa pondered, I might not know my brother's type, but it's definitely not Princess Mena. Recalling the noble lady's requests from the gala, Asa finally spoke up. Brother, I've got a question. Isis beamed instantly. Oh? Ask me anything at all. What's Lord Bwin's ideal type? Upon hearing that name, Isis froze like a statue. Shaking, he stammered a confirmation. Why ask that? Asa gave him a dead serious look. You're his best friend, so you'd know best, right? Isis hesitated once more. You truly want to know? Asa flashed a dazzling smile. Yes, brother. A dark, menacing aura surged from Isis. Actually, I've suspected something for a while. He dares to look at Asa with admiration. Suddenly, Isis snapped. That priest Luen? Has he contacted you since the summer solstice banquet? Did he seek you out? Internal conflict raged within Asa, but she chose to lie. No contact at all. I'm stuck in the palace, and he's at the temple. When would we meet? Isis's voice grew mysterious. Isa, another question. Do you know Luen's ideal type? Flashbacks of her brother and Luen together raced through Aisa's mind. Could Isis be rejecting every marriage proposal because he's actually into Luminos? Isa shrieked in shock. Brother, not Luen! Sure, he's got those looks that make everyone fall head over heels, but I didn't think you would too. Isis shot back. Since you like Bwin, I can't have that priest hovering around. If I find his type, I'll set him up with someone similar. Hearing that? Isa's racing brain ground to a halt. Wait, what did you just say? You think I like Bwin? Once the misunderstanding cleared, the tension finally evaporated. I thought you liked Luen. Isa sighed. Isis clarified. I already told you. Luen is the new palace priest now. You'll definitely be bumping into him. I just worry something might happen. Suddenly, a major realization struck Asa. Luminos would be roaming the palace freely. They'd be seeing much more of him. That's actually great, Isis mused. Regarding Bwin's type, knowing that guy, he'd probably fall for someone nurturing with a heart of gold, honest and strong-willed. Asa thought, that soft but mature look is gonna trend. A blend of sweet and sophisticated. Then she asked, what about your type? Isis paused, then murmured, I think I'd prefer someone older than me. I want someone sharp and decisive. Above all, they must be elegant, classy, cheerful, and kind to everyone. Oh, and they definitely need to love kids. Before he could finish, Asa cut in. So, someone older and sophisticated, classy, cheerful, gentle, and great with children. That's a lot, brother. Basically, someone with the brains to be empress. That's the one, right? Isis smirked and cleared his throat. It's just an ideal. Isa was speechless. It's not that he's clueless about women. He's on a completely different planet. Still, her brother was kind, powerful, and inherited their father's god-tier visuals. A genius in both books and blades. He was the definition of reliable. He's literally the world's most perfect boyfriend. After hyping him up internally, Isa felt only his ideal type deserved him. Then, she thought of Luminos. He fits the description perfectly. Brother, why do I still think you like Luen? Isis went stiff instantly. Isa, I told you, that's not it. After debating politics, about orphan welfare with her mother, Alice asked a sudden question. How's the Ryodan Duchy delegation faring? Isa replied. He officially rejected their proposal. Princess Amena definitely didn't come here to play. Alice noted that during the Ryodan Duchy's recent visit, they pushed for the Empire to reconsider that marriage proposal one more time. Hearing this sent a shockwave through Isa. Just the mere thought that Amena might actually marry her brother made her physically tremble with anxiety. Overwhelmed, Isa cried out, No way! You're turning them down again, right? Allies or not, they're totally overstepping. Alice stayed composed, explaining that while she'd decline, their opposition only goes so far. Ultimately, Isis's own will is the deciding factor. It's not just about his happiness, but letting him choose his path. Isa's heart sank as she whispered, His will matters most. If she's the one who brings him joy, I'll just have to support him silently. After all, he'll eventually build his own life with a partner worthy of him. Alice sensed the underlying gloom in her daughter's voice and softly asked, Are you hurting? Isa didn't hide it, admitting that the idea of her brother leaving her side to start a new family felt incredibly strange and lonely. It was a bittersweet feeling she couldn't shake. Alice looked at her and asked, Isa, what force in this world never fades? It doesn't just endure, it grows more powerful with every passing year. That's love. Even if you both grow up and marry others, you will always be each other's irreplaceable family, bound by a bond. Deeper than anything. You know that's true, don't you, Isa? Your love is baked into Isis's happiness. Mine too. Her mother's words washed away Isa's doubts. Suddenly, a realization hit her regarding Isis's ideal type. It turned out the woman he admired most was standing right here. Every glowing description he'd ever given pointed directly to their mother. No wonder his standards are sky high. He compares every girl to Alice, every single day. Honestly, even I'd have zero resistance against someone as perfect as my mom. Isa beamed. Mother, you really are incredible. Alice blushed slightly, caught off guard, asking why she'd say that. Soon, the night of the banquet arrived to test Isis's true feelings. Isa went all out on her outfit to face Amena. In high society, visual dominance is everything. She had to crush the Ryodan princess's plan to aggressively win over her brother tonight. She donned her dress like a suit of armor. I'll be the judge of whether Amena is worthy. Isa was locked in. She'd be her brother's shield tonight. Outside, RD waited, with a heavy expression. The war against Edinbell was crushing Ryodan. They were desperate to stop the invasion. Ryodan's council forced Imena into a political marriage, ignoring RD's fierce protests. Caught between a national crisis and his sister's joy, RD was mentally drained. But surprisingly, Amena chose this path herself. A door clicking open snapped RD back. His mask was instantly on. RD flashed a charming grin, offering his arm to escort his partner to the gala. Isa giggled, calling him a true gentleman. RD's smile widened as he flirtatiously replied, "Thanks to you, I see that angels don't just stay in heaven, they come out at night too." Isa rolled her eyes playfully, teasing him for being such a smooth talker regardless of the hour. The cheesiness gave her goosebumps. However, she'd noticed RD's fleeting look of despair earlier but kept quiet. Once inside the ballroom, the atmosphere felt weirdly tense for the other ladies. Many noble girls lost hope after learning about Isis's impossible standards. Seeing the gloomy vibe, RD whispered, asking why everyone looked so defeated. Isa just shrugged innocently, stating she only shared the facts. One lady, hearing Priest Luen was attending, gasped with relief that they still had a chance since his type was still a mystery. Isa scanned the room for Amena. Suddenly, Isis entered the hall with the princess on his arm. Seeing her clinging to her brother, Isa flashed a polite but fake smile. "You're certainly enjoying this, princess." Amena didn't miss a beat, showering her with praise by calling her a literal angel. "Don't you feel us growing closer? I never expected such a warm Emil Empire welcome. We're so happy here. I truly hope to stay for a very long time. I want to spend forever here with you both." Watching Imena's desperate performance, Isa was speechless. Her thirsty intentions were way too obvious. Meanwhile, Isa realized Imena was far too shallow and a total mismatch for her brother. He clearly wasn't interested. Isa smiled politely. "You're such a distinguished guest. I'll make sure your memories are beautiful before you finally head out. If you ever return, I'll be the one personally in charge of hosting you. My brother is buried in his studies and has zero time for marriage." Isa's beaming smile made Imena tremble. After the clash, Isa felt pure satisfaction. She seemed to understand, but suddenly Imena faked a migraine and collapsed. Falling into Isis's arms, she whimpered, "This grand banquet is just so overwhelming, and my nerves are failing me. My head, it's starting to throb a bit." Isa gritted through clenched teeth. Jimena nodded, her face etched with concern. "Maybe some fresh air on the balcony will help clear it." But right at that moment, Isis cut in. "If the pain is that bad, skip the air and head straight back to the palace for real rest." Both Isa and Jimena froze, completely blindsided by Isis's sudden, blunt command. Looking genuinely worried, Isis added, "The journey was clearly too taxing. You haven't recovered your strength yet." "I'll send medicine immediately," Jimena blurted out. "You need to go lie down right this second." "Wait, no need. I think I'm actually feeling better already," Isa stammered. Isis narrowed her eyes. "How? Is it even possible for a migraine to vanish in seconds?" Isa stood there, totally speechless. "My worries were misplaced. It turns out, an even more formidable rival than Princess Jimena was lurking here." Isa glanced back, spotting that unmistakable flash of brilliant crimson hair. It was none other than young Duin. Duin flashed a perfectly chivalrous smile. Isa chuckled to herself, thinking, "That's so typical of him. He can even hear me from over there?" Duin scratched his head shyly as Artie watched the whole exchange. Artie clearly clocked Duin's obvious crush. After a quick round of intros, Artie leaned toward Asa. "Your Highness." A word in private? He moved closer. Seeing them whispering like that, Duin's face clouded with instant irritation. Jealousy flared in Duin's eyes. Artie chirped happily. "Having a private chat like this today is way more interesting." Then he smirked at Duin. "Oh, I forgot you were still standing there." Asa quickly intervened to break the tension. "We were just casually discussing a new project I'm planning." Duin shot Artie a look of pure disdain before turning back to Isa. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince is also very curious about this. Why don't we all collaborate together?" It was a total lie, of course. But Asa's face lit up with genuine excitement at the idea. Suddenly, Asa's nose tickled, and she let out a loud sneeze. Artie and Duin both lunged forward instantly. "Are you okay? Did you catch a cold?" They blurted in unison. Asa waved them off quickly. "I'm fine. The heavy perfumes at the banquet are just making my nose itch like crazy." As the next song began, Artie whisked Asa onto the dance floor, whispering tenderly as they moved. "I felt so burdened when I first arrived. I know my sister has made things difficult for you. Yet you've been so welcoming regardless. Perhaps that's exactly why the bond between us has been able to grow so deep. I'm truly grateful." Asa's cheeks flushed a soft pink. Suddenly, Artie closed the gap between them. What exactly was he trying to do? After escorting Jimena to her room, Isis rushed back to the ballroom as fast as possible. But he stopped dead, spotting the intimate moment between Artie and Asa. Duin noticed it too. Both men practically teleported to Artie's side, shouting at the same time, "Hold it right there!" Turns out, Artie was just touching noses with Isa. "It's a traditional Ryadan greeting," he explained to them. "We do this with close friends." Isis and Duin weren't buying it. "Your culture is quite liberal. Regardless, you're in the Emil Empire now. Please be more careful with your boundaries." Asa laughed it off, trying to cool the tension. Artie definitely marched to his own beat. No sooner had the misunderstanding died down than high-pitched squeals erupted from the noble ladies. Asa knew that sound instantly Luminos had arrived. He walked in, flashing her a truly dazzling smile. His ethereal looks and heart-melting grin left every noble lady in the room completely spellbound. Luminos gave Asa a simple, casual wave, making her heart skip. He'd finally adjusted to human life. "Guess he doesn't need my lessons anymore." Suddenly, Luminos glanced at Artie with cold indifference. "This guy looks pathetic. Still sick from that summer rain? Can't believe I'm seeing him again." Before he could finish, Isa faked a loud sneeze. She scrambled for a quick excuse and dragged Luminos toward the balcony. Suddenly, Duin appeared by her side, his voice soft and tender. "Pardon me, Your Highness. It's freezing outside. Please, wear this to stay warm." Asa beamed at him. "You're always so incredibly thoughtful, Duin. Thank you." Their fingers brushed, causing Biwen to blush furiously. Isis and Artie witnessed this moment before Asa spoke up on the balcony. "Luminos, that was way too risky. You almost exposed our secret back there." Luminos realized his slip-up. Luckily, their true identities remained hidden for now. As Luminos reflected on his mistake, Asa remained silent, watching him closely. Suddenly remembering the noble lady's request, she asked, "What's your ideal type?" Since the god of light was clueless about dating, Isa explained the concept. "It's the person you like," she said. Luminos paused, then finally spoke. "Don't you know? My ideal type is you." His confession was legendary. Asa's face turned beet red instantly. "Wait, that's not what I meant." She tried to clarify, but Luminos calmly repeated, "My ideal type is you. I've told you countless times, whether we were in the carriage or when I first saw your true form." Suddenly, the truth hit Asa. Luminos wasn't joking. He was genuinely interested in her as a human. Seeing his puzzled expression, Isa stopped explaining. Some things were better kept secret. Telling the noble ladies would only cause chaos, so they headed back inside. Just then, Luminos asked, "I thought you'd ask me about Ludwig instead. Didn't your summoning fail?" His words plunged Isa into a heavy silence. She remembered the failed ritual, despite preparing her mana and affinity perfectly. She was so confident she could summon a high-level spirit this time. Isa had knelt, chanting the spell as the magic circle glowed blindingly bright. But as the light faded, the circle remained empty, shattering her heart. Frustrated, she tried again and again, but every attempt ended in failure. "So you knew everything," Asa sighed. Luminos nodded with a calm gaze. "I can sense the flow of their power. Why hide this from me? I didn't want anyone to find out, especially not you. And not yet. I bragged about summoning the Spirit King, but I'm stuck. It's so humiliating. I even promised my brother I'd become his strength. I can't fail." She dreaded disappointing him. Why wouldn't Ludwig respond to her call? "I'm missing something vital," she muttered. Luminous offered her the direct answer. Asa shook her head. "That's a shortcut. Just seeing you is lucky enough. I feel I need to complete this summoning ritual on my own merits." Hearing her resolve, Luminos offered a rare, tender smile. "Am I just a shortcut? Your answers are always unexpected. Look closer. Don't give up. Succeed, then come find me." His words fueled her fire. Isa beamed. "I'll definitely summon him. Just wait for me a bit longer." Luminos watched her tenderly. "As long as you're smiling, I'll support you." After their heart-to-heart, the two finally returned to the party. But Isis was gone. "Where did my brother go?" Asa asked. Biwen explained he went to greet the VIPs from the Ryadan Duchy. As the princess, Asa had to join the welcoming party immediately. Before leaving, she returned the cloak. "Thanks to this, I didn't freeze." Biwen took the garment, looking hesitant. "Your Highness, about earlier." You said I recognized your voice because I'm a magic swordsman, but identifying specific voices isn't actually a swordsman skill. I don't know why. Even amidst the crowd, his voice was unmistakable, leaving Isa completely frozen in shock. Biwin's face turned beet red after speaking. He offered a stiff bow and retreated with robotic steps. Asa opened her mouth to speak but hesitated, while Artie leaned in and whispered, "This is getting messy. It looks like we're both heading into the same uphill battle." Mena spent the evening meticulously charting Isis's every quirk. The next morning, Mena cornered Isa at dawn, desperately seeking her help to secure a marriage with her brother. "Isis?" Asa let out a skeptical smirk. "Are you actually serious right now?" "This is a bit much," Asa replied flatly. "I have zero reason to help you with this." Mena didn't flinch. "I understand, but hear me out. Our two nations need a formal political marriage to cement a true alliance. With this, we can become unbreakable allies, standing tall and supporting each other through anything." Asa realized her brother's charms hadn't just worked, they had backfired into a trap. Now the pressure was on her. Mena's logic was sound, but Asa fired back. "Emil can reap those same rewards by partnering with any other nation. Give me one reason why the Duchy of Ryadan is our only choice. Beyond politics, my brother's personal happiness is my top priority. In everything you've said, I haven't heard a single word about actually liking him." Aisa's sharp question left Mena speechless. "I just want my brother to be happy," Aisa added. "He deserves real love, not just to be a pawn. You should head back and rest." As Isa turned to walk away, Mena looked up, her gaze steady. "You're right, but with my country on the brink of ruin, I don't have the luxury of romance. I take this duty seriously. Our situation is becoming more dire by the second. If war breaks out now, Ryadan might not survive. It's that simple. Marrying the crown prince is the final hope to keep my home from disappearing." Flashback 2, before they arrived at a meal. Artie had tried to talk her out of it. "Mena, don't. I'll handle the nobles," he promised. But Mena stood her ground. "I have to go. For my country and for everyone I love. This is the only play left to save our nation from the shadows. And more importantly, this land beneath my feet. And all this beauty I feel. Don't I have a duty to protect it?" Back to reality. Mena continued, "I will work harder than anyone to be the one who makes him happy. So, even if I'm being shameless, for the sake of my home, is there really no way?" Isa went silent. This girl was just a desperate fighter trying to save what she loved. It was like looking at her own reflection. Isa finally softened and spoke. "I won't do it for you, but I'll tell you exactly what my brother's ideal type is." Seeing Asa finally cave, Mena's heart swelled with a newfound surge of hope. If she followed this, she could actually win the prince over, right? However, once the truth came out, Mena's confidence instantly crumbled into dust. Isis's ideal type was basically a perfect goddess. Isa quickly stepped in to comfort her. "You need to dial back the aggression. Since we're here, why don't we build this ideal type together?" After a total makeover, Asa asked, "Princess, want to see the new you in the mirror?" Mena looked at her reflection with a shy blush. Is this really okay? I'm not used to this style at all." "Wait, isn't my date at noon?" "I have to get going. I can't thank you enough for doing this personally," Mena beamed. "I had a blast too," Asa smiled. With a quick thanks, Mena rushed off to her fate. Right then, Artie stepped inside, their paths colliding. He looked totally caught off guard. "You've got a guest," Isa smirked. It was Princess Mena herself. Artie froze in shock. He barely recognized his own sister's vibe. Then, Artie and Isa dove straight into their upcoming charity project talk. Isa scanned the proposal Artie drafted with an intense, laser-like focus. Initially, he planned to just wing it, but the work demanded more effort than expected. As he gripped the draft again, memories suddenly flooded his mind. He saw those kids playing and Isa's pure smile. Finally, a heartfelt proposal was born. After reading it, Isa was glowing with pure joy. She started hyping up her own ideas. Following a deep dive into the plans, Isa admitted, she struggled with the school's complex internal layout and structural differences. "I want a solid blueprint, but soloing this is tough. Let's collab?" Artie grinned. "Say no more." Isa beamed. "I didn't expect this team up. With you, this charity project will launch in no time." "Thank you." Artie smiled back warmly. "It's truly an honor." After Isa's careful makeover, Mina prepped her ultimate seduction plan. But her new vibe totally baffled Isis. "Princess, you okay?" She was acting so weird while Isis gave her the grand tour around the palace grounds. She waited, like a timid doll, refusing to budge without an escort while forcing sophisticated small talk. Most importantly, Mena was obsessing over whether the servants had actually gotten enough rest. She even let them off during work hours, Isis asked with deep concern. "Is something wrong? You're not yourself," Mena whispered shyly. "I heard from Her Highness that you like smart, elegant, and gentle girls." Upon hearing that bombshell, Isis felt totally betrayed. His sister had completely sold him out. He explained, I was just talking nonsense then. I've never actually given it serious thought. Mena asked, but if you said it, doesn't that mean it's your subconscious preference? Isis was speechless, totally stumped for words. After a tense beat, he spoke, even if that's my type, you shouldn't force yourself to change. Mena asked, is it because you don't like the real me? Seeing her wilt, Isis panicked. Don't get it twisted. It's not that I don't like you, but molding yourself to fit other people's standards is like wearing clothes that don't fit. Because nothing's more captivating than the courage to be yourself. Those sudden, deep words, hitting like a straight-up confession, made the atmosphere feel super intimate. Mena joked later, my date with Isis was a total fail. Isa blinked, stunned. Wait, he didn't react? Mena waved it off. He said nothing's more charming than your authentic self. I thought a personality makeover was the key to success, but he wants the real me. Isa chuckled. That's such a typical brother move. Mena started hyping them both up, glad she wasn't crushed. Then Mena added, I owe you big time. If you ever need a hand, just say the word. Even if you just need to vent, I'm here. After a heavy silence, Isa whispered, actually, there's a secret. I recently tried to summon a high-level spirit, but I failed miserably. I'm lost and don't know what to do next. Seeing Isa's pained smile, Mena's heart sank, searching for the right words to comfort her. Suddenly, a realization struck Mena. She urged Asa to wait for a quick second. After skimming through several massive tomes, Asa's eyes widened in pure shock. It turned out every single volume focused on spiritual lore. Mena actually brought them to help her brother, Artie, win Asa's heart. She never expected them to benefit Asa. Realizing her rudeness, she felt ashamed. Clearing her throat, she promised to return them after a quick read. Mena offered, I can read ancient scripts too. Let's divide and conquer. We'll find answers faster this way, right? Asa beamed and agreed. Totally. From then on, they spent every free moment studying together. Hours passed with zero clues found. Soon, the sun began to set. Asa sighed, closing her book. Looking up, she saw Mena was fast asleep. Gently draping a blanket over her, Asa's view of Mena started to shift. She hadn't expected Mena to work this hard on someone else's problem. Mena goes all in once she decides. I'm finally seeing the real her. Brother needs to see this side of her. Suddenly, Asa spotted something. Papers peeked out from the book Mena clutched. Was this the solution? A fix for Asa's failed summons? She pulled a mysterious envelope from the pages. As she reached for it, Mena startled awake. Whoops, I totally passed out. Wait, what's that? They nervously stared at the ancient envelope before tearing it open. The contents left them speechless. The writing was completely and utterly unreadable. Suddenly, a light bulb went off for Asa. This had to be the spirit language. Isa summoned Lur. The spirit examined the envelope and finally spoke. This isn't our tongue. Asa froze, stunned that her hunch was wrong. Lur read slowly. Once the Spirit King's existence was revealed, summoners grew stronger. However, darker forces began to emerge. Enemies plotted in the shadows to block their progress. Over time, summoners lost their ability to wield spiritual energy. I couldn't escape the war either. This is my final summon. Isa never imagined summoning the Spirit King would spark such conflict. No records ever mentioned a summoner successfully calling the Spirit King. Who was the recipient? The answer lay hidden in the bottom corner. At dusk, Mena spotted her brother, Artie, lingering outside her window. Still working, brother? Artie joked. Aren't you just as busy? Mena replied, I didn't expect to work this hard. Seeing her hustle, you'd want to help her too. Artie nodded as Mena's expression darkened. We came to stop Emil, but we're the ones being played. Silence fell. Artie then told Mena to go get some rest. As he checked files, Mena asked, Isn't it a bit dark in here? I brought a gift, a magic tool powered by the princess's spirit energy. She flicked the switch, and brilliant light flooded the entire balcony. Artie gasped. Spirit power fuels this? Mena nodded. We just discovered the secret. She mastered it in days. After showing off the tool, Mena departed. Artie stared at the device, lost in thought. This was her true essence. The next day, Asa led Mena to the temple. Where are the priests? Isa explained, it's the ancient pavilion, where pure nature power flows freely. That thought made her freeze. Suddenly, a mysterious pull tugged at her soul. Isa came to a dead stop. Following the invisible tether, she reached the depths. She pushed open a heavy stone door, revealing a hidden altar. Inside, Asa's heart hammered with pure adrenaline. It was the most blinding, radiant glow she'd ever witnessed. An invocation here would definitely be a massive success. She turned to Mena, asking her to keep watch. Mena was more than happy to stand guard. After sketching the magic circle, Isa inhaled sharply. She pressed her palm down, chanting the ancient incantation. The sigil ignited instantly, glowing fiercely. Nearby, Mena felt the sheer weight of that immense power. Every spark of light gathered into a single point. Aisa finally saw a glimmer of true hope. As the final verse left her lips, a pillar of light erupted, shocking everyone outside the ruins. Even her brother Isis witnessed the flare. Slowly, the blinding brilliance began to fade away. Mena kept shouting Aisa's name, but she was shocked to find Aisa slumped on the cold ground, looking completely devastated. The ritual had clearly failed. In that dark moment, Aisa's inner demons began to swallow her whole. Nightmares of her family's deaths replayed before her eyes. In the hallucination, Mariana whispered cruelly, "You don't deserve a loving family's warmth. All you can do is watch." Aisa's mental walls crumbled. Seeing this, Mena rushed to hug her tight. "That is not true." Locked onto Mena's steady gaze, Aisa snapped back to reality. Despite her massive natural mana, she'd failed. Mena countered, "I came to Amelia, hoping to change my kingdom's destiny. I believe in myself. So you must too. If faith in yourself is too hard, trust those who believe in you." Aisa immediately pictured her family and the love that fueled her life, keeping her in the light. Suddenly, a profound realization struck Aisa's soul. She stood up. "Princess, can you run?" Aisa finally understood that she was the light. The essence wasn't just a glowing location, but where she first found hope. It was her foundation and the brightest spark within her very heart. Aisa chanted again, crushing her fear with raw conviction. Once more, the blinding light surged forth. A voice boomed from the radiance. "You've finally summoned me. Shall we forge a contract?" "Absolutely," Aisa cheered. After countless failures, she finally manifested the legendary high-level spirit. "Ludwig!" Mena squealed with joy. "You did it!" Aisa turned, walking toward her friend. "This is all thanks to you. I was blind to the people who never stopped believing in me. Without your reminder, I would still be lost." But just as they celebrated their victory, a maid rushed in. "Princess Mena, you must return to the palace immediately." Trouble had erupted in the Ryodan Duchy regarding border defenses. Aisa noticed Mena's trembling hands and felt a pang of sorrow. This was urgent. They had to move. They soared toward the palace atop Ludwig, though Aisa felt guilty. Mena's home was in crisis, yet she stayed to ensure Aisa's success first. Aisa plucked a feather from Ludwig and whispered, "Because of you, I found the courage to push my limits. Show this to your people, and say, Amelia's princess owes Ryodan a great debt and pledges her full military support. This is our sacred vow." Overwhelmed with emotion, Mena was left completely speechless. She managed a single, heartfelt thank you. Ludwig descended, captivating everyone below. Once they landed safely, Artie approached with a grave expression. "Before arriving in Amelia, I was lost. But meeting you finally cured my anxiety. I found my purpose because of you." Aisa felt a surge of joy. "I thought I was the only one being saved. Hearing you've changed too is such a relief. Our time was short, but your wisdom is legendary. I know you'll achieve greatness." Artie spoke up, suggesting that once the duchy's chaos finally subsides, he would officially pitch a joint venture to Aisa. She responded with a radiant smile. "I'll be waiting." Meanwhile, Isis approached Mena, looking low-key shy. "Next time we meet, can we drop the formalities?" Mena beamed. "The next time our paths cross, I'll be a completely transformed woman. I'll stand before you as Ryodan's princess, dressed in the finest custom couture." Isis vowed, "I would know you anywhere." After a brief goodbye, they headed back to Ryodan. The marriage wasn't settled, but the trip was a total win. Fate was moving fast. Aisa had summoned a high-tier spirit. Mariana wasn't slacking either. A new servant caught her first glimpse of the princess. Struck by her beauty, the maid was tasked with tidying Mariana's private chambers. A ruby on the desk glowed intensely. If the princess owns this, it must be worth a fortune, right? Its crimson shimmer was hypnotic. The maid felt like she was being sucked into the stone. If only this gorgeous gem belonged to me. Suddenly, Mariana manifested right behind her. "Caught a little thief, did I?" Panic surged. The ruby slipped and hit the floor. Gems shouldn't shatter, but this one disintegrated instantly. The maid hit her knees, begging for mercy. Something felt off. A royal treasure shouldn't be that fragile. Mariana cut her off. "Of course it's weird. This isn't even a real jewel." Pure terror washed over the servant's face. She couldn't believe the princess was rocking a fake. Mariana's dark laughter filled the room, leaving the maid shook. Wiping away tears of mockery, Mariana sneered, "You're so clueless. It's actually sad. If it's not real, I'll just make it real." She snatched up a sharp fragment. "Look closely. What do you see?" The ruby flared with an eerie light, enchanting the maid once more. "This is the most precious ruby in the land." Scene shift. Aisa was drifting in a peaceful slumber. A familiar shadow loomed over her bed. Luminos watched her. She summoned that power on her own. She deserves a reward. But this was a trial, a hidden memory she had to survive. Within the dreamscape, Aisa transformed into Elisa, her past life self. Lucid dreaming, she knew it wasn't real. Before her stood a shrouded mirror. Asa pulled the veil, but Mariana's face stared back. What kind of omen was this? After the Raiden crew left, Luminos triggered this dream to help Asa face her inner demons, unlocking suppressed memories and the massive hurdle blocking her path since then. Anxiety plagued Asa. She couldn't focus, haunted by the dream's cryptic meaning. Based on Ashley's intel, Asa was certain. Mariana was dabbling in the dark arts. She spent every spare second digging into the forbidden secrets of black magic. Was her research bleeding into her subconscious? The dream felt way too vivid. Last time, she dreamt of Luminos on a cliff before meeting him for real. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door shattered her thoughts. Her lady-in-waiting delivered urgent news. The Raiden delegation had arrived with an emergency request to see the royal family. The Ryodan envoys looked grim. Edembel's forces have breached the borders. They invaded Ryodan territory. Negotiations were held, but they went south fast. Their conditions are straight up insane, Trevin demanded. What is their price? The delegate replied, they want the Eastern Sea and every single island in it. Isis's mind raced. The Eastern Sea borders northern Emil, including Diamond Island. Their ultimate target isn't Ryodan, it's the Emil Empire. Trevin's voice remained cold and steady. The masks finally fell. Right then, the delegation produced a mysterious chest. Inside lay the sacred token of the pact between Princess Isa and Princess Imena. This feather symbolized Emil's absolute backup. Ryodan was clearly on the brink of ruin, but how could she save them now? Suddenly, a voice broke the heavy silence. Trevin declared, the pledge is recognized. We're deploying 500,000 elite troops and healers. Her father's massive decree left Isa completely breathless and stunned. Trevin cautioned that sending a formal delegation required more thought during these tense negotiations. Would Emil's interference provoke Edenbell? The Ryodan envoy looked utterly defeated. Talks have already collapsed, he admitted. War seemed certain until they requested a second meeting. Their demands are insane. We need the Empire's weight to shift the power balance. He activated an image sphere, revealing the chilling movements of the Edenbell army. 1,200,000 troops! Emil's presence is the only thing that might rattle them. Trevin knew this was just a temporary fix, yet he had no choice but to agree. As Trevin assembled the task force, Isis suddenly noticed the commander of the Edenbell forces. Who is this man? I've seen him before. Isa's gaze locked onto the image. The delegation replied with a shudder. That is the supreme commander of Edenbell. Isa froze as her heart stopped. It was him, the legendary Duke Arson. Why was he there? The butcher of the battlefield? She gasped in disbelief. Is it really him? Isa desperately hoped this was just a twisted misunderstanding. The Ryodan envoy's voice trembled. He's a literal demon who knows no mercy. He slaughters the innocent without hesitation. Without stopping him, this war is our end. Isa's mind spiraled into panic. Arson was her sweet, innocent childhood playmate. He was never a monster, Trevin asked. Will this commander attend the negotiations in person? Upon receiving confirmation, Trevin immediately began finalizing the elite diplomatic team. Isa's heart was in turmoil. What had Arson endured to become such a killer? Perhaps her death in Edenbell had shattered his soul just as much as hers. As the names were called, Isa stepped forward. I'm going. I'm joining the delegation. Ignoring the shocked gasps, she stood her ground. I must be at those negotiations. She needed to look into Arson's eyes and demand the truth behind this carnage. Her sudden demand sent shockwaves through the room. Trevin frowned. What are you saying? The duchy is facing extinction, Isa argued. The Empire must put everything on the line. Trevin countered. And how does putting you in danger count as giving our all? Because I made that promise, she whispered. And I'm the one who must keep it. Trevin stayed silent for a long beat. Isa, you are the princess of this nation. The crown represents the people. Our response already proves your vow is fulfilled. Your part is done. Drop this idea immediately. Isa opened her mouth to protest, but Trevin's voice turned icy. Reflect on the mindset required to wear that crown. The meeting ended, leaving Isa standing in a heavy, suffocating silence. Isis approached her, catching the raw pain in her eyes. Let's talk privately. They stepped outside the hall, and Isis was the first to break the tension. You look devastated. Is it because father shut you down? Isa slowly nodded. I have a reason, she murmured. A reason why I absolutely have to go. Isis sighed heavily. Even if father had said yes, I would still oppose you. Remember when I tried to sneak off to war and you stopped me? Isa felt a sudden, sharp pang of guilt wash over her soul. Battlefield reality is brutal. Isa desperately yearns for her brother's approval. Patting her shoulder, Isis spoke gently. I'm not blaming you at all. No one wants to send their precious family into a bloodbath. Even a perfect strategy can't erase the looming shadow of death. Isa finally confessed. Arson was her only true friend in Denbell. He's no battlefield butcher. He was selfless, kind, and completely unbiased. Isis cut in after seeing that magic orb. Is he still him? I remember him too. He once tried to comfort your tears. That boy radiated kindness, but this new version feels like a stranger. Isa hesitated. Maybe he was right. Arson could have totally changed. Yet, she saw agony in his eyes. She promised Isis everything. I'll return safely. Let Bwin be my shield on this journey. Isis panicked, but Isa refused to back down this one time. Trust me, I'm the only one who can reach the commander. She had to go. After her relentless begging, Isis finally yielded. He reluctantly approved her role in the high-stakes Ryodan negotiations. Later, a moody Isis called Bwin over for a stiff drink. I hate talking to lightweights, he grumbled. Bwin stayed calm. Don't take your frustration out on me. Isis went dead silent. Bwin asked, if you're so worried, why not stop her again? Isis sighed heavily. She has a duty she cannot ignore. Bwin was speechless. Isis just felt like absolute trash inside. He's drinking his worries away. A simple promise isn't enough. It's a war zone. Nothing is simple. Bwin knew Isis lost. You lost to the princess, didn't you? Bwin smirked. Isis protested. Who's anxious? Bwin knew Isis wanted him to be her guardian. Don't worry. I'm a proud knight of the Emil family. Protecting royalty is his mission. He'll bring her back safe. Guaranteed. Isis finally smiled. You really are the most reliable knight. She specifically asked for you. She knows how much I trust you. Can you protect her? Bwin vowed his life to her safety. I'll ensure her survival. Isis teased his overly serious knightly vibe. It's like a sacred pact. Bwin just smiled, ready to serve. He'd serve her gladly. Isis laughed, finally feeling some relief. One protector is enough. That night, Isa wandered the garden. Tomorrow, she leaves for Ryodan. Earlier, she and Isis were busy. They spent all day trying to convince Trevin to agree. Thanks to Bwin's words, Trevin finally cracked. Isa felt relieved. Their support meant everything. Her brother had already briefed Bwin. He kept it a secret, and that realization made her happy. She went to find Bwin, passing a priest with a smile. Suddenly, she remembered Lord Lumina. Was he doing okay lately? She wished she could say goodbye. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed. Isa turned horrified. The queen's maid just collapsed suddenly. Thuds echoed everywhere. Panic set in this nightmare made no sense. Suddenly, the sound of dripping water echoed. Asa spun around to find a stranger grinning. Hello, he whispered. Who was this enigmatic figure? Asa stood her ground against the mysterious stranger who appeared out of thin air. Paralyzed, Asa demanded. Did you do this? He waved it off. Don't give me those scary eyes. Just putting them to sleep for a bit. Asa glanced at Reina, relieved to see her breathing steadily. Realizing she was safe, her heart settled. Asa pressed on. What are you even doing here? The man shrugged coolly. The others don't matter. I only came to see you, Asa. Shocked he knew her name, Asa felt a crushing pressure radiating from him, a terrifying, godlike aura. It rivaled Lord Lumina, maybe even surpassed it. Suddenly, the water spirit Nayades manifested before them. Asa froze in confusion. Why was he here? The man spoke up. You two are acquainted, right? The kid wanted to see you, so I tagged along, Nayades explained, looking completely blindsided by the situation. Allow me to introduce Lord Aina, the king of water spirits. Asa dropped into a deep bow instantly. Drop the formalities, Aina drawled. Look at me. He suddenly blurred the distance between them. He scanned her intently. The rumors were right. You are quite the porcelain beauty, though you're way smaller than expected. Nayades stepped in, but Isa cut through the chatter with a question. You searched for me? Did we meet before? Aina chuckled. In a way, yes. You're a total celebrity in the spirit realm now. Asa hid her blushing face, feeling totally exposed. She burned to ask why only she could see spirits, but she hesitated, holding back the words. Blunting her curiosity felt safer. Aina tilted his head. How bizarre. I heard your spirit affinity was legendary. So why the cold shoulder, little one? Because you clearly despise me, Asa retorted. Aina forced a tight, artificial smile. Let's walk and talk, shall we? Aina's gaze remained locked onto Asa's every movement. Do you have something to say, Lord Aina? The more I reflect, the more ridiculous this feels. Usually, when you realize someone hates you, shouldn't you be a bit more guarded? He shifted gears. You're trying to summon Lumina, right? Asa fell silent, the tension thickening. I gave Lord Lumina my word, she stated firmly. I will succeed no matter what. Aina cut her off. Stop. Just quit now. That's why I'm here. That bombshell left Asa speechless. What does that even mean? At least give me a reason. Aina sighed. It's simple, really. You're severely lacking in mana. Confusion washed over her. Aina explained. See, some folks are born overflowing with raw magic, but their internal vessel is tiny. Others are the opposite. It's all down to luck and genetics. Effort won't change your nature. Plus, your vessel is already maxed out just trying to sustain a king. Summoning Spirit Kings requires insane mana levels. Legendary summoners spent their entire lives grinding for this. But honestly, your power doesn't even come close to what those masters possessed. Your life's work is a joke compared to theirs. But Asa wasn't having any of it. Fueled by defiance, she cried, "Then I'll just train twice as hard to expand my mana." Aina loomed over her, his footsteps heavy. "Why aren't you getting this? Listen to me. Your mana capacity is minuscule. You'll never be able to summon Ludwig, period." Despair crushed her spirit as she whispered to herself, "No, this can't be happening." Aina leaned in, his voice a cold whisper. "So, Aisa, just give it up already. Let Ludwig return to the spirit realm where he belongs." With that, he vanished into thin air. Asa stood frozen in the silence. By dawn, she had finished packing her bags, determined. "Ready to head out," Betty announced. "Your Highness, young Master Bwin has arrived." Once granted entry, Bwin stepped inside, greeting her with a chivalrous bow. "My lady, I'm here to escort you on your quest." Asa nodded, Aina's harsh warning echoing in her mind. Her journey was only beginning, and she wasn't about to back down now. Not for anything. "Every single preparation for our expedition is finally set. I'm here for you." Aisha beamed, thanking him for the hard work. "If you could you step closer?" Duin approached, puzzled by the two gems inside. Duin went rigid. Smiling, Aisha teased, "It's been forever, hasn't it? Since you're here, I wanted to share this." Duin replied flatly, "The mana must be gone." He never expected her to keep them. Aisha whispered, "Magicless, but still lucky." Those words made Duin's heart skip. Aisha gripped the stones tightly, saying, "Luck is vital now. I've been praying for the outcome we need." Duin spoke with total sincerity. "I'm certain the princess I serve is a powerhouse who never flinches in the face of struggle, dismantling every obstacle with her brilliant mind." Aisha's gaze sharpened. "Then I won't fail. I considered taking these, but they're just extra weight. I'll leave them." Hearing that, Duin suggested, "Why not fuse both magic stones together? After all, you have a cord to wear them as a pendant." Aisha blinked. Duin stepped closer. Suddenly, their hands brushed, interlocking in a heartbeat. A blinding white aura erupted, both stones fused into one radiant violet jewel. Watching her smile, Duin murmured, "The magic is gone, but the luck remains." Their eyes locked, and a thick romantic tension filled the air. Watching the vibe, the guards and maids couldn't help but blush. Clueless, Duin caught their stares. "Why is everyone looking at me like that?" Ignoring their weak excuses, Duin maintained his stoic, serious expression. Beside him, Aisha was dazed, still feeling the heat of their touch. Blushing, she stammered, "Duin, it's time. We really should get moving." The awkwardness broke. She sighed internally. It was just a handhold, no biggie. But why does this crowd make it feel so intense and strange? Duin must feel it too, she thought, watching him work with focus. Silence fell once more. Meanwhile, the massive Edembel army reached the Ryodan border. Ryodan's secret plea to Emil was already leaked. An official panicked, fearing Emil's interference would ruin their conquest. He begged to cancel the talks, but Commander Arzaman stood unmoved. "Silence. You're interrupting my focus." As the room went quiet, Arzan's eyes snapped open. "We proceed as planned, moving. Too fast breeds mistakes. I already prepared for Emil's predictable move. It's time to show those sly snakes exactly whose hands hold their lives. Maybe then they'll learn who to serve." As the body count rose, Adembel gathered the fallen for the pyre. Suddenly, a hand burst from the inferno, terrifying the nearby monk. The charred hand twitched violently amidst the flames, like a living nightmare. Aisha's diplomatic team finally reached Ryodan. Artie and Amina were waiting. After a warm welcome, Aisha teased, "You two haven't changed a bit." That playful jab broke the ice. Moments later, Artie invited them inside, his face suddenly clouding with worry. "We got an urgent report. It turns out, 3 more sectors in Ryodan have been decimated by surprise raids." It was too late. The site was already reduced to ashes. Asa swallowed the bile, rising in her throat. Princess Amena chimed in, noting a glaring anomaly hidden deep within the latest casualty reports. The official records highlight a terrifying phenomenon where individuals declared dead suddenly sparked back to life. Asa scoffed, suspecting a massive clerical error. Amena shook her head. "They were stone cold and breathless when we first discovered them. Before we could bury the corpses, 28 people miraculously revived." Isa's mind raced with confusion. Resurrecting during prayer? It feels like divine intervention. Amina and Artie both shared that chilling thought. Yet, this was no fairy tale. Those who returned claimed their memories were a total blank slate. However, whispers persisted about hearing a celestial voice during their brief stay in the afterlife. When a 5-year-old girl sobbed in the shadows, a mysterious figure reached out to hold her hand. Asa pressed, "Is this the deity everyone is raving about?" Artie's response was frustratingly vague. "It is still a total mystery. Beyond a few spoken words, no one can describe the figure. Asa listened, captivated. Amina added. She took the child's hand and whispered a secret message. The revelation left Asa reeling. Suddenly, the high-stakes summit between the two nations was finally here. The clock struck 0. Artie approached Asa with the final update on their guests. The Edinbell delegation has touched down. Asa kept her cool, simply ordering them to enter. Once Artie vanished, Asa let out a heavy sigh. Duin stepped in to offer some support. Feeling the pressure, Asa forced a weak smile. This was her big debut on the world stage. It is my first time in the line of fire, but I have got this. She gripped her lucky charm. Duin stood as her silent shadow. Suddenly, a deafening crash shattered the peace. Arson arrived. He stormed in with a menacing squad. Asa played it cool, masking her fear. Arson smirked. Finally here. Had I known, I would have sped things up. Then, an Edinbell grunt shouted with pure arrogance. Look, it is the Holy Maiden of Emil. Quite the shock seeing such high royalty in this dump. This backwater town is no place for a little girl. Isa's gaze turned into pure ice. Some people just lack basic manners. Before she could clap back, Arson's voice cut through the air. Keep flapping those gums in my hall and I will personally tear your tongue out. Arson's ruthless aura made Isa's skin crawl. The man was a literal monster. The soldier turned pale, swallowing his pride instantly. With the tension rising, the summit officially kicked off. Artie shut down Edinbell's greedy demands for the islands. The boundary lines were non-negotiable. Instead, they offered to slash maritime taxes, while simultaneously handing over critical current tracking rights. Edinbell would gain the eyes of the sea. Arson sat there, calculating his next move. The Edinbell diplomat sneered. So, you reject our main terms because these islands belong to Emil? Does that mean Emil is officially backing this weak counterproposal? He was fishing for a fight. That is correct, Asa replied flatly. But the diplomat was a shark smelling blood in the water. Ryodan surrendering sea rights helps no one. This deal leaves Emil totally exposed, does it not? Your alliance is a joke, a paper-thin facade. Asa stepped in, her voice cutting like a blade. Edinbell prides itself on worshipping goddess Selena as the one true deity. Their whole identity is faith. To avoid the goddess's wrath, your people play the role of the honest, obedient servants. This charade has allowed Edinbell to claim they haven't spilled innocent blood for 50 years, but seeing these aggressive soldiers, how can Emil just watch our people be slaughtered like sheep? The room turned into an absolute pressure cooker. One wrong word meant certain war. Arson's eyes went cold. I see your angle. You did not come here to play nice. Asa's deep dive into Edinbell's holy hypocrisy felt like a slap in the face to Arson. He responded with a chilling glare. It seems you are looking for a fight, not a deal. You are clever, but realize this. I do not fear gods in a world ruled by the strong. Being honest and obedient gets you absolutely nothing. As for that noble spirit everyone talks about, it's just divine propaganda and gossip. The negotiator beside him panicked, whispering, "What are you doing?" Arson snapped, "Back off." The conversation died right then and there. Those words don't represent all of Edinbell, Arson stated, ending the subject. He stood firm. Ryodan's terms are a joke. This current proposal, regarding the maritime monitoring rights, has zero to do with peace. If you keep stalling, we'll settle this with a naval battle. Hearing that, Artie exploded in fury. Arson tracked his reaction. Ryodan doesn't want war, so I'll pretend I never heard that. I'll give you 3 more days. Bring me a real, sensible offer. Asa finally let her white-knuckled fists relax for a moment. When night fell, Asa got to work tending to the war-wounded. Biwen begged her to rest, but Asa refused to sit idly by. Biwen started nagging her like a total mother, unable to help herself. Asa gave a half-hearted reply, making Biwen chuckle. Just get some sleep. Asa smiled back, but as the door closed, Lur's voice rang from the window. I'm back! Panicked that Biwen would hear, Asa hissed at him to be quiet. Mission accomplished, Lur reported. She received the note, just like you ordered. Determination burned in Asa's eyes. The guard shift is changing. It's time to move. Back with Arson, he snatched the letter and ignored every frantic warning. He played it cool, leaving the tent, then sprinted toward the rendezvous point. But the person waiting there wasn't who he expected. Hearing her voice, Arson's tone turned to ice. Why you? Were you the one who left that note? I'm the one who summoned you, Asa admitted. Arson's world crumbled, yet he kept his composure. This is a trap, he growled. You wrote this in the Edinbell tongue yourself? When she confirmed it, Arson's fury hit its limit. This was incredibly reckless of you. He manifested a magical weapon, firing a warning shot directly at Isa. The blast sent her hat flying, leaving a bloody gash on her cheek. He'd clearly held back. Arson sneered. That handwriting belongs to the Princess of Edinbell. My only friend didn't write this. I knew it was bait, but I came anyway, just to see her. For a saintess, you're incredibly cruel. Playing with hearts like this is purely evil. Why call me here? Arson demanded, scanning the shadows for an ambush. Seeing no one, he wondered, why would she come to a trap alone? Facing her childhood friend's venom, Asa's composure finally shattered into tears. Asterisk. Even if I look different after all these years, wouldn't you still know me? Asterisk. Arson's accusations kept coming, leaving Isa choking on her sobs. Seeing her cry, like that, it reminded him painfully of Elisa. I don't get why you lured me here. Whatever game you're playing, I'm done. Isa frantically wiped her eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for it to be like this. Seeing that Arson had rushed here on just a shred of hope, she was speechless. She decided to confess. If I told you I'm the one you're looking for, would you believe me? Shared memories shouldn't be this painful. I might not have that black hair anymore, but you're still my Arson. Can't you recognize me? Arson's mind went completely blank. What on earth was this princess talking about? Asa smirked, her eyes gleaming with secret knowledge. One little girl survived that massacre. As she sobbed in the darkness, a stranger reached out. Hey kid, are you okay? Open your heart, and I'll show you some magic. That's what they told her. Arson froze. Those specific words, only the two of them knew that secret code. Memories flooded back to their childhood. Back then, Elisa had cried for 3 straight hours. She couldn't stand the thought of Arson studying abroad. Seeing her eyes swollen from tears, Arson's heart shattered. Elisa whimpered through her sobs. Arson, please, don't go. 3 years is forever. I'll be so lonely. Arson pulled her into a comforting embrace. Princess Mariana wasn't around, but whenever she was, the court gossip never seemed to end. Arson went silent and gently tucked her in. Just close your eyes and count to 10. I'll show you magic. Elisa knew he just wanted her to sleep, but she obeyed anyway. He stayed by her side until she drifted off. Looking at her, Arson made a silent vow. Elisa, just wait for me. I'll get strong enough to rescue you from this place. But 3 years later, the news hit like a freight train. Elisa was executed. Arson sprinted to the church. He kicked the doors open only to find a coffin. His legs gave out instantly. His hands shook violently. He couldn't accept she was gone. Every single night, he begged the heavens, praying for Selena, the goddess of vengeance, to resurrect his beloved Elisa. He wanted those who dared to misuse Selena's name punished, but his pleas were ignored. His prayers went unanswered while the enemy's sickening laughter echoed. So, Arson made a dark choice. If the gods won't judge this country of lies, then I'll burn it to the ground myself. I'll turn it all to ash. I won't let your final moments be defined by pain. When we meet again, my gift to you will be blood and vengeance. That day, he changed. Now reunited, the air was thick with unsaid words. Arson sat down softly beside Asa. Calm down yet? Isa smiled. Much better. But Arson, are you okay? He looked like a mess, eyes puffy from crying like a child. Asa couldn't help but giggle. Finally, the Arson I know is back, he scoffed. You mean this pathetic version of me? They shared a rare, soft look. Then Arson noticed the scar on her face and felt a wave of guilt. I caused that during my attack, didn't I? Does it still hurt? Asa's expression turned neutral. Before you came here, did you hear the rumors about me? Arson nodded slowly. Of course. You're a legend, the 7-year-old prodigy, and the Empire's only spirit summoner, the Holy Saintess. Suddenly, Asa's spirit power flared, erasing the wound from her skin. In that moment, it clicked. Every legend he'd heard described Elisa, the girl standing before him. Asa smirked proudly. Shocked? Sorry I didn't flex my incredible side to you earlier. I'm finally feeling like myself again. Arson let out a breath of pure relief. I'm the one who feels bad. You got so strong while I wasn't looking. Asa's gaze suddenly sharpened. What about you, the man you are right now? What kind of person is Arson today? She thought of all the dark rumors surrounding him. What path was he truly walking? Arson hesitated, choosing his words carefully. I'm just happy you've become this strong. As he turned to leave, Asa's voice stopped him. I need your answer today. Only then can I move forward with my revenge. Arson was stunned. But you have a family now, a happy life. Why risk it? Asa remained eerily calm. You know the hell I endured. You know exactly what they did to me. Arson stepped closer. I do, but targeting Edenbell is a suicide mission. It's way too dangerous. Please, Asa, just give me a little more time. In that exact moment, an intruder tripped the alarm, shattering the silence of the room. Arson bolted upright. Someone breached my quarters while I was away. No time for a full debrief. Aisha. Listen, they're mobilizing elite units in the Outer Sea, not the Eastern Archipelago. Edenbell established a warp gate there, finalizing their assault on the Emil Empire. The riot and friction is just a feint. Total war is coming, but trust me, Emil will reign supreme, erasing Edenbell from the map. Aisha asked, trembling. Arson, what's your ultimate goal? Ignoring her plea, he vanished. Aisha dashed after him, desperate for answers. Suddenly, Arson turned, pulling Aisha into a tight embrace. Seeing you again, it's pure bliss. Then, He was gone. Aisha stood frozen, staring at the empty space for an eternity. At Arsen's sudden request, emergency negotiations were fast-tracked the very next morning. Ryodan's liberation was set for 4 days. The royal brothers breathed a massive sigh of relief. They hailed Aisha as their savior. She hoped for one last meeting before Edembel's retreat. But he was unreachable. Now, Aisha could only wait in silence, praying for another chance. Meanwhile, in the Emil Empire, Trevin scanned the latest reports. Edembel had finally yielded. "The deal is sealed," he noted. Isis smirked sarcastically. "Is that all it says?" "Did no one dare disrespect Aisha?" Trevin replied. "We'll know the truth once young Duin returns." Isis frowned. Aisha ordered a full lockdown of the Eastern Sea. "She's definitely onto something." "Small but fierce," Trevin praised. Isis's eyes gleamed with anticipation for her sister's arrival. "She's due in 2 days. I'll personally oversee the grandest welcome for our returning princess." The journey back was short, yet shadows lurked in the mountain passes, waiting to strike. These were the same assassins from Arsen's quarters. Arsen had finally reunited with his beloved, but their moment was brutally cut short. Without hesitation, Arsen retreated toward the main camp. Seeing the coast clear, he swiftly triggered a hidden magic circle beneath his desk. Glowing footprints illuminated the floor. Arsen suspected his deputy was hunting for proof of treason. They sought a smoking gun, but found only shadows. His secrets remained safely buried for now. Yet, a sense of crushing powerlessness washed over him. He had proposed a lethal gamble. His master plan? Constructing a massive teleportation portal on a hidden, man-made island. While Emil guarded the borders against a fake assault, Edembel's invisible fleet would strike first. The trap was set perfectly. Emil would be crushed before they even realized they were attacked. Still, the thought of Aisha's safety haunted him. "For once, fate favors us," he whispered. Every second was a ticking time bomb. The countdown to the final confrontation had begun. With Ryodan safe, Aisha's carriage rattled toward Emil. Duin knocked softly. "Your Highness, we're close. The mountain pass is ahead. Emil's portal is within reach." Aisha gasped. "So soon? We're early." "I took a rugged shortcut to save time," Duin explained. "It's a bumpy ride, though. Tell me if it's too much." In truth, Aisha was exhausted, her body screaming for rest. The weight of the journey pressed down on her like lead, draining her every nerve. Boom! The carriage jolted violently. Aisha collapsed, initially blaming the uneven, rocky terrain. But as she looked out, the horizon spun wildly. Another deafening explosion rocked the earth. Panic flared. She realized Duin had already deployed a high-level protective barrier around them. "Princess, stay down!" Duin shouted over the chaos. "We are under heavy fire. Do not move!" Lur's voice hissed in her mind. Chilling traces of forbidden dark magic were closing in. Before she could react, agonizing screams of the Emil Knights echoed through the mountain air. Through the shattered glass, Aisha saw her protectors locked in a desperate, bloody struggle. These weren't random thugs. They were heavily armored elites, perfectly prepared for a massacre. "I can't just watch!" Aisha roared. She summoned her spirit energy to shatter Duin's barrier. Duin lunged to stop her, but she was gone. "Lur, help me! I will protect everyone! Do not fear! Attack!" Aisha's radiant presence instantly ignited the dying spirits of her knights. The tide of battle shifted as they launched a fierce counterstrike under their princess's command. Duin watched in awe, but his pride instantly turned to pure, unadulterated horror. Aisha felt a murderous chill. A predatory voice whispered from the shadows. "Found you at last." Miles away in the heart of Emil, Luminos's eyes snapped open. Something was terribly wrong. Sensing the lethal threat to Aiza, Duin deployed a magical barrier just before she was struck. The assailant scoffed, shattering the shield with a single, brutal swing as if it were glass. Realizing the danger, Duin grabbed Aiza and quickly retreated, pulling her away from the front line. Duin ordered Aiza to stay back before charging. The man countered effortlessly, treating the duel like play. "This is over," the man sneered. Watching the exchange, Aiza began to tremble with absolute terror. Though her body felt like lead from the shock, she forced herself to find her resolve. Healing was impossible while he was moving, so she summoned Limia, transforming her into a bow. "I will cover you," she shouted. Duin nodded, understanding her attacks were meant as a distraction. Aiza unleashed a barrage of magical arrows, desperate to slow down their seemingly invincible enemy. With one casual flick of his blade, he neutralized every projectile. Aiza's heart sank at the sight. He possessed 0 magical mana, yet his raw physical power and speed were completely off the charts. Growing bored, the man let out a frustrated roar. "This is getting on my nerves." He hurled his massive blade at Duin, who barely managed to dodge the lethal projectile in time. But the man's target wasn't Duin. He was aiming for the massive trees looming behind him. As timber crashed down, Duin was forced to ignore the enemy to survive the falling debris. Watching the knights struggle to save themselves, the man let out a chilling, cold laugh. He unsheathed a short blade, preparing to systematically execute them one by one in an instant. Suddenly, an arrow grazed his cheek. Infuriated, he glared at Isa. "You little brat, you're dead. No one can save you now," he screamed, charging. Yet, Isa stood her ground, unmoving. "Are you Elsis?" she whispered. The name hit him like a physical blow, freezing him mid-stride. Duin lunged to intervene, but he was too late. The short blade was already piercing forward. Miraculously, the sword missed. Duin stared in shock, wondering how the trajectory had shifted on its own. Elsis collapsed against the wreckage, his hands shaking violently as his own body betrayed his will. Distorted memories began flooding his mind, visions of a past that he believed shouldn't even exist. These forbidden fragments of a sinner's life tore through his mind, causing an agonizing, splitting headache. "Get out of my head!" he shrieked, clutching his skull as the mental torture intensified. Driven to the brink of insanity by the dead man's memories, Elsis snapped and lunged again. He swung his blade with murderous intent toward Isa, determined to end the girl's life. Suddenly, a ruby on the sheath glowed, guiding his strike with unnatural speed and supernatural precision. A flash of light blinded everyone. Before Duin could react, the blow had already struck Isa. Duin's world stopped as he looked back in horror. Even Elsis seemed stunned by his actions. As Elsis backed away in confusion, a blinding radiance suddenly erupted across the entire forest clearing. Every enemy dropped like flies. Luminos appeared, his eyes landing on Isa's broken, bleeding form. Rage pure and holy exploded within Luminos. The time for mercy was over, judgment had arrived. He unleashed his full divine aura, a pressure so heavy it threatened to crush Elsis's soul. Elsis realized with terrifying clarity that this wasn't a human presence, it was something far beyond understanding. "Wait, it wasn't me," Elsis pleaded as Luminos approached, but Luminos's expression remained terrifyingly calm. "I know," Luminos replied softly. The admission briefly gave Elsis hope, but that hope quickly vanished. "Something else controlled me," Elsis stammered. Luminos just continued his steady, predatory walk toward him. "Then this is perfect," Luminos muttered. "Now you will get a small taste of her pain." Before Elsis could blink, Luminos's fingers touched his face, and divine flames instantly incinerated his vision. Agonizing screams ripped through the woods, chilling Duin. Elsis thrashed blindly in the dirt, begging. "Help me!" he cried. "Why aren't the knights doing anything? Say something, please!" In his desperation, Elsis reached out for Luminos, who coldly kicked him back into the dirt. "You are blind because your own heart is full of rot." Luminos spat. Elsis roared in agony. "I told you! It wasn't me!" he screamed, stumbling away in a panic. Luminos just watched, his silence heavy with judgment. "He didn't intend to kill him just yet," Duin gasped desperately. "Help us! The princess is breathing. It's getting too weak. I beg of you, save her!" Looking at the dying Isa, Luminos felt a soul-crushing wave of guilt and pain. Luminos enveloped Isa in his divine radiance. Under his legendary healing touch, her jagged wounds began to vanish instantly. Slowly, her ghostly pale face regained a soft, healthy glow. Once he confirmed Isa was finally out of danger, Luminos gently set her down. Duin pulled her into a tight embrace, sobbing thank you over and over in relief. Luminos watched them with a conflicted gaze. Suddenly, a mysterious, ominous energy put his divine senses on high alert. He told Duin, "She'll be fine now. Take her back home." Duin paused, his eyes filled with sudden worry. "Aren't you coming with us?" When Luminos didn't answer, Duin instantly realized the gravity of the situation. "We'll go then, and we'll wait for you." Luminos stood alone, watching their silhouettes disappear into the distance. At that moment, Isa regained a spark of strength. She fluttered her eyes open and caught sight of Luminos. But a second later, he was nothing but a blur. Asa drifted back into a deep, heavy slumber. After saving Asa, Luminos returned to the spirit realm. However, he was immediately met with cold, shimmering chains. "I knew you'd be here. How does it feel being locked up for the first time?" a mocking voice echoed. Luminos ignored the taunt from the figure ahead. It was Aina, the formidable spirit king of water, watching him closely. Aina scoffed. "What's with that look? Your reason for coming here is written all over your face." Luminos went to speak, but Aina cut him off. "Guessed right. I'm here to scold you. Look what you've done, kid." "The creator is furious." Luminos replied, "Not entirely. He only ordered my confinement within the spirit realm for now." Aina seemed shocked. "Just confinement? He must have a soft spot for your youth. You got off easy. When I was your age, they hung me from the sky's edge." Luminos managed a faint, weary smile at that. Aina thought he was being doubted and sighed deeply. He knew the creator had actually been incredibly lenient this time. Interfering in the human world with divine power was a forbidden sin. Defying that law usually meant a catastrophic end. Seeing Luminos's indifferent attitude, Aina dropped a bombshell. "I saw Asa. I told her to give up the summoning." Rage flared in Luminos's eyes, but the chains snapped him back. Aina continued his stern warning without blinking. You know the truth. No matter how high their affinity is, a mere human cannot summon a spirit king. It's physically impossible. Luminos shot back firmly. Don't say that. Her magic is the strongest among all mortals. Aina groaned. That's not it. Magic stones can boost her mana, but like you said, she's already at her peak. Stones have limits, Aina argued. Currently, there is no summoner in the human world more capable than Isa, but she can't handle the strain of more power. Her mortal vessel will literally shatter under the pressure. Luminos looked away. She told me she'd reach me. She's pushing her very soul beyond its limits for this. I have to believe in her and wait. Aina looked at him with pure pity. You're a fool, Luminos. You're just like I was. It's painful to watch. Aina remembered a vibrant young girl from his own past. She was full of fire, wanting to summon a spirit king to end the bloody wars between all summoners. She begged Aina to trust her. Aina had smiled and promised, I'll believe in you and stay by your side. But when the ritual finally began, disaster struck. Her massive mana began leaking out like a broken dam. As her magic vanished, her very life force began to burn away as fuel. She begged the hesitating Aina, please don't give up on me. You promised to stay by my side. You promised to believe in me. Aina didn't have time for sorrow. Reality forced his hand. In the final stage of that tragic summoning, Aina refused to answer her call. If he hadn't stopped, her soul's vessel would have been completely destroyed. She had sacrificed too much life force already. Even if she lived, she could never contain her magic again. The girl screamed in agony. Why? Why did you stop the summoning, Lord Aina? Her voice was filled with betrayal. Moments later, rival summoners brutally murdered her. That was the real reason the creator punished Aina so severely. Aina had lost his mind that day. Returning to the present, he desperately wanted to save Luminos from that regret. He advised him patiently, Young king, human magic and the vessel of the soul are one and the same. Once that vessel is pushed too far and breaks, there is no way to fix what has been lost. Her soul is the ultimate price. She must trade her life to bridge the low affinity gap. This forbidden power is worth more than any heartbeat. After Luminos pulled Asa from the brink, she barely stirred. Before slipping back into the void, a vision of Elisa surfaced. A private tea party was in full swing. Elisa had meticulously prepped treats for Mariana's debut, only for the butler to deliver a massive blow. The Emperor was ghosting her for work. Elisa's heart sank, but she forced herself to stay positive. Today was too high stakes to fail. Her nanny grinned, sensing the tension in the air. Is it the Emperor you crave, or are you just simping for the newcomer, Princess Mariana? Elisa just smiled it off. Everything about Mariana's arrival had been a total whirlwind. She's a stranger in her own home, Elisa thought. She must feel so isolated here. I just want her to feel the warmth of a real family for once today. Mariana entered with a stiff, formal bow that felt way too respectful for a sister. Elisa beamed. Drop the act, Mary. Between us, I'm just your big sister. Mariana looked like a deer in headlights. Elisa figured she was just struggling to adjust. I'll be her anchor, Elisa vowed, personally pouring a cup of tea for her new sister. I wasn't sure what you'd vibe with, so I grabbed every type. Just pick your favorite. Elisa sipped her brew, waiting for a win. Mariana just stared at her cup, frozen. Not your thing? Elisa worried. Mariana insisted the tea was actually perfect. Then came a chilling whisper. In my room, there isn't even a drop of cold water. Elisa blinked, barely catching the words. She leaned in, her brow furrowing in confusion. The rest of the family crashed the party, doting on Elisa while giving Mariana the total ick. Mariana flashed a perfect, angelic smile. To Elisa, she looked 100% genuine. She wanted to squeeze those adorable cheeks, but her relatives looked completely disgusted by her. Look at that fake smirk. No shame at all for someone so young, they hissed. Pure-hearted Elisa was shook. Why were they being so savage to a child? Finally, Jazz walked in. Why is everyone just standing around in the hallway? He spared Mariana a glance. The fifth princess is here? Fine. He was cold as ice. Elisa quickly smoothed things over. Sit before the tea gets cold. The gossip started instantly. Mariana looked like a ghost at the table. Elisa grabbed her hand. Join the chat, Mary. Elisa shared stories about her day, and the family hung on to her every single word. She mentioned a creepy, dark alleyway she'd stumbled upon while out shopping. Jazz wiped her face, grinning. Don't worry. I'll tell the Emperor to fix the city's security. Everyone teased Jazz for being such a massive, protective simp for Elisa. Amidst the laughter, Elisa's eyes drifted back to the silent Mariana. She reached out to wipe some cream off the girl, but Mariana was locked on someone else. She was staring intensely at Lachias. Mariana muttered a thanks, but Elisa felt a sudden chill. Why him? After the party, Elisa asked if she finally felt like part of the crew. Mariana's reply was haunting. It's clear, they all absolutely adore you. It's a bit cringe to admit, but they mean the world to me too, Elisa blushed. Suddenly, Mariana stopped dead in her tracks. I've made my decision. I want to be you. I want their love. Can I? Elisa stood there, completely frozen. The vision shattered. Asa gasped for air as the trauma of the past hit like a truck. She let out a heavy sigh. Those warm memories were nothing but jagged scars now. Why remember those days now? A nightmare of their abuse would have been easier to swallow. Her chance for vengeance was right there, staring her in the face. But her heart was a mess, leaving her paralyzed. Asa absolutely hated her own pathetic weakness. Revenge felt like a distant dream, and facing Mariana was out of the question. I miss you, brother Isis, Asa whispered. Suddenly, the heavy doors swung open, catching sight of Asa finally awake. Reina and the nanny were absolutely overcome with joy. The nurse quickly urged Reina to notify His Majesty that the princess was finally conscious. Thank heavens you're back, she cried sincerely. Those three had been worried sick, refusing to leave her side for even a heartbeat. Was everyone here just now? Isa asked. They never left, the nurse explained. They only stepped out for an urgent crisis, and should return with the doctor soon. Asa felt a surge of comfort. Knowing they never left her side warmed her soul. To ease their anxiety, she decided to go find them herself. But the nurse protested, if you force yourself out of bed this second, there will be serious trouble. Confused, Asa pressed, what's happening? Where is everyone? The nurse hesitated but finally broke. Before Asa woke, Trevin had summoned the Capitol Guard's captain on high alert. His voice was chillingly calm. My daughter, the Empire's only princess, was ambushed by Edem Bell on her return journey. Now revealed as the Saintess, she had the people's total devotion, and the whole world was watching her every move. She had become the very symbol of Emil. After that assassination attempt, the citizens' rage was reaching a boiling point. I'm done tolerating their audacity and disrespect. Hearing the truth, Asa bolted toward the Grand Hall. This meant Emil was going on the offensive, and though Asa knew conflict was inevitable, Emil striking first was a total game-changer. Everything escalated in less than 24 hours. Her family was clearly out for blood, which meant her brother, Isis, would definitely be leading the charge. Asa knew all too well how rage makes people act on impulse. Honestly, whenever it came to Edem Bell, she couldn't keep her own cool either. She had to stop them. She needed to reach out to Arson and finalize a proper plan first. Ignoring the guards trying to block her path, she slammed the doors open. Inside, Isis told Trevin, ever since Asa was born, no, even before that I vowed to be her shield. He walked slowly toward Isa, since we were poisoned as kids, and survived death's door. We've both trained like demons to finally take Edem Bell down. Isa used that strength to save me. As a princess, she protected our allies, and as a person, she led her friends down the right path. I've had a front row seat to every heroic thing she's done. This time is different from when I was planning a secret war behind your back. I won't hide you away anymore. I'm asking for your blessing to defend Emil from Edem Bell, and to protect you. Don't think you have to carry this burden alone. I'm the blade that's been sharpened for years, standing right behind you. Asa hesitated, but looking into his eyes, she saw nothing but pure, cold determination. He wasn't blinded by fury. Isa squeezed her eyes shut. She realized that no matter what she said now, there was no stopping her brother from marching straight into war.